So that content needed to go out. And there's additional content at Substack. I'm going to be uploading this video. I would like to do like one really long stream, but I really should just separate this. So there is a parable for those of you that have experienced sexual assault, rape, that dealt with legal trouble where you were innocent, where you had your children taken away and you didn't do anything wrong. Or something happened and maybe you got involved in prostitution and you were forced to have sex and you get paid. Like, we don't really know why we experience trauma that's hardcore. And a lot of people on this planet don't really know about trauma healing, and they think that it's funny when you've been traumatized. And there are a lot of negative stereotypes about people that have been bullied at school in our society that are totally inaccurate. I did not grow up to bully and punch other people as an adult, ever. I swear before Jesus Christ, as my Lord and Savior as you would identify it. However, I do also embrace other spiritual traditions that a lot of mainstream Christians don't. I believe in going way deeper into improving your moral compass and soul voltage. And so the attack on me, you know, what I discussed, the slander and whatnot, I don't at all believe would happen if I was a regular person. And I think that if you believe that, like, I totally disagree with you. I want to refrain from being too emotional and insulting in this video, because different videos have different tones. I get up, I stretch. Sometimes I'm really pumped up on coffee. Okay, I did have 2 cups of coffee today, and I'm about to run out of my vape. And also, I'm not consuming strong THC. I'm consuming weak THC with CBD. I'm doing it on purpose to not be a THC addict head. Just for those of you that are new, they're like, wow. If I was just to be like on the zoot, the chronic, the ganja, I'd be like, what's up, bro? You know, and I did drink last night a lot. Well, you know, so that's twice in 1 week. Not normal. Increased solar activity. Okay, so with the solar activity, all this shit's coming out, bro. And I want to freak you people out. Like, what's this guy doing? I'm revealing to you, maybe not even just a lifetime of trauma. I think more than one. I could have been killed before in past lifetimes. I've had bad shit happen to me, is what I'm saying. That may not just be, I've been told this over and over by psychics, that I'm really obsessed on past life murders, where I've been murdered. And I've dealt with different types of dream invasions, which would take a little longer. I'm not going to go there today. Sometimes I wonder about the A-man, what he thinks spiritually now, and what his dreams have been like over the years. Same thing with relatives. I don't know if Bruce is watching. If he is, he's not sending a sign. But he knows the coordinates to watch. They all do. They all do. So, my dad was beat up in Portland in ways that I don't know, and his dad hurt him pretty bad. And he doesn't want to talk about it. My dad doesn't want to talk about it. And I asked my mom to talk about the abuse that may have happened on the hands of other men, and she doesn't want to talk about it. And then the A-man's been through shit, and he doesn't want to talk about it. And there's been shit that I've been through that I don't want to talk about, but there's aspects of what I have been through that I am going to talk about, even if you will lose respect for me and stop donating. Okay, yes, I need the money, and I want to encourage you to be a member if you're good. But if you know that that doesn't meet your description and you're offended by what I call the litmus test, you know, I don't go here, I don't go here, I don't go here. This is my specialty, and I'm going to be the master. In fact, let's do this. We're going to have fun today. Now, if you like my style of music and speech, you need to be subscribed to Substack, because I'm starting to kick out lots of copyrighted content, and they're allowing it. They're allowing this copyrighted content. They also allow, unfortunately, some fringe content for some reason. So keep that in mind. So as long as they allow all types of stuff. So what I'm going to kick off here is the song "The Last Dragon" from the movie. your head before you fight. Even though you've seen me show defense weapons, I've never used them because God is not sending them at me at present, but has in the past. Black thugs in the past have tried to knock me out. Do you think that's awesome? Do you dislike me wanting to live? Really? Do you think God looks favorably? Do you believe in God? Or do you believe in the entity before you? In the tree? Is there something wrong with warning you about China? Really? Tell me more. So I didn't prove myself with discussing solar flares in mid-2020s. Alrighty. Alex Ansary. I am my own Messiah. I believe in Jesus and God, but I am my own Messiah. I am, in my understanding, the one with the answers. I tell myself what I'm going to talk about. I tell myself what the videos are going to be. I write the scripts. My scripts are not written by Jeff Rentz or Alex Jones. I think for myself, and that is not normal. That is not normal. Saying Israel is innocent isn't normal, Aaron, and isn't progressive. You could say all you want about feminism on the left. If you're defending Israel, now I know why you've ignored white supremacy. That's right. Now I know why you watch Tim Pool. We know the truth now. That's right. Now I know why you get upset when I criticize Russia. It's all the same lies. It's all a web, and you don't believe that I'm telling you the truth, Aaron. You think that maybe I'm nuts now. And you stopped talking to me when I told you I am writing the holy book. I am going to tell the world what it needs to do, and that's to stop killing people. You people in Israel are committing genocide. So are you in the U.S. and need to stop what you're doing because you're putting white women in danger, and I'm here to help. That would be the one and only Alex Ansary that came to the aid of white military veterans that served in Afghanistan, even if he's upset about what happened to Afghanistan. The one and only Alex Ansary, defending U.S. veterans from being kicked off their land in Costia County and Bagosa if they wanted my help, but they hate me in Bagosa. Man. David Nagel. Died hitting a moose at 100 miles an hour. Jillian Epperly blocked me for saying you can't trust Big Pharma. Dion Fortune. The woman. The legend. The last dragon. You've been sold out by people that have been put into office, and they're not Muslim. Muslims didn't put hardcore pornography in the hands of your children. If you have not yet watched my World War III documentary, what are you waiting for? If you know you can't trust the guy in the picture, and Biden, and the anti-white sentiment, What are you waiting for, America? It's time to discover the great Alex Ansary and the attacks that he has experienced his entire life and why I will not meet you. It has to do with what they did to me. You deserve to know the truth. You deserve to see screenshots. You deserve to know what people think about me. Okay? Your little bubble of the consciousness, blueberry with pie is a lie. It is a lie. Okay, so while people are going to be looking at the eclipse and whatnot, it's very unfortunate that they don't seem to understand it's unfortunate they don't seem to understand that there is a dark side to these eclipses. Okay, that's something that we can see. And we can see what happened. And I was very specific with what I said would happen right around the time I came back to the internet. I was pretty specific, in my opinion. So, here we are now, about to experience another event. And I told you why it's easy to predict. It's very easy to see what is coming next. We saw the attacks on Yemen on 1/1/2024. And I faced interference on the Coast to Coast radio show. And now Clyde Lewis, energetically, someone who's been my nemesis for years, who talked crap about George Norrie and Alex Jones when they were in their younger days, and many of you agree, were a little bit better than they are now. And he attacked me for liking them, Alex Jones and George Norrie. He attacked me. He was mean. Now, Clyde Lewis is going to Contact in the desert. Now, Clyde Lewis is praising Art Bell. Remember, he says his last name is Lewis. And so is the last name of my grandmother. And I feel even a blood bond even to Dion Fortune. This guy is rubbing elbows with folks that talked crap about him and hated him 10 years ago. Like these people are backstabbing each other for money. And certain people out there will have a private conversation with me and say, the truth movement doesn't exist. They're in it for the money. Okay, what that person was doing, that unnamed person, was projecting. She is in it for the money. And I don't mean my grandma up on the picture, but on that note, I'm so sorry what happened to your farm. And I think your family loved your ex-husband more than you at times because they left you. So just remember the 2024 election is controlled. I can't believe I love that woman on the screen. She, like so many others, came to my meetup. Sometimes baby pictures do reveal everything. The masks are back, folks, and it's a little troubling. I don't want to take the jab. And I don't hate people that did, if they took it themselves. And I really am angry at people that want people that did take the jab to be harmed. And I think they're in the wrong for not taking my constructive feedback seriously when they get ill, when they do that stuff. Don't do that. remember my grandma and grandpa were like, Alex, A-man's no good. It doesn't take much to beat up a drunk. They have no idea what I had to go through, what I've dealt with, and what he dealt with. They probably were unhappy with him because he didn't marry my mom or something. So let's get back to Clyde Lewis. I don't know why I was drawn, when he was a part of my wake-up call, this Clyde Lewis thing. All started for me in 2003. I guess we're doing a life story discussion here. Welcome to the show. We're going to be focused on my relationship with Clyde Lewis and the role that he played in a positive sense in my early days and how he broke my heart. Now I'm trying not to cry. Okay, but you need to hear this because it bothers me to just remember the way he talked about Infowars and Coast to Coast, and he snapped at me for supporting them when I was young and inspired by them, and to see him cozy up to them when Alex has done harmful things to Portland makes me upset with Clyde and the people of Portland for not even being able to communicate, clearly and coherently the situation. It's very troubling that there isn't any analysis of it, is what I'm getting at. It's troubling to me. I've sent Clyde messages. I've sent Clyde voicemails because I think I was waiting energetically. This, I guess, I remember old babysitters pictures. So in 2003, I was sober and working, but I had relapsed on drugs in 2004. So when I was using those years, there was plenty of sober time. But I had made a decision from listening to Coast to Coast and Alex Jones and Clyde Lewis. Those three people. And I went to something called the Aquarian Foundation, where they were listening to alleged channeled information from a guy named Kumara, who allegedly manifested crystals out of his mouth. Never believed it. Thought those people were cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but I needed friends. Was a big fan of Michael Jackson also back in the day. In the Thriller movie. And I keep thinking about that Thriller movie being kind of a metaphor for our world right now in a powerful way. So I went to Clyde's meetups at a place, and even the A-man knew the owner of that particular establishment where Clyde used to have a meetup, and I'm not discussing Dante's Inferno or Dante's. There are conspiracy theories about, by the way, Dante's and Kids Downstairs that mirror Pizzagate. I do not share or subscribe to that. If you want to talk Portland conspiracy or underworld-ish or what I think intuitively is going on with people, we can have that conversation. And it is kinky, freaky. And there is rape going on there and human trafficking, and that's bread and butter topics. Talking about Kids Downstairs where there's not even a basement. There is an underground. This is Melissa and this is Sean. Sean's the guy that did time in the pen. So I was blamed for a lot of things in the Nagel household, basically, that they did. I don't remember all of it because I was young, and I have a lot of blacked out memories from my early childhood, in case you do not know that. I do not remember a great deal of the childhood period because it's just too insane. There was way too much moving, and my mom thought all that was kosher. It put hair on your chest, something like that. Anyhow, so 2003 was the year of meeting Clyde Lewis, going to his meetup there at that place in Southeast, and it was like a sense of community, and he was on the air, and I remember him talking about the microchips, and I was doing research on what was called Digital Angel, then became Verichip, and I became kind of obsessed. So I had relapsed a couple times. I remember working at the Benson Hotel, and Dick Cheney came to stay at the Benson Hotel. And so there was security there as I was folding napkins. So I was already picking up on, I guess, that shadow government, Secret Service energy frequency right around that same time. And I'd go home after doing the dishes, and I watched Alex Jones' 9/11 Road to Tyranny on cable Access TV. That was not my first. So it's also a story about how I came to Access TV also. So there's Alex Jones doing Access TV. There's George Norrie. There's Art Bell. There was Limbaugh. Didn't like Limbaugh, but liked him as a kid when he was the cool guy when it was Clinton's office. So we had the underdog, I'm with the people type thing. The real Rush Limbaugh may be, I guess, on that level. Maybe you like him, maybe you don't, but I'm not here to cater to fans of those folks. I'm my own man, right? You like, the nuts of another dude, that's awesome, but it's feminine and it's not masculine for dudes to follow other dudes. A lot of you men do that. You follow other men. You're not your own guy's guy. You're not your own researcher. You follow other guys. I follow no man. I do all my own research. God doesn't speak to me literally, but I get instructions from the heavens. I literally get instructions in the middle of the night for topics to think about or write about or communicate. And sometimes I write them down, and sometimes I don't write them down. But by not writing them down when you have those ideas, if you are someone that receives information, you could forget. So my encouragement would be to start writing, have something like this if you're getting information, and if you're somewhat tapped in, you should be getting information right now. You should be getting information as we approach the eclipse. I told myself I'm going to do an all-day 8-hour talk on the eclipse. If I stream, they're going to shut me down on Facebook. They're not even going to allow it. I don't like streaming on YouTube. It attracts a lot of troll energy, and people get taken over by entities, whereas on Substack and other platforms outside of, unless they're already taken over, like that one guy who came into VHX to create a disruption and create fake allegations of me not liking his demographic or something, simply because I'm sharing my life story. So this type of illness of the brain has to be healed. When I tell my story about the Nagel family and the Ansary family, it's not a jab at you. It's telling you that because of what they put me through, I can't trust you. Okay, and what they're still putting me through, and they're still denying me my full ancestry, the full information, everything. And if you agree with my mom holding back the depths of what she knows and why she's traveled to her homeland in Europe, why would you be on my mom's side and support me not knowing about my white heritage? Why would you not want me to connect to that? So I guess maybe through Clyde Lewis, I was trying to connect the family, possibly, and spiritual ideas, because he was not in support of war, and he wasn't demonizing all migrants. And I told you the migrant thing, they brought out the weaponization to demonize everybody and turn people away from being anti-war. So I'm going to show some clips. But I need to get some water soon and some food. I'm kind of running on E, but it's kind of hard for me to do all that on my own. So basically, Clyde Lewis and I did videos together in 2003, 4, 5, 6. He hosted my show with a woman that I took out for steak dinner named Sadie. Sadie just wanted a free steak dinner. It would have been nice to maybe get my feel on, because she was, what I heard, was sexual and pretty. But she saw nothing in me and saw a lot in Clyde. A lot of women saw a lot in Clyde, which I didn't understand. His health was always really, really poor, but he had that type of, I'm an authority figure, I know effing everything. And very much came across as witchy, like what you wish for me, I wish for you, which scared me later when I realized he didn't like me. And I began to become paranoid that maybe he even cast spells at me, to be frank. Paranoid that maybe, Clyde maybe projected a negative thought form in my direction. Okay, so it is now 1 hour later, and I have spent a lot of time going to the back end of YouTube and making some videos public so that we can have this conversation. So this is not like an attack on Clyde. I'm actually mourning the loss of my friendship with Clyde, because had we both stayed connected, maybe I would have been somewhere in life and not been homeless. So there's reasons why I'm being honest with you when I tell you that I really don't think that he is forthright, honest, and I've been tagging him for a long, long time, for months, trying to connect with him for the first time. So I'm just going to give you an overview and then start the video. But basically, in the 2008 and 9 period, he got back on the air, and I went on the show with him and talked about Obama's police state. Mike Bluehair was a mutual friend of all of ours and helped produce the Clyde Lewis show, and later spread gossip about Clyde that I won't repeat, being that it's Mike Bluehair, So, when it comes to that period of 2009 or 10, the SOAR flares kicked off around that period. And even 2009, I wrote an article about it. But I wasn't talking about the SOAR flares on the video that you're about to... I don't think I am. I'm in my first year of learning about the SOAR influence, and even though I learned about it from Burrow Payne, it still took years and years and years to learn that it's way bigger than I even thought at that point. as a young man at the age, I believe, of 30 years old. I'm now 44. So I now have 14 more years experience regarding the solar flares and wars and riots. And that's basically what happened in Portland, basically. We're about to watch my old show. You and me, we're about to watch my old show before I became homeless. So Clyde Lewis and I were, knew each other for a few years. I told you I went to the meetups, and I was doing the drugs back then in 2004. And he said, when you get clean and start your show on Access, I'll be your first guest. And I thought that was awesome. He was my guest 5 or 10 times. I told you about the Sadie girl who I took out for steak dinner, who I thought was pretty, but she didn't really see anything in me. And for some reason, when I brought her on my show, she wanted to argue and be pro-surveillance state. And I'm like, do you do that with Clyde Lewis? Like, some people don't think about how their actions are inconsistent with various people. So I never talked to her again. She wanted to play this pro-government like stance in the show in which I had her on. Then I took her out for dinner. She never talked to me again. Like, wow. Is that what I get for not trying to womanize you and just get it on, right? For having a few drinks? Okay. So she never liked me. She liked Clyde, and there are other women that did that too, like Laura Spitzy, who put me in Portlandia, not the real show, but the stupid-ass documentary she made that she never even put on the internet. She wanted me, a short brown male, to influence her tall white boyfriend regarding the Federal Reserve in the Fed. Remember one time Laura, according to Clyde, was licking on a bottle, Coors Light. He's like, you see the way she looked at that bottle? She's sending a signal she likes to get fellatio. I'm like, dude, what a jerk. Why are you talking about my female friend like that? That's disrespectful. And I told her, and she giggled. She thought it was awesome. I'm like, whoa. Damn, I guess I should have hit that. Anyways, let's move on. Now, so the solar flares were happening around that time of April, and you can look up the news. And then the Black Bloc rioted, and then basically I megaphoned them and called them cops because I was influenced by the Alex Jones show. Alex Jones was talking constantly at that period. Now that I know that we're affected by solar flares, Alex will get irritated, Jones. Ansary will get irritated. Black Bloc in Portland, they'll get irritated. And because it's Portland, they're extra responsive to solar flares. But they don't know anything about solar flares. Even though they think they're liberal and smart, and they have books at Powell's, they don't have anything, I bet, about the sun at Powell's. It's crazy, man. So, there's a lot of narcissism and egomania in Portland. It's sad for me to be called that. I get it, bro. I get it, but I am confident in the things that I say. And I did say something nice to Keith recently because he seemed mad at me for taking down videos of his. And I said, bro, did you want me to tag your name in the videos? Because I'm going through my back end of YouTube now. This is the time to tell me. If you have a video you want to watch from me and you haven't seen it, tell me about it. A couple slides here about the magnetic storms. Maybe I'll just show you those. So basically, we saw, and now there's riots again in Portland on cue. I got an email from Alien Nation. He likes like 80% of the content. Then the other 20% is like garbly-goo. So he provides some good analysis and tips, and maybe in the future, if there's more objective, what you do agree with, tips, information, I'll share them along in a Substack newsletter and just say, guy from Portland has made these observations. And he made the observation, thank you, about the stabbing. And see, these things are evil. So whether we're talking about Black Bloc, Antifa, not that all their issues are bad, I'm against police corruption, and I talk about that all the time. Not as much as I used to. I'm not in an environment where I'm currently being oppressed like I was in Portland. Portland is worse than some areas, but it got better than it used to be, and now it's like criminals gone wild. So for you guys that don't know, Portland wasn't always... They actually were oppressive in the past and beat innocent people up, the cops. They did a 180. Right? I mean, they were like hardcore, and they murdered innocent homeless folks. Portland. Now they're like, whatever, bro, do whatever you want. Here's Aaron. There ain't no genocide. What genocide? They're innocent. Those damn Palestinians. Oh, God, they're so evil. Like, yeah, hating Jews is not good. But just because there's some people hating Jews doesn't mean there isn't some war going on. I've seen the footage. Like, you need to stop with that Tim Pool stuff. Rot your brain, kid. Y'all shoot your eye out. Ever seen The Christmas Story? Y'all shoot your eye out. Y'all rot your brain. Listen to that Mount Walsh Shapiro stuff. Anyway, see how I did the solar thing and China there? See how I did that? Nice. So, the solar flares were active, the riots were taking place, and I was megaphoning. I was influenced by Alex Jones, and then Clyde calls me on the phone because he had my number, and he calls Alex Jones white trash because I was featured on Prison Planet, the video you're about to see. Okay, so let's just fast forward. I was angry about that because he was stepping on my success. Alex, I think, probably stepped in the next day and had that removed because I asked Alex Jones what he thought about Israel. Now, Alex Jones is allegedly anti-Israel, so he shouldn't have any issue with Alex Ansary. Alex Jones. Alex Jones should be cool with Alex Ansary. If you know Alex Jones, say Alex Ansary is speaking of you in a neutral tone and is willing to break bread with you. But I don't think any of you is actually, you'll listen to me and Jones like Charles R. from New Mexico, but Alex Jones won't actually talk to you, but Ansary would. That's why you can't diss me again in the way that you guys did in 2017 and 18 and like that. Once I trust that the vast majority of you are on the level, the comments will come back up and we'll have a text orgy. We'll sext and everything. We'll have one big sext gangbang. We'll get it on with X's and O's. Anyways, Truth or Porn coming to an OnlyFans Alex Ansary account soon. Truth or Porn. So we're going to watch that video. It was on Prison Planet, and then it was pulled. Clyde Lewis called him white trash. He attacked Coast to Coast AM. Later in 2010, I think, that year, I megaphoned Clyde Lewis because he took the microphone out of my hand. He didn't care about the victims of war, which I found shocking at that moment, but I actually almost thought that he was so angry at me that he hated them too. But it was clear that Clyde, and it's obvious now, that they don't care about like people overseas that are just being bombed. They only pretend to do or did when there were crowds of people protesting and screaming through megaphones. And by the way, my megaphone works. It's the batteries that don't work. I got a 12-volt charger. Maybe there's a 12-volt battery pack that I can just carry and just dun 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 dun. But yes, folks, the Eclipse. That's nothing, bro. That's nothing. I've only been working out a few weeks. Anyway, I've always been pro off-grid, pro women's rights, pro positive sexuality if I can get it. Something other than wham, bam, thank you, bam. I haven't done it in 7 years because I haven't put myself out there in the dating scene because I want consciousness to find me. And I don't want to have anything to do with people that aren't like deeply in love with me and want a relationship. Right? So I have not pursued, and my last couple of times weren't positive. I think it made the women angry that I even talked to them, and the last one was absolutely negative. She took me to a graveyard in Manassas, Colorado, and I thought she was like a witch. And then my car broke down. Some of you remember that. I didn't tell you that I went to get laid. Get laid. Just because somebody does MGTOW, folks, doesn't mean they're incel. Some of you don't know that. Some people went MGTOW because they got disgusted with the entities they perceive. See, some of you are not the spiritual level. So Clyde has had intelligent people on a show like the Bella who talked about Tracy Twyman. I'd love to know and talk to Clyde about Tracy Twyman, being that I've been in her home and know about this husband guy. Anyway, but I can't necessarily trust his content, so I won't listen to Clyde. But he does have a magnificent radio voice. I mentioned I used to be friends with him, to one of the producers at Coast to Coast, and they acted completely ignorant of him, like they didn't even know who he was. And then I began to suspect that that's not true. That actually it is very much like George Carlin's speech about the network. It's a club and you're not in it. So that's the thing. Like a lot of you think about like the Illuminati and stuff when you hear that speech about one big giant club and you're not in it. And that's basically the Infowars, David Icke, Clyde Lewis, Coast to Coast club. I'm not in that club. I almost got into that club, but I broke the rules by warning you about the Red Dawn scenario. So they're cool with Joel Skousen going on Coast to Coast and warning you of the Red Dawn scenario. And another guy talking about Russia war crimes, not to blame that on a left-leaning thought. But
the shooter who murdered my son.
Not too bright, folks. Not too fucking bright. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, and you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. They say we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids.
That's my dad.
You say to them, well, we've tried all of that, and the kids still can't pass the test. He says, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there, it's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Oh, really? Well, what education suck? I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information
Radio
you get
Network.
to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying.
Are any of you smart enough to know like who owns that? Because I'm curious. That show.
Lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. Own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
There we go. Okay, so let's summarize this and then get to the video. So, by 2011, I opened up a survival store. Okay, yeah, I'm sure Clyde didn't like me megaphoning him, calling him a media whore, but I'm telling you that I acknowledged that I was angry, but the solar flares were active, and that's kind of how I roll, yo. So, keep that in mind. He never spoke to me again. I felt like the radio show about Antifa almost like was jumping me, although I listened to it. Clyde sounds fine, but energetically it feels like I was set up because I was being, influenced by Alex Jones, and Clyde was playing like the devil's advocate. And I feel like, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have been influenced by Alex Jones, and I stopped that behavior, being influenced by him after a certain year. Although I did go in 2012 and film him, Megaphoned buildings, when I was down south in 2012. But in 2013 and 14, I really broke from the Infowars programming and began to call him out and tell him also that in 60 seconds, I would take him in the ring. And I was not happy when people took that video and made a bunch of copies of it because it made me look like the bad guy for, sounding violent. But Alex Jones sounds violent a lot. I never said I would kill him or eat him. I said that in a combat situation, there's no way in hell he would ever win. That's guaranteed. No way in hell. And so he's alpha, and yet I'm going deeper than him on Russia and China. So I don't see, just so you're aware, so there's transparency between us. I don't view Trump or Alex Jones or Clyde Lewis as superior to my intellect. I believe that I am superior to them, and I have a right to. And I know for a fact in 100 years, if my ideas are not destroyed, that they're going to remember me. Society will. Okay? So, in 2011, I opened up a survival store. They used me, and later they'd team up with Clyde, but I told them about Clyde. Also, Clyde became friends with Anthony Hilder, and my relationship with Anthony Hilder went south because he threw a car at me, which I didn't even ask for. It broke down. Okay, because I didn't take care of it properly because I'm a dumbass for that shit. I'm mechanically autistic. It's the only level I'm autistic on. Told you there's some mild mental illness on my mom's side, dyslexia and maybe schizophrenia. So I don't consider myself mentally ill at all, really. But there's issues there, and there's actual literal spiritual attacks that I was born to that are real. You see what I'm saying? I was very traumatized by that end of the friendship with Clyde. I'm not going to go on and on about all these different theories. There's a great deal of things that he's talked about that I don't consider relevant at all, and I think it's hypocritical for conspiracy theorists to be critical of Masons, but to be a fan of Clyde as he does shows at Masonic temples. You know what I'm saying? I could just speak basically for 8 hours. I'm not attacking Clyde. I'm sad. I've prayed for Clyde. I know that Clyde in the past had health issues and that he overcame those health issues. It's sad that he struggled so hard. It's not that I'm jealous. I feel like Clyde should care about a guy born in Portland because he acted like he cared about me before. And we have evidence of him acting normal around me in the old days. And you're about to see that. And when did it change, folks? When the solar cycle ramped up. And this is consistent with my language, with me describing the truth movement. If Clyde's going to hear this, I don't know. But I'm going to try to just stop talking to him now. Once I saw that, I'm going to coast in the desert, or Contact in the Desert from Clyde on Facebook. I'm like, everything I did think about you, being like a finagler, want to get here, rub elbows, you insult people until they become your servant. And Clyde has abused and used a lot of producers. Okay. He's had a lot of falling out with people, and I noticed a pattern with him at the meetups, that he would have like his inner circle, and he will use his inner circle until they're no longer able to do something for him, or he blows up on them or something. Okay, and the speculations would hurt his feelings and make some people angry, but I already said him in the past. The level of fear that he puts people through on the radio is like he's trying to court people up to entities. Okay, having said that, we have now turned on the audio. We are going to screen saver mode. And then we are going to watch this video together. And then I also am going to get some food. This is the first time that I've made goat curry. I did it with the slow cooker. Maybe I will show you a picture of that food. So I'm not really a big fan of Indian people per se, but aspects of the culture, religion, spirituality. Aspects of Hinduism do have some elements of spirituality. I don't think that it's all Luciferianism, but I'm open to hearing about the Hindu extremism, why it's a problem, and why they're attacking Muslims. But as far as their food, great stuff. But I'm not financially able to go eat Indian buffet, Afghan kebabs. I asked my dad many times to send me recipes from his family, and they refuse. But they'll make a book though for white folks, and it'll be in Powell's books, from the Ansary family, from Saluddin, who lives in the Laurelhurst neighborhood of Portland. Very well-liked, very, very white-looking tall man. Was very able to assimilate very, very well into the Portland 1970s. Okay, so we've said enough. Yep, assimilate very well, as opposed to a shorter, balding, brown male that may look more foreign than the actual foreigner if you haven't figured out the practical joke that is the life of Alex Ansary. Now, I have a massive amount of videos that I don't believe are going to violate copyright. So this is going to be a multi-hour video. Plus, there's going to be we'll just make this a 4-hour show. We'll go ahead and play at the very end then my appearance on Clyde Lewis's Ground Zero Radio, so you can hear me call out the left in Portland, Oregon. And that takes bravery, because a lot of you that call out the left in Antifa, you wouldn't necessarily put your name out there. And when I had the Portland Preparedness store, it could have been Nazis or it could have been Antifa. And again, you know, I call Portland white Nazis, leftist Nazis. And Portland doesn't respond. They treat it like it's mental illness, and they don't call me back. So that's the issue there. People would call the Portland Preparedness Center store that I helped develop, not only the logo, with the help of a volunteer and a fan, but the phone number, 252-2525. Again, that 2525. Look at the last video, 2525 on the time code. Did not plan that, I swear, before you. Did not plan to edit a video, 2525. Noting the 25 and the address of the Aurora and 2025. You understand what I'm saying? I look at the clock, it's 225. Whoa. It's 3:25. It is 2:25. Holy shit! So, we're going to watch my show. Then, I hear from Clyde after the show. And I go on Clyde's show to defend myself. Then I'm homeless a year later. And then he swoops in on the survival store. And there's more. There's more, but that's about it. There's more, but that's about it. So you're going to see the video, and then we'll also show the video of me and Clyde discussing black helicopters, so you can see Clyde treating me with respect and acting normal around me in my presence. And I am telling you that I have snapped at Clyde multiple times because I'm angry now because of solar flares and stuff. What's wrong with Alex? Solar flares and stuff. Oh! Solar flare. When you talk shit about me, he's got problems with solar flares or something. Keep that in mind. Be accurate when you criticize me. Be accurate. I'm affected by the solar flares, and sometimes I scream. Sometimes when I'm driving, I scream. When I'm driving down the road, I go, and I won't do it. But I don't know that you've ever witnessed me scream. There's been some videos where I have let out the beast a few times. I think maybe 2 or 3 times. But I usually try to keep that under wraps, but it's a little frightening when it happens. You know, it's a roar. Anyway, I roared at Clyde, called him media whore, and he threw me out of his life, and I deserve it, I guess, because I spoke my mind. But do you think that I should just let him, be his bitch? What do you think? So we got a couple videos coming at you, and then I have a whole bunch of videos that I loaded on the browser. So we'll be out here all day. We'll just be out here all day. We'll go get some more beer. We'll do some shots. I'm kidding. This is my final level of vape. No, you think I'm off the vape now? No. I'm in withdrawal already, thinking about going off the vape. In the next day, this will be gone, and then the Incredible Hulk will manifest. So here we are. Bada bing, bada boom. Mamma mia.
It is a big idea, a new world order.
Your world is not what it seems. Alex Ansary, Outside the Box.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Broadcasting from the Rose City, Portland, Oregon, April 11th, 2010. I'm Alex Ansary, and this is another weekly edition of Outside the Box. On tonight's show, we're going to follow up on what we discussed last week. We are monitoring the protests taking place in Portland, Oregon, the police brutality protests. Numerous individuals have been murdered in this particular city, Portland, Oregon, over the course of the last several years, especially the last several months. And I've been saying for a number of years there's a right way and a wrong way to go about affecting real change, real tangible change, peacefully protesting without calling for violence, without calling for property damage, without calling for division, without calling for war. We have a situation here in Portland, Oregon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's something rotten, not in Denmark, but in Portland, Oregon, with the way many in Portland are protesting. But this is really a microcosm for a larger picture. The nationalized police state is now underway. And it's in the federal government's best interest to plant agent provocateurs at protests, to call for violence, to teach people how to make Molotov cocktails, to try to sell guns and firearms, to get a violent revolution going as the country moves closer and closer towards civil unrest and the upcoming crash of the U.S. dollar. On April 21st, 2010, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I will call out Mayor of Portland, Oregon, Sam Adams, out on the floor and make him either stand publicly with the people or he will stand with the feds on the issue of black helicopters that fly over our city, the fact that we've got Homeland Security outfits operating in the city. We've got the TSA, we'll talk about that later, going to be running security for TriMet. So if this guy is a supposed progressive, why is he remaining silent about the issues that affect us all? And of course, our Bill of Rights, Constitution, our very sovereignty in the city of Portland, Oregon. We have so many videos we're going to play tonight. At one point, we may take phone calls, but you have to keep your comment down to a minute, and then we'll go to the next phone call. But we have about 14 clips that we're going to play tonight. What we're going to show you can also be seen at my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Alex Ansary. And there's been a number of confrontations between the police and the Black Bloc, the anarchists, Antifa, as they also call themselves. There's numerous names. They're also known as just being simply a anonymous black mask wearing group that internationally, not nationally, but internationally is calling for violence. We're seeing arrests in Olympia, Seattle, news cameras having their cameras spray painted. We're seeing windows being smashed at not only banks but cars. And so when you see people calling for indiscriminate property damage, calling for war, calling for conflict, calling for a class war.
I'm mostly just going to let you watch this, but I'm going to interject. So, before Trump warned you about China, Alex Ansary did. Before Trump called out Portland and Fox News, Alex Ansary did. Okay? And Trump stood up for white off-gridders being kicked off their land, and Trump has not. If you support Trump and criticize me for not supporting Trump, you're disrespecting me and the things that I've done that Trump has not.
Don't talk about the real issues that affect us all, like 9/11 and what the truth about that is, the plans for martial law, and the big banker bailouts that's really in excess of $28 trillion. When they don't talk about the real issues and they're calling for violence, it makes them very, very suspect.
And it's because of those issues and more that I believe that I am superior to Donald Trump. Genetically, pound for pound, and strength-wise, I can outlift him. If Trump was in his younger days and attacking me in the street, Trump would not win. This means he is not superior to me. Just because he has money and was born into money does not mean that he is a genius. And there are criticisms of Trump's business practices in case you have been under a rock your entire life.
And they will be exposed. What we're going to do now, Bill, if you get the DVD ready, is we're going to go ahead and show you March 29th, 2010.
What's manly about a man in a suit from New York for the blue-collar folks? That part never made sense to me, and I still haven't seen any evidence that he's pro-pot. I'm pro-pot. I'm pro-you being able to smoke your pot. There's plenty of pot smokers that like Trump. I haven't seen anything about Trump legalizing pot at the federal level. I don't support necessarily the vax, and he does. So if you're anti-vax and pro-Trump, you make no sense at all. And I'm not in the wrong for telling you that you're ill.
What it looked like on the streets of Portland, Oregon. Go ahead and roll it.
I really enjoyed hanging out with David. It's really too bad he became a flat earther. And at that point, he, Gunner, a whole plethora of people threw me away entirely in like a matter of like a few years. It was very fast. It was a very, very, very fast process for me to lose everything in Portland, Oregon, including every single belonging, including every single childhood photo, which my mother sent me to get it away from her. This is interesting goat curry. Are you picking up on the solar flare energy? There was a solar flare. I may have been the only human at that crowd who even knew about the solar influence. My first article on it was published in Nexus Magazine. Okay, exactly 14 months before this video. So I had experience, I knew about it, and I was woken up that day from the solar flare in the middle of the night. I also was having a, hey, 528 Hertz, where are you at? I was having a outrageous amount of wacky, wild, adventurous fornication between 2009 and 2010. What was unique about Alex Ansary during that period? My energy level. Basically, women get hot for me when solar maximum happens. We're right now in fucking season. But we're not going to be fucking, and I'm not being contacted because I'm calling out the unconsciousness of women, so women don't like me. But if I was to be like an Alex Jones type, or just do conspiracies, women would contact me. But because I'm willing to call out the unconsciousness and say that women don't support me, ever, exposing human trafficking, I know it's going to get worse. And that there's something, even though some women are women and have vaginas, they don't all have that masculine spirit of defending women from bad men. But I do. Maybe I was a woman before and raped before. Your lack of willingness to believe in past lives isn't my problem.
Change. I completely support shutting down the city to get your point across. What I witnessed did not shock me. It was not surprising. It was extremely typical, but I've got to say that the Portland police used a certain amount of restraint.
I don't mean, though, shutting down the city as far as traffic and blocking traffic. That's not what I mean. I mean protests. I don't mean shutting down the city and like shutting down functions the way it's being done now. I just thought I would jump in and clarify.
And then you also saw some police officers...
Right, you've had right-wingers shut down businesses and the flow of things for their movements and protests, too, during the lockdown. So understand protests, you know, you want to be careful with criticizing all protests when you're the one doing the protesting. It's amazing how people criticize protesters, but they were all about January 6th as if those weren't protesters or something. You know, you need to attempt to heal above hypocrisy, because the men that I'm criticizing, that you hear me criticizing in a polite tone, I see them basically driving your society insane, and they're not fit to lead. And I am. I am fit to lead. I am fit to be the president of the United States.
Were very brutal, hitting people in the face with their bikes. But not all cops are bad cops, and we've got to find the...
I am the most qualified person. You want to go there? There's nobody, bro, and you know it's true, that's more hardcore about exposing what's coming with China and Russia than me. Trump is not. He has ties to China and Russia. Many of you will never believe that, even when it comes out and there's facts. So I'm not here to scream at you, but tell you I'm not left or right. It's about humanity versus slavery. And that right there is what me and Clyde agreed on. 111% back in the day.
The good cops that do stand with the people,
good
that
cops.
do stand with the Bill of Rights, that do stand with the Constitution, because when martial...
I used to run around all hopped up, you know, like amplified, asking cops what are they going to do when martial law is declared, because I was possessed by Infowars content. I was possessed by the Alex Jones worldview that was being dished out. That was very anti-cop and very paranoid, which is so crazy. So many, I'm not going to say you because I don't know you, so many people are so pro-police state and Alex Jones and Trump without seeing Alex's past statements. I told you before, he benefits from the old Alex not being on YouTube. He was very angry about people that like torture people overseas. And if those rants are actually happening now, send them to me. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't care about those people anymore. And if you disagree with me, feel free to create a friendly argument. But if you know he doesn't care about those people and you're watching him, I think you're Satan.
Law is declared, they are the only ones, along with your brothers and sisters, that are
you shouldn't watch men that are okay with murder. That's what I'm getting at. You shouldn't be offended. You should want me to be opposed to murder at all times without compromising, because once you get me to compromise to you, well, then the door is open to others. Do you see what I see? You need me to not compromise to your judgment of me. You need me to be a hard ass. You need me to be a bodybuilder in my brain. That's what the positive thing is. That's being positive. Showing up every day and pushing back against radical extremism, whether it be Islamic, white, black, left, or right.
You from the federal government when martial law is declared in the United States, the soon-to-be bankrupt
This is Alex Jones speaking now.
Corporation.
So I never ever had any brownie points from like the Patriot Prayer critics of Antifa in Portland. They forgot my name like they were under alien mind control. And the way that Mike Smith, who met his woman through me, who carried him for 20 years, she might still be, ordered me out of his house when he was experiencing psychosis, thinking that maybe I was attracted to that ugly, 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 ugly woman who came to my meetups. And why did she come to my meetups in 2006 if she ended up hating me? That's so sad that I opened up my arms to so many Portland people that threw me away like a used feminine hygiene product. Folks, it's just not okay. It's also amazing how people are so wealthy that they can literally throw money at me and then throw me away. Like, oh, money, I got plenty of it. Fuck you, dude. I don't like what you just said. And even though I donated and saw something in you, now I see nothing in you, even though I give you hundreds because I'm angry that you have an opinion. So people are also psychopathic with their donation energy. So even though I'm not thrilled that there's hardly any donations, I am thrilled that there's now 12 members at Substack. So keep it up, folks. We're at 12 members. Some of you might unsub because you're getting this raw prana, and I'm going to try not to look at dislikes. And I've been pretty good on that for a couple of weeks. being that my channel is already suppressed, dislikes don't suppress the actual channel's growth. Newsflash, the channel is already suppressed, so you already won. You already win. You system worshipers, you New World Order folks out there that think you're anti-new, you already won with your suppression of me, my message, and my life, and you got me off my land, and now I'm in the danger zone where I could die in a few years if there's Hellfire missiles pointed at some of these regional areas in America where there's a lot of people living. Power plants could go down. There could be nuclear weapons the U.S. has that's attacked in Colorado by Russia and China, right? So it's not good, folks, what's coming. I told you the truth about lots of things. You know, I literally can do a 10-hour lecture, but none of you want to help organize it. Bring me to Portland, have me speak at PALS. None of you have said you've gone to PALS. None of you are responding to some of the questions that I put out there in recent Substacks. It's actually like you're not there and I'm in the Truman Show, and this is a dream.
Now, if you look over at portland.indiemedia.org, you won't see issues like 9/11 brought up.
Nope.
The big banks, the plans for martial law. You see a little bit of things it's actually not a bad site. But anything that I post on portlandindiemedia.org, because I'm calling them out on their criminal behavior, is promptly censored and removed. I am the one who is being called a cop. I am the one who's being called a fed because I believe differently than them on how to affect change. They called me a paranoid wingnut for talking about martial law, 9/11, the banks. They called me a paranoid conspiracy theorist, that I'm not putting my feet on the ground, that I'm not taking part in anything when I've been doing this show for 5 years. Where were they then last year? Where were you guys during Top Off 4? Where were you guys when the black helicopters flew over Portland? You've got nothing to say about those issues, therefore you have zero credibility. You are calling for violence. They in Olympia,
why would Alex Jones allow me to be on a site and then pull it down?
One of them,
this was a decent rant.
In the groin.
So I think Alex's staff put it up, and then Alex came in and went, F that dude, and pulled it down. Like, if you support Alex Jones, you should support a lot of stuff that I've talked about over the years. If you're legitimate, you don't have to agree with him on everything or him on everything, but, like, the bread and butter topics are there where we're united. We're not in agreement that I was born inferior because my parents are different ethnicity. That's where we don't agree. We don't agree that I should have birth guilt. And you don't agree that it's an issue that I've dealt with that type of pushback while people like Alex Jones declare the invasion of the non-whites. You can't say that I'm walking around when I'm unshaved, that I don't look like, that I don't have that foreigner look. It's just not true. So you have never known a truther like me ever. You've never even heard of an Afghani truther. You've never even heard anyone even say that they don't even exist because nobody cares.
The march started with about 36 people protesting police violence. They were dressed in black with their faces covered. Police say they blocked traffic, assaulted a news photographer, and broke windows. But this is not about simply highlighting the black bloc and potential agent provocateurs steering the chapters on a global level. We also expose the police state on a national level. And so we're also going to talk about the new developments that are coming out of Oregon Live, the Portland Mercury, Willamette Week, KGW, Fox 12, the list goes on and on and on. We've got the documentation. Tell me who else does. Let's start with graphic number 23. Motorist involved in road rage incident with Portland Sergeant Kyle Nice sues the city. And
we're going to skip
here in a situation between Kyle Nice in graphic 23, Bill.
Kyle Nice threatened me.
Between Kyle Nice harassing actually one man.
We might as well bring it up. I came to Clyde Lewis's aid when a man came in who used to write me letters and sign the letters with satanic symbols and 777 when I used to have a post office box in Portland. And he kept claiming that he was a relative of Barger, the head of the Hells Angels. So he would write me a lot saying that he was related to the Hells Angel folks. Interesting. He apparently threatened Clyde Lewis, or Clyde Lewis claimed that he was threatened. He may not have been, but the guy was definitely unstable. And I went to film the guy's arrest, and he's acting like, Alex, help me, as if I could, like, step in and help him. But the letters that he sent were, like, screaming at me, crazy. So some people that are obsessed with the 777 are Satanists. It goes both ways. Not all 777 folks believe in Christ. That's not true at all. So, this guy, Kyle Nice, was threatening to harm me because I pulled out my camera.
Says almost hit him. Kyle Nice had his child in the back with 2 propane tanks. He actually chased the guy down, pulled out a gun, and threatened him. And he has been highlighted right now.
I tell you one guy that got real mad at bikers in Portland, the A-Man. I don't know how many times the A-Man got out of his car and knocked out bikers, but according to him, happened a few times.
Oh, in the news.
I'm talking about bicyclists in Portland.
The city is now being sued as a result of this.
They're aggressive.
We'll talk about the city's
The bicyclists in Portland are very aggressive, tall white folks.
In just a bit, go to
very
graphic number
aggressive.
24, and we will continue to document the situation.
A lot of you that are white that look at Portland that aren't there, like you get this like fantasy version of it. They're like where they like love brown people and black people, and it's nothing like what you think. It's the first place to traumatize me, and who knows why there was so much heroin even in Portland. Like whatever, if anybody knows why from an insider position, if the government was involved, like the cops. But the cops, as far as I understand it, allowed Portland to be overtaken by drugs in the late 90s when they could have done something about it. So if you know something about that and the Honduras immigrants in Portland in the late 90s, I'd be happy to hear what you have to say about that.
It's Kyle Nice, and it seems that I have a common enemy with the people of Portland, Oregon. Kyle Nice has threatened yours truly on 2 separate occasions.
Okay.
Approximately 2 years ago, I was walking outside of the Greek Cuisine at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that, yeah.
All of these black partygoers were coming out of the nightclub.
Oh,
the police were on
yeah.
the post premeditatively.
See, but the A-Man will go right through that, but a boom, ba boom. But see, the people weren't rioting. They were just like, move, move. They were bullying those black people that night.
Engaging in riot control.
They were just leaving. They were just leaving the club.
They were just there because there was a lot of black people in one particular spot. I called Kyle Nice out on the streets and told him what he was doing was wrong, illegal, and unconstitutional. And he started walking towards me, shaking up his mace can, which was about this big, telling me to get on the street. And the story is a lot longer than that. It actually went on for a half hour.
You threatened me.
But I've talked about this at length in previous shows. The second time Kyle Nice had threatened me was several weeks later, where someone who actually is a viewer of Outside the Box was being arrested outside the smoke shop on 3rd and Burnside.
Dante's.
The person that was being arrested had a mental problem, and he went to Clyde Lewis's talk show and threatened his life, threatened to kill him. So I went over there to take a picture of the guy that threatened Clyde Lewis's life as the police officer was arresting him. It was Kyle Nice. Then he started walking towards me, saying, because I was standing on the side of the curb, not on the curb, on the side of the curb, because I didn't want to be physically close to him, he said he would arrest me and write me a ticket if I did not get on the curb, simply because I was taking a picture. So I'm very happy to see Kyle Nice exposed, but the story does get deeper. Go to graphic number 25. Go to the next one. Portland officer files whistleblower complaint, accuses Bureau of punishing him and speaking out. And I've seen this officer before. So we've got one officer, a good cop, highlighting what the bad cop is doing. And what did they do? They took him off duty and sent him to the warehouse. Rosie Sizer, by the way, is about to be fired. And we better hope, we better pray that the next chief of police is not a full-blown Nazi, because we know what it's like to have a Nazi running the Portland police. The question is the next chief of police going to be a better or worse pick?
They really did have a Nazi.
My friends,
like, do your homework. They really did.
By the way, Mary Vaughn will be on the show next week. She is running for council seat number 3, and we will talk about the financial problems.
Mary Vaughn was uncomfortable with me, distrusting the federal government.
20 years. Graphic number 26.
And she was told by Victoria Taft to get away from me.
Salzman may take the killer of James Chassie off the street. And so
I asked this man who used to be on the council if he supported Homeland Security taking over the city of Portland. He had no problem with it. So progressive Portland leftists have a historical, loving relationship with the feds, with the under George Bush. You understand? Leftists in Portland have a deep, deep pro-Bush history. Did you hear what I said, or are you stupid or something? It doesn't matter what the protesters are doing in the streets. I'm talking about the city of Portland, and they're connected to Fox News, according to one woman that works in Portland. And if you've been listening to this channel, you heard that interview from a couple months ago. And so you do have right-wing and Nazi aspects to however the Portland government is run. And back in the day, I heard from a little birdie that there were hitmen, men that killed men for money, that were employed in Portland, Oregon. So those of you that are like the whole law and order, like worship all cops, unless it's, you know, Donald Trump getting arrested, although he's never really been arrested for real. It's all staged. What you're doing is wrong. You need to realize that there really are bad cops, and sometimes they do things out of racism. And so maybe one day if you experience anti-white racism from, say, a non-white cop, maybe you'll know what it's like. And it was a non-white cop in New Mexico that did something horrible to me because of Kyle Jacob Butler. Okay, so you know that I'm not like, a cop sucker. I have a history of dealing with corrupt cops, but I didn't deserve it. Just because I don't believe in burning the city of Portland down, which does nothing to stop police brutality, there's an argument that I might even create more of it. Right? So just because I didn't want to burn down Portland and join Antifa doesn't mean that I deserved what happened to me. And Charles is wrong that I deserved what happened to me because I talked to leftists. That was his position. Because I was willing to talk to people that weren't right-wing Trump supporters because their organization was called Food Not Bombs. He said I deserved it. And that's interesting. That's insightful.
Seeing Dan Salzman try to appear to be the good guy in the media, whether Salzman is with the people or not with the people, whether he's genuine or a complete fake, a robot that shows very little emotion, is not something that I am aware of right now in terms of whether he's for real or not. Dan Salzman was in the building of PCM today. I'm very upset that I missed him. He was actually on the monitor, and I thought it was a pre-taped show when he was literally in the next studio, and I could have literally walked up to him and asked him some questions and then reported to you on how he responded to me. But unfortunately, that did not transpire. If we go to graphics 27, 28, and 29 in order, you're going to see how the story gets even weirder. Portland Police Union head Sergeant Scott Westerman is under investigation for his own road rage incident. He attacked in his car, chased down a couple 2 days in a row.
Now, I don't know if the anti-white racism has gotten worse, significantly worse. I know that the dominant demographic is white, but there are people that hate white people that are white. But I have a deeper theory as to what's going on because they certainly don't hate themselves. Well, they do on a level, but not overtly. But there's many, many racist black people in Portland. It's actually worse than other major cities. The racism from black people in Portland is worse there than other U.S. cities. One of the factors is a lack of vitamin D. They have mental health problems, including some of you that are listening right now. And you know who you are. And I know you. I know your energy. I know your judgment. I know you judged me in 2015 when I didn't support Trump then. And I know that you were clueless when I took off from the web in 2020, when you were doing your videos outside Joanne Hardesty's house, which was completely childish and juvenile. You don't ever go to the home of a public official and just harass them just because your cock's hard. Are you stupid or something? Like, literally, like, some of you in Portland are so satanic, like, I can't even, like, breathe looking at your actions. You're constantly pointing your fucking finger at the right wing, the left wing, instead of yourself and your own actions in Portland. Like, the behaviors that I've seen from you Portlanders the last couple of years is outrageous.
According to the Oregonian, Portland police are investigating a woman.
All these allies of Robert West. All these allies of Robert West. It goes on and on and on. But the thing is, you were friends with Robert West to begin with. That dude hated me from day one. Robert West hated my ass from day one. I thought the dude was a nice guy like Grandpa. Robert West, for those that don't know, blocked traffic with Antifa, and I physically witnessed him on YouTube threaten to smash a woman's car in with Antifa. Then he became a Trump supporter, and he removed that video from his channel because I went hunting for it. If you want to go hunting, if the video's still there, the era is 2015, 2016. He's with Mike Bluehair. They're with Antifa. And due to Trump coming, they're riding in Portland at the corner of 6th and Yamhill, and he threatens to smash a woman's mirror on her car if she continues. So you're gangbangers, punks. When it's popular to be with Antifa, and the Trump thing never came out yet, you're all with Antifa. Then when the Trump thing comes out, you're like, oh, I better switch sides. You make me want to puke, Robert West. Robert West, Antifa, Robert West, and then Robert West got welcomed in by the Trump supporters who never once knew that he was Antifa. That he stood with Antifa, with Mike Bluehair, and they threatened cars that just wanted to go home. That's evil. To stop traffic in Portland, Oregon, when people want to go home is evil, and you should do jail time for blocking traffic. You should go to the hole for blocking traffic. Well, you don't care about my people being genocided. No, fuck you. You care about Palestine only because you hate Jews. I'm sorry, what? Why didn't you say anything about Afghanistan? You did? No, you didn't. And you let a person of Afghani heritage, the only one you've ever known in your life on YouTube, speak truth, die in the streets. And some of you are upset I'm still alive. Some of you are so nutty, you kept assuming I was dead. And people were like arriving in comment sections when I was not on the internet saying, expect the worst. And you people still don't have a light bulb go off above your head that hardly any of you have psychic abilities that you've demonstrated to me. I've asked for women that have healing Reiki abilities to contact me and send me loving energy. They won't. And they certainly won't after this video is uploaded. The same woman on Facebook sees my posts here and there and she hearts them, and that's nice. I feel her vibes. But as far as everybody else, it's like there's nobody home.
Police Union President Sergeant Scott Westerman got out of his personal car and berated her and her husband in traffic on 2 occasions, 2 days apart. So, gentlemen, can we go ahead and bring up the next graphic that shows the pick past have killed? Keep them rolling. Keep the party up. Will kill you. Well, we see $5 million deficit that that's right, you are going to have to do to us without smashing windows, without hurting people, without threatening women, without smashing out windows of Bank of America and whatnot. I know the big banks are causing the big economic meltdown, but all that does is make peaceful protesters look bad and allows the police the pretext to attack peaceful protesters trying to affect real change. So with that, Bill, let's go ahead and roll track.
I lost my job
go ahead and explain
a year before
what we're
this.
looking at here.
I lost my job before this. So this is during the time in which I had a lot of free time. And it would be my last year in Portland before
Track number 2 on the DVD player.
Before launching the store, which Clyde Lewis
Okay, now what you're seeing here
swooped in on
are a number of suspicious characters
when I was gone.
that seem to be operating behind the black bloc. Go to the next track. Go to the next track, Bill. Go to the next track. Thank you. And what you're seeing here is a number of...
Sometimes I'd get impatient with Bill. Bill, I miss you. I miss you, Bill. I hope you're well. I know I can be a little... Bill, you'd be like, you're so hard to help, bro. But Bill, I told you to email me and you didn't. So, you know, I'm a little
softy. I was going to give you an example of violent video games that are programming our youth to be killers in the future. That was what that last clip was about, but we don't have time.
So I was under psychosis from Alex Jones that they're all like government agents or being led by a
These are the men that I'm watching. In particular, this gentleman in the
What
back.
if I was right? What if I was right, though? What if I was right? See, it's crazy because like right now, like Clyde Lewis thought I was a nutter, but here's the deal. Clyde Lewis is a part of the conspiracy network that'll blame like George Soros and like special interests for like Portland protests if he did that. And so isn't it interesting that I was on the case before Trump and then I stood up for white off-gridders and I exposed China and Portland on a deep level. Trump never exposed. I don't think that if Trump knows about Portland corruption, he's not saying anything about it. And I don't think that he's innocent, by the way, with regards to, you know, that thing with that dude who's dead. Not at all. I think people that think he's innocent when he talks about grabbing women by the coochie don't have their screws properly aligned in their brain.
And I walked up and tried to discuss the issues with them. And
I don't see any evidence that society would allow me to talk about grabbing women by the you-know-what. But if I did, I would definitely get emails from women that like that super aggressive, you know, because I know when I cry and I show emotion in my life story that you lose respect for me, those of you that are female. I know that you think less of me when I cry before you and I share emotion, I talk about my mom. I know that it makes you angry, that I'm not like other men.
Know that we know that they have been infiltrated and that they are being watched.
I'm explaining my position to them.
They didn't take too kindly to that, and in fact, they're calling me the Fed, they're calling me the cop, they're calling me the fake, because I choose to affect change in a more peaceful,
Thank God for David. David,
way.
why'd you have to become a flat earther?
This is the helicopter.
I gave David my
overview
whole hard drive of content.
downtown
He
Portland
like threw it
on
away.
April 8th, 2010.
If I was
3
David,
days
I'd at
ago.
least be curious what Ansary is saying. See, folks, that's why I think it's
The
mind
question
control.
is,
I don't think that there's
why
any
did the
rational
police
reason
allow
for a
this-
person to feel like they have to tune me out. If they're already a conspiracy theorist and they're Portland, I don't think it's rational for anyone who's a conspiracy theorist in the Portland area to not listen to Alex Ansary. I think that shit's mentally ill. So if people deem me mentally ill after 2010, 2011, okay. And I told you I went off on Marshall, the black journalist in Portland, who writes the private email. And I basically said, you, the people of Portland, threw my ass away. Okay, and that hurt like a rape or a brass knuckle attack. Monty and wife, he came to my meetup. Reply all, reply all. I replied to every mofo on that email thread. How many emails do you think came in the next day? 0.
Group to set up their own perimeter with police tape.
They're not even like, oh man, his emotions are, they're like, yeah, so you're in pain. So what? Who cares about you? They have no normal, hey man, I don't know if you're out there, but I'm so sorry if I hurt your feelings and went too far. But like, this is what this isolation did to me. And I told you, you did lots of talking, bro, all over town, actually. Okay, regarding your stories. So I'm trying to help people here, okay? But I'm sorry if I hurt somebody's feelings. You're still the greatest friend I've ever had so far. You're in the top 5 of my best friends of all time. And it's only because I love you, brother, from another lifetime, that I've even given you the criticism that I have. But I wouldn't be the man that I am today without your hard ass scolding me about certain things in this reality. And one day I'll tell the audience every good piece of advice you ever gave me. I just hope one day you'll come to talk to me again privately and go deep and teach me stuff. Because you haven't been my teacher in a long time. And I miss. My friend A-Man went to work in mainstream America, and he worked so hard for his employers, they threw his ass away too. And I feel so bad for him. Just so you know, he worked so hard for this company. 60 hours a week. I told you he was a badass, but he put on the suit, and he became a manager of a big company. And they worked him to death, man. And so I went and I worked and did OTBTV, and he went and he worked and he did, and I bust tables. And then he also was a trainer. He trained people in bodybuilding here and there privately. And maybe some fighting over the years. He definitely did lots of that in the 80s and 90s and trained one guy so well he was able to bounce at the club. So that's not a bad teacher. He just didn't take me as far as I could go. Or wanted to go. Anyway, we're going to watch awesome fight clips. Roadhouse, Bolo Young, Rumble in the Bronx on Substack. So get on Substack, and the next video coming after this in a few days will be analysis of movies.
Now, when you look at the actual tactics, whether you choose to call them the Black Bloc or Antifa.
This was actually quite the show. I don't know what you think about this. I used to put on quite the presentation. People that are low IQ might be what happened to Alex. Alex lost housing in Portland, and he stopped having a show. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it. Now I do my own show, and I'm not in Portland.
Anarchist. There's always
and being in Portland did light me up, and being in the studio did light me up. But I don't know if you're picking up on the fact that I'm getting back in the zone where I'm at.
That seem to be conveniently there.
But I used to do this show live. People were watching me live, and when you're watched live, your dopamine is higher if it's real TV. If it's internet, my dopamine is not high. It's low. It's the opposite. I hate being live on the internet. But when it's live on Access TV, it feels awesome, like you're a rock star.
Tipped over, barriers put up.
Going live on YouTube feels like you're getting an implantable microchip. Getting emails, getting contacts, feels like you're getting zapped with electricity and you're strapped to a chair like Clockwork Orange. I know that sounds schizophrenic, but I think you need transparency. When you contact me on the internet, I feel like electricity zapping me, and I feel like I have a microchip. So for days, I don't read your email sometimes because I don't want to feel zapped. It just comes at me through the screen, and I'm not the only person that's reported this. Some people that have watched my channel and have had me tell them off on their lack of empathy have claimed that they felt a punch through the email, and they thought it was me. And if it is me, man, that's one cup of coffee. Just imagine what people can do to save the world if that's what's going on. But if people are going to go that route, then why don't you join the Dion Fortune group and we do something with the power of our minds? You see? So either you do believe in the power of the mind or you don't. Maybe people think they have the power of the mind if they want to put down someone and call them a witch. But when it comes down to let's do this meditation, email me, ask me for the magical Battle of Britain. Nobody's asked me. And the one person who I did email the Battle of Britain doesn't see value in it. So that's interesting.
And the police knew they were going to do this. It's on portlandindymedia.org. It's on all of their websites. A call to arms, a call for violence, a call for indiscriminate property damage. But is the media asking the questions that I'm asking? No.
And when I did abuse, I'll tell you in the life story, I never really engaged in property destruction, right? But when I did experience drug usage in the 2000s, you know, I did a few things that were not proper that I would not do again. But I was not like these folks. And I was never like these folks at protests. And I never stole from people. You know, I took some pants from Nordstrom and I got in trouble, and that ended my Second Amendment in 1999.
In fact, the media is censoring my concerns that I feel are extremely valid. They say protest.
So notice how I've been singled out, I've been slandered, I was targeted, I was forced on my land. But before Trump exposed Antifa, I just want you guys to know, in case I'm killed or in case I lose the will to live later on in life, you have now these recordings and these podcasts that are giving you, for those of you that have a heart, and you're not like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz, for those of you with an actual heart, right, you actually have an interest in these long-form programs.
And police, and they show images of yours truly with a megaphone, but they don't.
That's right. They put me on the news. They put me on the news, and they acted like I was a part of the protest when I was megaphoning them. And because of that, for the first time ever in Portland, Oregon history, I had found that week, right, a MDMA connection, which I had sought for years in Portland to find and never could, a real MDMA connection. And the second he saw me on the news was the second that he said he wouldn't give me the medicine that I needed, the MDMA, the Molly that I needed, because he was convinced that I was under surveillance from the government because I was on the news. So you need to understand, a lot of white, tall Portlanders that have experienced real white Portland privilege, and girl, you know it's true, they are so scared of the government. It's like they don't have bravery and they're anything but superior. You are wrong, wrong, wrong. For those of you that are obsessed with this purity racial attitude, it's hell. All that Nazi ethno-state type of keep the bloodline pure is craziness. The only reason I even had the level of intelligence that I have is because my parents are from extremely different places, and they both seem to have a history of intelligence, great intelligence in their heritage. And so when different families have deep, deep intelligences and can speak multiple languages and have authored multiple books, at least on my dad's side, there's a history. There's no history of any book written on the mother's side, the supposed Anglo-Saxon, superior, tall, white man, successful Western civilization side. There's no evidence anywhere that any of my white ancestors wrote books. But there's countless books and poetry on the dad's side. So I disagree with your rejection of my story being valid, and how you can learn about the global conspiracy and the players and the network from the people that I personally rubbed elbows with. God has shown me the devil through the people that have come at me and were my old friends. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Hey, Aaron, it's not your mom's illness that you hate the Palestinians. Stop blaming your mom's illness for you being a Walsh Shapiro fan who only hates the left and feminism, yet you're feminized up the ass.
Show what I'm saying. They don't play the audio.
You don't have a position to be criticizing feminism until you become masculine.
Why they're doing that is beyond me. But go ahead and go to the next.
Hey, Gunner Standard, why didn't you not try to help Aaron think for himself and stop listening to these yahoos? Or were you listening to all these yahoos together with your sister? Does your sister know you like Stefan Molyneux, Gunner? And Gunner, if you're so superior, why did you end up shooting heroin to begin with? What's the real reason why your parents split up? Gunner, what happened when you were a kid? Gunner, what happened when you were a kid? Other people who I'm not going to name that are in the audience, what happened when you were a kid?
Track, Bill, because this is a 1-hour show and we're cramming a lot of info here.
I'm loving it, folks.
This is me confronting the Portland police commander on what's going on, the situation.
Solar flares. Later on, I was drinking with David, who was holding the camera, and he look at this shit.
Okay, now before Bill, I want you to go ahead. Pause. We're going to go to that in a minute, but give me a sec to go ahead and let them know what they're about to watch. This is where I turned on the black bloc and confronted them on their behavior. Go ahead.
It's all cause for violence, cause for property destruction, and it appears that the federal government...
Now what you're going to see is this cop cry. Something about me and what I'm saying triggers this guy.
Pause. Okay.
Yeah, no, you pause. Clyde Lewis also berated me for exposing a member of the IDF who loaded a firearm in class at PSU. Clyde claimed that I had Nazi fans that harassed this Jewish guy for loading a firearm. His name was Zachariah something. So because I covered it on Access TV, Clyde blamed me. He singled me out. But yet the Oregonian, which is like basically a Hearst newspaper, reported on it. So I don't believe Clyde Lewis that I have Nazi fans. I have Nazi stalkers now that are fans of what I say, but they don't want to take accountability for what they did when I was off grid, but that's different. I didn't have Nazi stalkers then at all. It wasn't until I went off grid and they became jealous. Before going off grid, the neo-Nazi harassment towards me and racism was almost non-existent, with the exception of what I dealt with from white Portlanders. So-called patriots treated me with the utmost respect. Alex Jones fans, what are now the Trump supporters, are basically like my old homies. But now we're not homies because I'm not Trump. Hey, I'm sorry, but it's Ansary 2024.
Okay, graphic man. I want you to go up to Zachariah and I want you to bring up his picture. You saw me bring it in earlier.
But by the way, I this probably is the right time to tell you this. I do believe in psychic abilities that get really cranked up when you're watching videos, that you can psychically pick up on what's on the video or what's about to be said and psychically start talking about it, and then you hit play and you're talking about what you just said. That's just what happened here. So that's my intuition. I have not watched this video since 2010, and my self-esteem is so shot. That's what's so sad about being called a narcissist, that I thought that this show sucked. Because the way that Clyde Lewis treated me and the people of Portland treated me and the way that Alex Jones pulled this off his website after it went up, it made me think that I was shit. So I think that you're shit if you support Trump calling out Portland but not me. I just think that there needs to be transparency between us so that you know how I feel, and if you want to change the situation in the next year once you wake up to what the truth is, feel free to give me a call and help me get some land and help me have a home and help me be happy before I die. Help me know. I want to know what love is. Would you like to listen to that song by Foreigner with me later and hold hands? Would you like to hold hands under the table? Would you like to play footsie?
Portland State University student.
Would you like to have sex in the astral plane and have a virgin birth? You know. But yeah, I'm definitely making a mistake assuming that there's nice ladies out there in the UK thinking about me. Boy, was I wrong on that. I'm actually not sensing that at all. The second I'll say that is the second her ass will get zapped with some sort of mind control that I'm no good. So you're a pretty woman. You're a very pretty woman. But I don't sense that you actually like me. So, hey, have fun.
And we are going to show the people of Portland what this suspected agent provocateur who is currently going to Portland State University actually looks like.
I can outthink, I can outbox, and I can outtalk. The best of them. Okay, you were advised to help me reach the most powerful men on the planet to at least influence them to do better.
Hey, folks, that was trying to sell guns.
If you want Trump to call me, fine. But he needs to hear what I have to say and not talk over me.
On campus, he was trying to teach people how to make Molotov cocktails, and John Hall, a professor of economics at Portland State University, called him out in the middle of the classroom.
Okay, so John Hall called him out and it made the news. But I'm the bad guy, according to Clyde Lewis. I'm the guy with the Nazi following, according to Clyde Lewis.
And what happened to John Hall is he was let go approximately...
I'd appreciate it if those of you watching this forward this to the Ground Zero Radio website and just say, if you do agree with what I said and you don't believe that what I did was wrong with regards to the Portland thing, then maybe you should communicate that to him and how you feel about left-wing protests and his lack of discussion regarding it and this whole thing that happened between me and him. And if you feel so inclined, you can also add an extra sentence that says, I support Alex coming on your show. You should let Alex come on your show to talk to Portland. You should fix the past. I'm going to stop being a little feminized bitch, and I'm going to stop begging this dude to talk to me. And I'm just going to make this video and put it out there. Okay? This is going to be a long video, guys, but the reason this is happening is because I need this healing. And there's going to be long form videos coming every day this week, whether I have my medicine or not. And I mean my medicine, for those of you that just came in, I'm not mentally ill. I'm talking about for stress from my life and my environment, I need CBD, THC. And I don't have a budget right now that allows me to have my medicine on a regular basis. And the people that listen right now, they're not of an agreement that I need to take my medicine and have the finances for my medicine. So the medicine funds aren't there. So I'm going to go off the THC medicine because everybody's in agreement, basically, that I shouldn't have my medicine, and they like me when I'm screaming and shouting and flipping over tables. So if that's what you want to go that way, you want to do it that way, okay, let's rock, baby.
Only 3 months ago. And Bill, if you're looking for a picture, he's the young guy. He's looking at the camera. It looks like he has a reddish goatee. It's up there at the beginning of the graphics. It's actually very...
Your donations go to medicine, folks. Medicine. And many people in America have access to medicine and affordable medicine and funds for medicine. You understand? So people of a certain genetic type that have been tortured by their parents, they're absolutely justified in using CBD, especially if my dear mummy is experiencing the CBD and the half the nation it's legal, half the nation it's not. And also, it's really sad how the police state has brainwashed so many pot smokers to live in fear. Okay, and there's a lot of ways in which pot smokers live in fear. Okay, and it's not just the THC causing them to be paranoid. It's the fact that they're a part of this society and they're not brave people. It's not the pot that's the problem. It's them. They're the reason we're in the mess that we're in. Not pot smokers, but cowards, folks. Cowards. Cowards. It just happens to be a coincidence there's a lot of cowardly pot smokers that are scared to help someone with medicine when they need it, or with Molly or MDMA. It's amazing how many cowards are out there, but yet there are people all over the internet trading and buying MDMA on the black market or the dark web and mushrooms. But I don't know these people. I would love to know someone had the Molly, or somewhere where I can travel in America to take part in a study and stay in the hospital and say, yes, I have this unresolved thing that happened in Aurora with my uncle and my mom and my dad, and now some of you are getting it. You didn't hear that before, and some of you heard my trauma before, and you still didn't give a damn, which was just shocking.
Easy to find at the top of the graphic list, or very close. It's right before the articles. And so if you know who Zachariah is, you should contact me if you have any information about what he's involved in, who he is.
I was just reporting on what the news reported.
I came up to him at the protest last week. He declined an interview to clear his name, which even makes him more suspect. Zachariah is someone that supposedly is from Portland, Oregon, but he is a admitted ex-IDF Israeli Defense Force sniper.
You gotta understand, white supremacy, folks, is real. Those of you on the right in denial, need to stop. Portland, Oregon is the best example of it. And it was super Nazi-esque in the 80s and 90s before the left-wing thing happened. They always had a progressive left-wing too, but they always had hardened gangsters and killers too. You do know that, right? No, you don't. I guess some people never heard of Portland, Oregon until 15 years ago.
Palestine and Gaza.
Meaning you don't know the world that the A-Man lived in which he was beat up by a group of blacks in the late 70s and basically left for dead. You don't understand the hardened criminals that are there, the bad gangbangers. And due to lack of vitamin D, now I realize why I was socked in the face by larger black men over 5 times. Not that anyone black listening to this in Portland, Oregon gives a damn. They would in fact think I'm racist towards black people for knowing that it was black people that punched me in the face. That's actually a Portland thing.
He is proud of what he's
Black Lives Matter and Afghans are monsters. Black Lives Matter, Afghans are monsters. But hey, Palestinians.
So with that,
love them Palestinians. Afghans are monsters. Black Lives Matter.
According to eyewitnesses, has tried to sell or teach people how to make Molotov
This guy's like, I do not understand Alex Ansary. I did have an enunciation slip, I think, in this part. And so I had such a confidence problem in my speaking ability that I was afraid that this specific rant got me pulled from Infowars because I slipped on a word or something. Like my self-criticism is like PhD level. That like makes everybody think I'm a narcissist, like in my eyes, like a full-blown like derp retard. Just having a little bit of confidence in what you're saying isn't narcissism, and wanting people to support your work and to not want to die in the streets is not narcissism. Okay, a lot of people's definition of these things is not working. So I'm highly self-critical, and was so self-critical, I have not watched this show in 14 years. And I felt a strong spiritual intuitive calling, just so you know, to upload this last week on the day of a Portland protest. And Alienation makes me think of that song Alienation by Scorpions. Maybe he's an alien. Well, he is in Portland. Wouldn't be surprised. It was something about Portland protests firing up, and it was right after a solar flare. So I was immediately thinking about, I need to get this out there on the internet. The people of the earth who might find this, and please pray for me for whatever shadow banning I'm experiencing on YouTube, for the curse or the dark energy to be lifted. For the dark energy to be lifted, for the interference to be lifted, for people to start liking the channel and videos again, and for those likes to appear. Okay, so far only one of you is doing after reporting at Search for the Truth. And I didn't know about him for a while because he was talking to somebody that I felt was after me, that wasn't forthright with him about being after me. He was telling him he was my friend, I think. So there's like a lot of folks out there that'll say they're anti-New World Order when they're straight up Illuminati, New World Order, 111% in their energy.
Knock on the door. Knock on the door. But these guys, hell no.
Sounds pretty clear to me. No one ever said good job to me regarding this. I'll leave comments up to see if you viciously rip me a new one. Let's see how many of you abuse the comment section today. Let's see how many of you ignore the comment section today. Let's see how many of you see if there's a comment section and likes and you ignore both and you dislike because I'm against Portland being burned up. Many of you will dislike me even like uploading anything, and you're never going to win at life with that attitude.
Take off your mask! Take off your mask! The mask!
The masks are on fire!
Okay, looks like we've got some issues with the DVD. Bill, go to the next track.
I'm just an eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind.
Looking at you.
Whoa, dude. We're still recording. I did not know that I just did the psychic thing again. I did not watch this in 14 years, bro. This is crazy. That means you might be gifted too. You might hit play, for those of you that are not dark psychics, and you might also pick up on intuitive energy. So I am disappointed that female intuitives are not in the audience that have healing capabilities. I'm sad. So every perception that you have about 5D and Ascension has been popped. Unless women really do hate me with white supremacy, there's no reason why I'm not receiving Reiki. There's no reason why Portland women are not in the audience, and there's no real rational reason why my former lover, to be frank, sees my current videos as worthless. In my opinion, and I showed you her pretty face recently, and I hope she's doing well. But is she guaranteed a trip to heaven? I can't guarantee that because there's a lot of carnalism there. That's not my problem. and is exactly why I'm not lovable.
So after I expose them, they vanish.
You know what I mean? Carnalism, it's hopping from partner to partner. And really, we'll talk about, like, how can a woman create a mindful sex orgy with multiple men if that's what she really wants. But if you want to go down that route hole, if you want to go down that route of exploring your sexuality and you want to bring various men together that hopefully don't abuse women for real and rape them for real, even if they're a little kinky. So my advice is to build a tribe of decent men if you're going to experiment with group sex. Talk to the men about it. Tell them your interests and what you're not into. Okay, but women that just go from partner to partner to partner that spread the entities without the men knowing that there's a bunch of men, that's the part that I don't agree with. If you're going to be a super whore with a whole super girl outfit, I'm super whore. 1,000 men today, right? But be honest and be like, I'm going to love all of you. Just like make sure all the men are down with that. Because if they're not down with that and know that you're loving a lot of men, the immoral aspect is passing me entities. Now, I've now shown you white women that know about sexual entities, so you don't actually still have a car to call me a schizoid. I could show you a video with a white woman talking about entities being passed forward, and it will have 20,000 views. But if I do it, right, 3 of you will like it, and 3 of you will dislike it, because it's me. And then if I talk about it in the shadow banning, you'll become angry and unsub and think that I'm anti-white. That's how brilliant this satanic attack on my soul actually is.
It looks like we might have to take the DVD out and rub it on your sleeve. I'm not really sure. But go ahead and do that, Bill, as soon as you can. Do a little clean, and then take it to track 8 and just hit play. Okay, we'll stop there because this gets into some other areas, which an alternative view on what really went down in the streets. Go ahead and go to the next video. And I want to thank Bill for coming in tonight. There's a lot of work we've got obviously on our hands
right now. We showed you earlier a group of about 40 people have been protesting. The police custody death of James Chassie.
Chuck, I don't know if you're out there, but you know lots of guys that are bastards that treat me like I'm a little inward boy. So I just thought you should know that you talk to people that are total jerks.
Megan Cockstein joins us now live with the very latest tonight. Megan? Well, protesters slipped away from the scene just about a block.
Like they're not being forthright with you that they're monsters behind the scenes is what I'm getting at. They're not, Jack Blood isn't deserving is what I'm communicating. I'll send this to Mr. France and he'll send this to you.
From here about a half hour ago, but not before leaving a pretty big mess at the intersection of Northwest.
Jack Blood is actually a very, very mean man behind the scenes.
13th and Everett. They knocked
These men to each other who didn't like each other, and then later on, Jack Blood goes on the Clyde Lewis show. But when I met Jack Blood in person and interviewed him in person on video, he didn't know who Clyde Lewis was. Alex Jones wanted nothing to do with the Clyde Lewis DVDs that I tried to give him. He looked at me like I was a retard. Later on, they go on each other's show. So, like, your boy Ansary, like, beat Trump to the punch, Alex Jones to the punch, and I told you I predicted the Chinese-Russian invasion of America if it happens, or attack. You know Alex Jones eventually will come around. Are you ever going to tell Alex Jones about Ansary? That Ansary first? I will respect my mother's wishes and not have anything to do with Alex Jones, so my mother gets credit for saying that she thanks God that Alex Jones never saw anything in me. And so me and my mom, right now, Mom, high five, high five, high five. My dad, high five too. But my dad said to me today on Facebook, son, I don't understand you. Yeah, I don't understand you either, and I deactivated my page like that.
Over dumpsters, left trash on the ground, and they actually used caution tape to block off that entire intersection. The group in the middle of the intersection was dressed.
My sister is watching me, folks. I've got a sister out there, and she's watching her brother. So, God is great.
In all black, and even covering their faces with black handkerchiefs. They were holding signs protesting the death of James Chassie. They were chanting the names of of Aaron Campbell and also Jack Collins, both who were recently shot and killed by Portland police officers. They were chanting the names of Aaron Campbell and also Jack Collins.
See how I am presented as one of them in this clip? They don't report on me protesting.
Collins,
It's like I'm
both
one of them. You see what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and
who were recently shot and killed by Portland police officers, protesters to make sure they were right side up and
okay, pause.
Putting back all the garbage bags that these protesters had left.
Here's the situation, and thank you, Anita, for censoring what I was screaming out of the megaphone. I was not with a megaphone calling the Portland police murderers at that particular moment. I was calling out the black bloc, as you just saw me document. I asked her why she did not put that on the air. She ignored me and looked away. And the fact of the matter is, the media is being attacked by multiple groups physically. Fox News was attacked. They had their cords ripped out. Obviously, I'm not a fan of Fox News. Right-wingers both attacking the media physically, basically. January 6th and Antifa, and both wearing masks. Folks, please get out of the gang you're in right now. And if you know someone that's suffering from gang affiliation at this time, please forward this video to them. In fact, no, don't. If they're a zombie and they're foaming at the mouth right now, no, forget it. But the fact of the matter is, they've got to report the story. They just can't say all the protesters were calling them murderers. They got to also document the fact there are people there trying to expose what potential provocateurs are trying to do, and that's get a war going on. And so that's what I'm upset with there. And the fact of the matter was there was about 40 to 50 cops, not 20, so she actually just lied to you. Bill, if we can, go forward to the next track. This is my discussion with the Black Bloc. This is April 9th, the next day. This is 2 days ago.
You're fucking telling everybody that. You care so much about fighting the police. Since you care so much, we are doing that. I'm doing that. People telling me everyone. Snitch check. You don't have anything to fear. You got nothing to hide. I'm not wearing a mask. It's a bullshit. I'm not wearing a mask. It's a bullshit. I'm not wearing a mask. But you're still a fucking cop. I'm still watching Alex. You're still a fucking cop. You guys are being led into a trap. You guys are being led into a trap.
Bill, next track. Okay, next DVD, rather, and then we're going to move it up to track number 3. And what you're going to see here is the second time that I bullhorn this group because of the way they are conducting their protest. I am not with the police. I am not pro-police. I am attempting to expose the plans for the complete martial law federal takeover of the police and our city. How many other people in this city are doing that? How many other people went to Top Off 4 to report that this was a CIA, FBI takeover of the city, and also the Mossad in Israel was also involved in drills taking place in Portland, by the way. And we just happen to have an Israeli sniper, IDF, thank you, Zechariah Budarest, who's going to State University in Portland, PSU, and no one's talking about this. You're watching ball games, you're watching American Idol, maybe not you necessarily, but perhaps your neighbors, perhaps your friends. I mean, every time I go out, people are like, hey, don't talk about politics or religion, when in reality, I talk about life, spirituality, how do we keep our neighborhoods safe, how do we keep our planet. I have talked nonstop about keeping your community safe from criminals as a non-cop, and yet a former employee who messaged me and said, please don't say my name and slander, and yet he tried to destroy my life, and yet he's a counselor. He doesn't believe in the teachings of Jesus, but yet because I called them the archons, not demons, he acted like it was a Christian retaliation for Jesus. The things that were done to me that were negative were done for Satan in the name of Jesus, if you can understand what I'm communicating to you at this time. You know, it's, go ahead and roll it. We're running out of time. Go ahead and start filming over this. I want you to get a pan over. They're like lemons. How many cops do you think we got here? They're getting paid a lot, aren't they? We're looking at about 30.
What? About 30 plus 6 on horses plus 10 for bikes. Yeah, practicing on how to fucking.
Yeah, that's true. No, we're not against this, but what we are against is the violence. You know, when you call for violence.
Exactly. Okay, now they're going to be provoking, David, and so we're going to take a look. I'm not going to waste my time megaphoning. We got to observe what's going on here.
I know.
David, I think we should cross the street. I'm not going to march with them. Yeah, go over there with your mouth. We're not marching with them. Go ahead, cross the street. The cop and have gone to the other side. This is how far blown their mind is gone. How much they've been brainwashed by those controlling the chapters of this anarchist movement. I'm just saying, the cops are How's it going? How are you? I'm alright. Hanging out. Nice day for it. Hey, Alex! I was over there. I was with you guys on the 29th. When you guys started smashing up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you do at the banks, right? You're always talking about the banks, man.
Yeah.
The banks, the federal government, the FBI, COINTELPRO. You know Hal Turner is a Nazi, and Hal Turner got $100,000 to be a rocketeer. He got $100,000 to be a rocketeer to spread his hateful message. And then you look at the black bloc, and then you take a look at what's taking place in Canada. Over and over and over again, they get caught red-handed. There were even some anarchists that threatened a woman with rape in New York not too long ago. Read about it on PortlandIndyMedium.org. How are the people that's funding your operation? You're calling for indiscriminate property damage. What if you attack someone's property that's against the police state? What if you attack my property? What if you attack? You can't just call for indiscriminate property damage. You're not affecting any real change.
That's true, Alex.
All right, hit pause, Bill. We need to have a discussion, you and me. This is a call to action. I need your help. I think most of you are intelligent enough to go over to google.com and find out what the number is for the city of Portland and call Mayor Sam Adams and let him know you're aware of this story, that we're reporting this, and leave him a voicemail. This is a call to action. I am asking for your help. Is to open up a store and help people get prepared, so I'm looking to move in the next couple months. As a result of the lifestyle I have chosen to live, I have just been evicted from my home. So Clyde Lewis swooped in on that store. And the people of Portland hated me because I thought I was in it for the money even though I was homeless. Having fornication with random, drunkards, basically, that were never my friends afterwards. It was, I actually have some stories I'd like to share. They're a little explicit. That'll probably be for the autobiography paperback to be released by July 2025. Preferably December 2025, but we'll go for the solar peak of 2020 unless it happens sooner. So Clyde swooped in on the survival store, and I'll tell you more about that later. I was told by a roommate, pause Bill, that when martial law is declared, they're going to come to the house looking for me because I am a liability to the home. According to the landlord, they saw me on the news and they think I'm with the black bloc. They think I'm trying to start a riot. I have been asked to leave my home. I will not have a home in 2.5 over 10 times in roommate situations in Portland due to my content, my podcast, and all of my podcasts have been deleted by Doug Owen, and not a single one of you has shown the human maturity and consciousness and soul voltage to say that you did actually email Doug Owen and say, why did you delete Alex Ansary's 10 years of recording?
So understand, when I get angry and irritated, I don't think it's irrational. If you're going to take the time to listen to this for hours, you can create a fake profile. It takes you 2 minutes. You can email doug@blacklistednews.com and go, where are Ansary's files? We've listened to Ansary's stuff. You are wrong that he just attacked his audience. He actually covered a lot of stuff. You're exposed. You understand? Now, Doug is subscribed to the Substack, but he is not responding to what I'm saying. Okay? So, Doug Owen, to me, is a piece of shit. And I used to talk to Doug Owen for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, thinking, like, I had psychosis back then. I thought, like, we were friends.
2.5 weeks. So remember,
From a lot of psychosis folks and thinking that you're my friends, and I'm sorry that I have issues. I'm trying to work on it.
when you see me get angry, when you see me get upset, it's because I feel that you're not trying to help, that you're just watching the show and you're taking this show, this facility, my message, the fact that I'm putting my life on the line for granted. And I'm asking you to not take me for granted, and I'm asking for your help. I'm asking for your help. I'm asking you to not just watch the show.
I'm doing the same thing right now, dude. Nobody helped me then, and no one's going to help me now. So basically, I'm just making these recordings as part of the historical record that your help was asked. And people of a sound, stable consciousness have not contacted me, that are off-grid, that are already established. It's one thing if you're going to go out and, touch the water and you've lived in LA your whole effing life. We're the off-gridders that are already out there, right? I've been told about suspicious observers 1,000 times. Has the guy ever heard of Ansary? There's an inbox message from me to him. Okay? And so, folks, you got to address this.
Oh, but to email me, call me out, needs to heal. It's going, look, we have to flush our system, our Portland police unit of all the bad cops. You retired? Retired?
Yeah.
From what?
I was a caregiver.
Caregiver?
No. Yeah, it's, hang on a second. It is...
Well, things certainly have changed in the last couple of decades.
Oh, they have indeed.
I think family values are very important.
You don't understand. I think my mom also have faced a hard life because she had me. So I don't know where things are going to end up, but I'm completely powerless to do anything to help my mom financially. So I'm pretty fucked up in the head right now, being afraid for my mom. And I never stopped being afraid for her since she threw me away at 14. Because I never thought she was moral for that. And so I always feared for her, knowing that she lived a life of immorality. I'm just being transparent with you. So I fear for her, I fear for the A-man, I fear for my dad. And really, they may be protected by something for their whole lives until they cross over. But I don't think that they lived moral lives and tried to help anyone. If they did, they didn't really work really hard to tell me that story. That A-man maybe by being in the positions that he did. But as far as my mom and dad, that part I don't see. I told my dad, I begged my dad, please tell me how you saved lives in Afghanistan when you served this country for U.S. troops. Tell me about your military friends, your veteran friends. He won't say anything. And so, because I am kind of a conspiracy person, because I did have a dream of a military person putting my dad into an arm lock, that I am under the impression that he witnessed torture and is keeping his mouth shut. And that if he was to say something like, assassins would, So. A lot of you really don't even know jack shit about the things that you should know about me. That's what's scaring me about you. Like, you'll spend time on, like, trivial shit. Like, is Alex a bad boy on the run? Like, ooh, maybe, ooh. And then, like, when the real shit comes out, the autobiography, like, you don't even touch it like it's dog poop. Not a single like, not a single comment. It's almost as if you're not even listening to this right now. Interesting. You try to protect your wife and kids with that brain?
There's less people that are talking to one another as human beings. What do you think about the economy that the younger generation is about to inherit?
Well, it's awful. It's very, very bad. I'm sorry. I really have to go, though.
Well, take care. All right, pause. Go ahead and eject the DVD. We're going to play the DV cam tape in just a little bit. We're going to leave tonight's show with a little bit of laughter to heal from all this violence and cultural violence. We're going to try to create a little bit of laughter. Laughter, it's good to laugh. It's good to smile. It's good to smell the flowers. It's good to be engaged in nature. I don't just think about conspiracies. I spend my time meditating where I can in nature. I love to be in nature. I'm praying more. I believe I'm protected by a higher force that's protecting me from harm, and I believe that's why I haven't received any death threats, I haven't broken a bone, and I've never been attacked on any level. And I think that I'm going to survive the things to come in the future. Whatever comes in 2012, I believe I'm going to be a leader in the post-crash American nightmare, and that's my goal in life. And mind is, and we all have to open up our mind. In the last report, and then we're going to go ahead and play the video. Earth struck by most powerful space storm in 3 years, and we're going to talk about this for about a minute. So we've got riots, we've got earthquakes in Baja, we've got the anarchists running wild. My mom works very hard to avoid all news that she deems to be unspiritual and negative. But the situation that we've got here is that I've been talking about this for so solar flares, earthquakes, riots, human excitability, agitation, schizophrenia, psychic awareness, third eye expansion. The energy is coming in. Big time. I can feel it. You can feel it. So you need to be aware that there are things happening up there that are affecting us down here.
Stick with your own kind. Stick with my own what? Ansary kind? Half white, half Afghani? Bro, there's hardly any of us on Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're all freaked out about future Alex Ansaries and shit. Like, the whole like freak out border-wise is about like a future planet of folks like me running around. Like, wow. Like, you do know that's a major component of it. It's not, folks, it's not just about keeping the criminals out. No, that's a effing lie. There is a conscious fear of humans like me existing, and you're disdaining for me, like, being honest with you and forthright with you, is why I currently don't see hope for the population. You would have to be nice to me, show me more than 3 likes, share the content, and show me some sort of, like, responsiveness from you for me to believe that there's any hope whatsoever for our collective survival. I don't believe that. I'm going to die, you're going to die. The question is when and where we go after. This planet is hell. And my show pretty much proves it.
And whether we become more conscious beings, angels, or demons, or what.
Pretty much proves the hell simulation theory. And what happened to me in this life. Because I'm a good boy. I'm not a bad boy. I'm a better man than Donald Trump. You should right now be contacting me after this video with an offer to fly me somewhere to where we can rent out the Hilton in Los Angeles. Gunner Standard will come down, we'll do a high five, smoke a bowl. No, he's probably doing the AA thing still. Still probably hasn't actually found out what real recovery is. Poor guy.
Whatever is up to you, your free will.
He would benefit from CBD. But he was brainwashed into thinking that that leads to...
You need to understand.
You could read the pain clearly through my face. Yeah, there was a lot of serious trauma, but really the real pain came in recent years. That's when the real nightmare began, was just the last couple of years. Like, you actually have no idea.
Understand that there are things.
You're not even curious. That's the amazing thing. It's just stay positive, get over the past, stop being a piece of shit host. We just want a conspiracy theorist who's going to cause us to defecate in our pants over theories about the end of the world around April 8th, 2024. Just talk fear, fear, fear. Don't talk about your life and God. But you talk about God the way I want you to talk about God. Yeah, call God this, but don't talk about the godlessness of your family life. But do it this way. Do it this way. I'm in control. I'm in control.
What's going on affecting us.
I've been severely traumatized by men very specific views on God and how to call it. Like those folks at the top have always been the people that made a beeline to punch me out energetically. The ones who are like, no, you must be religious the way I'm religious, or I will condemn you to hell. There's a long history of people obsessed with certain religious views and Old Testament views on God. I'm a Gnostic guy. I talk about the archons. The God of the Old Testament is not the real God at Outside the Box TV.
And you need to be responsible for how you relate to that energy. And I know that might sound a little bit metaphysical or, astrological for a lot of you, but, I encourage people to think outside.
People see the Old Testament God as one that divides the races and tortures people when the wrong human. So it's one thing to be like anti-Nephilim, but there's a lot of people that are acting like the different races are Nephilim, and that I'm Nephilim. And I'm the dummy for not screenshotting those comments that came in 2 months ago, calling me Nephilim. Okay, that's inappropriate. And when you have people out there that are willing to think that you're not a human, the question is, are they willing to commit murder or do things that can result in their murder? And the answer is yes. This person's not human, this is the shapeshifter. Like, it's one thing if you have theories. I have theories about women I slept with being reptilian because they have the slits in their eyes. I have lots of experience dealing with people that have slits in their eyes. So I do believe in reptilian hybrids, I just don't talk about it a lot. But I don't believe in harming them if they're hybrid. And a lot of other people, they'll take it to where an allegation that I'm a shapeshifter because of a poor camera quality will convince some people to commit homicide. There really are stories I've read about people that became possessed when they thought that their pastor was a reptilian and they killed him. And when I talked about that stuff on my program, Kyle Jacob Butler became possessed, stole my camera, committed robbery 3, then 2 weeks later called the cops and said I did something to him and made it up with his wife, who wasn't even present at the event, who was inside, because she slaved away for him all the time making food, and he kicked her ass. So, white women have not yet stood up for their own dignity, and they're silent about the treatment and abuse within the white culture. And they project, and my mother did this too, exclusively onto the brown culture. But they don't take accountability for how their dads fucked them up, fornicated with other women and left their family and sold their farm. And that's what happened to me. That's what happened to the Nagels. And every grandson of Morris Nagel ended up fucked. Not literally fucked in the ass, but sometimes I really do wonder what they did to Anna.
Outside the box, not inside the box. And I'll remind you again, there's a reason why I named the show, why I named it Outside.
By the way, Bruce Nagel dated Sherry from the WE. Type in Sherry WE. I'm kidding, but that Kindle woman who is the mother of Anna, she's Sherry. And if you know Sherry, and Sherry was really cruel to my mom, was actually almost threatening. So, like, my mother is such a nutter that she doesn't even hold her brother accountable for dating a woman that threatened to beat her ass. This is the lack of, this totally reflects on Ruth and Morris. This absolutely, unless they tried their hardest, and I don't know that because I wasn't there when they were raising my mom as a teenager. So I don't know how many people she ran away and fucked and how young she was when she started that stuff. Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, lollipop, I don't know. The origin stories of their life has been hidden from me. All I do know is that she was really obsessed with ballet, just like today. Obsessed in an unhealthy way. And nothing else. It's like scary obsessed. And I perceive ballet to be a part of institutional white supremacy. If you Google it, you'll see many books and articles about that perspective.
The box. And so with that, with just a couple minutes left, I'm sorry we did not get to phone calls. I'll remind you that I do need your help to contact.
So she did not really enjoy the fact that she had me.
Opinion by the time she turned 34 in 1994, 1995. And that's why she kicked me out.
The media.
I was getting in her way.
Looking for another place to live because I've been evicted because I speak out, so I'm going to be homeless in about 2.5 weeks.
So your mom kicks you out, your grandpa kicks you out.
I pondered this late in the dark of night.
Donna kicks you out.
In a city of half.
Your roommate kicks you out.
One of my best friends.
So here, me and David, who became a flat earther, I sent this to Clyde thinking he would laugh. Clyde was not amused by this. Clyde was not amused by this. Is Clyde pro-Antifa today? I don't think so. I don't think Clyde would ever be pro. I've heard him sound critical of Antifa on the air, but he was not critical of Antifa on the air when I was there. I'm a man before his time. Many of you are psychic enough to pick up on that frequency. And this is why folks like Clyde don't like me. And it very much is like that scene from Back to the Future.
There ain't nothing in Portland in the media about the bigger bailouts. Ain't nothing about 9/11. Ain't nothing Ansary post is ever gonna make it in the media.
I was shadow banned there a lot.
That's right. Go to Portland in the media, folks. You read about it. That's where the violence is called for. We tell you what. Go. Bring these masks. Bring your masks. Get together with the block. We're gonna block up.
Block. Ain't that fresh?
We block up. We got your back. And then guess what? Guess what? If you ain't got the black on, guess what happens, folks?
Block up.
If you ain't got the
This is making me want to drink. Oh my God.
It's with you and me.
Bro, I'm so going to the store after this.
Some of them call us feds. They call us feds because we're breaking stuff and we're smashing stuff and we never get attacked.
This is probably my most historic episode in a long time. God bless your soul for being here.
They recognize.
They see solidarity.
They see solidarity. They know what's up.
Please share this with Portland folks so they know that I was born, that I came out of a human vagina.
F the police. F the police. Hell no, we won't.
I deserve to be in the history books of Portland, Oregon.
You know
what I mean?
We're gonna be there at night and
Zachariah Buddha.
I'm never talking to a Portlander again unless they're going to help me get my word out.
Forget about Jackson. We take action, you know.
Yeah.
We're not going to sext, dude. You and I are not going to sext. Don't fuck me.
Until PSU represented too because they got our back. PSU got the black blocs back.
There has never been a man like me ever in the city of Portland that's exposed like 1/10 of things that I have. I demand respect. Okay? I demand feminine love.
Everyone hate. They want to hate on Zachariah because John Hall, want to tell and snitch because Zachariah.
I demand feminine love, and your inability to give me feminine love is going to force me in the arms of other people that are going to give me that feminine love. If you on the internet can't give me that feminine love when I'm willing to talk to you for hours a day, like there's something fundamentally wrong with your soul. All I've ever done is try to help you. And there's a ton of you women that came at me after Coast to Coast, but you won't talk to me. It's my heritage. And none of you are my father's heritage. You keep talking about how you're being overpopulated and replaced. I understand your theory, and sometimes I agree. What I don't understand is why the women are only white when they find me. And so your theories about white people being replaced, even though I subscribe to it on Wednesdays but not Fridays, it doesn't always make sense to me because the demographic is 99% white. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or you might not even know what I'm saying.
Zachariah was trying to sell Molotov cocktails and sell guns. That's a cool dude. I don't care about his
once you start getting replaced and stuff, like the demographics will change. And there'll be more people liking what I'm saying because they'll relate to it. As long as you're not relating to it and you're all white and none of you have dealt with being called the perpetrator of 9/11 or connected to them, then you don't have empathy for that experience, just like the vast majority of nearly all black people. No one has empathy for me that's black that I know of at present, but they did in the past. A guy named Eli did in the past. And it's in the past.
Associations affecting women and children. Well, we want to break something. Zachariah wants to break something too, so that's what we're going to do. Be careful you don't break this too bad.
I'll break it.
But I'm telling you what.
I'm excited,
I'm telling you what. John Hall, he's a hater. John Hall, the professor, pointing out the agent provocateur. I mean,
he's fired. He's fired. You get in the way. You're getting crossing that line. Guess what?
Alleged provocateur.
That's it. Step and talk.
Better watch it, because Street's about to get fired up. Street's about to get hot.
Talk bad about the black bloc, boy.
And you got Ansary over here running his big Afghan mouth as if we care about what his brown ass has got to say. Talking about 9/11. Talking about bacon. Talk too much. Talk too much. Talk.
I thought Clyde Lewis would find this funny. Like he thought this was offensive.
You got a big bullhorn, but not much else. Tell you what, we got the ladies. They're not even out of high school hanging out with us.
Did you see me?
That little butt?
Tight little ass.
Hang out with me.
Tight little ass.
That's right, me. Go ahead.
No, I talk to the cops too.
Yeah.
Straight up, man. I tell them what's up, and they know who we are. They know what we're doing.
They know what's up,
That's
and
right.
they know not to touch
That's
us.
right. And
You
they
know
know-
why?
and they
Never mind. Don't shut. But you know those cops know. They know we're bad.
They let it.
Bad to the
They
bone.
know what.
Dun, 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 dun.
You know this
Bad
is
to the
ad lib,
bone.
right?
Dun, 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 dun.
Bad to the bone.
Dun, 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 dun.
They are bad to the bone.
So all you out there thinking we're provocateurs, no, we're not provocateurs. This is real, man. This is solidarity. We're gonna break some stuff up, man, and we're gonna create real change because we're the only thing that's real. We're anti-fascist, man.
That's
we're
right.
gonna go squat in the building and poop all over it, man, because this is real.
Oh, 1,000 videos, by the way, have been made public. So, and a historic level of videos have been made public today.
Hey, if you're a narc, then you're a shark, right?
Yeah.
I'm drinking
So anyway,
Stevia.
when's the next protest?
Check it out in Portland.
I'm ready to call my little high school girlfriends, and they're gonna all show up because they think I'm hot and cool
It's easy.
and
Just go to
revolutionary.
Portland Indie Media. That's it.
Portland Indie Media. Like I
Portland
said,
Indie
they
Media.
censor all Ansary's posts.
They don't let
They
nothing
censor
up.
all that stuff.
If it's talking positive, it's gotta go. It's all about violence on Portland Indie Media. Bring the violence, and bring your black bandanas and come on down and create
There's
some
gonna be an
violence.
uprising,
No,
folks.
We can't have no real peaceful protesting in Portland. It's all about anarchy.
It's all about destruction and death and fighting
I like
and might is
communism.
right and tribal this and tribal that and a bunch of monkeys throwing their poop at one another. All right, so I guess we gotta go. They're telling us to leave. They're trying to be a bunch of
Trying to
pigs
kick
in
me
here.
out of here, I guess.
Call it pigs.
Trying to
Call
make
it
me go.
pigs. Our streets. Our streets.
Black bloc.
This
Our
is
streets.
hysterical,
Our
man.
streets. Our streets.
How does somebody not watch that and laugh so hard that chocolate milk comes out of their nose? I love this woman. I love this woman. She got married, though. She really liked the white dude.
Hi, I'm Veronica Navarro
That's fine.
with the Underground News Network. The whole world is watching, or in this case, the FBI. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has a brand new wish list which will enable them to automatically search publicly available material from Facebook, Twitter, and other social media sites. According
This is me coaching her. This is me coaching a woman 12 years ago. This is very rare footage of a woman in a platonic setting working with me. Women won't work with me in a platonic podcasting scenario. They think everything's about fucking. I never try to force myself on this woman sexually. And I shared a tent with her and another man, okay, just so you know, and nothing happened. We were just like kids. Okay, I really am a good man. A lot of you don't know that. That makes me sad. And I miss this woman. I hope she's okay. And I hope the man that she's with didn't beat her up. Because she came to me when she was beat up, man, by her white boyfriend. And I'm tired of hearing that they're all perfect and none of them have flaws. I'm really tired of this. All right. Chris stopped talking to me when I told him that I perceived that I was going to be targeted for having an Islamic last name. And that's the last time that this guy ever talked to me. So he's like you guys. He loved me. He couldn't wait to meet me. And the second that he knew that I had issues was the second that he bought me books and shit about Afghanistan. He loved me so much. But when the fake news stuff took off after 2014, I'm sure Chris is no longer in the audience. This is so notice how Mark Passio talks about men need to fight and stuff, but when I meet Passio, he couldn't wait to get away from me. I was an embarrassment to Passio at his conference, just so you know how he feels about me. Hey, Paul Jenkins, what's up? Hey, Paul, do you know Mark Passio, or you just watch us both? Tell Passio what I told him, if you want to. If you want to. This is one of the only times I've known a man, basically a human who has a penis, who is willing to hold the punching pad for me, other than the A-man. The A-man is the only man that really had the ability to hold a punching pad.
More videos coming up from us.
This is
coming days.
proving to you that I'm not tight with immigrants, that immigrants hate me, and only white people like me, from what I can tell, which doesn't make sense because I'm like a hard ass against white supremacists. But white people love me, even if I criticize white supremacists and they stalk me, they still love aspects of my content.
Stay tuned.
So this guy threw me away, even though he saw me get attacked. So he's fine with me criticizing an immigrant, but I can't criticize Nazism. Because I had a perception that I would face Nazism. This guy of Germanic obvious heritage took offense to that. So they can criticize like terrorism and 9/11 and stuff like that, but you can't criticize Nazism where you're anti-white. And I'm telling you, I am a magical man of healing who is white. I'm just a brown white man. And so acting like I haven't faced things and acting like 9/11 wasn't an inside job, folks, it's not helping. So this is evidence that I'm not open borders and that these people do have demonic attachments and they hate me, whether it be my father. So 3 immigrants have attacked me that I know of.
We'll call the police, man.
Why are you taking a picture of me?
Get his license plate number.
Yo! Whoa, no.
That's assault. So I've been assaulted regularly times with my camera, and they basically did something to me in New Mexico because I was filming. That was another version of me being... I have like 5 different videos of me being attacked for filming. If you want to watch them all, we'll just do a compilation of Alex attacked for filming. So at least you know the truth. That some of you did bed down with Satan, and you're not psychic. Completely. But you are able to be influenced by forces that are outside of your own head. I told a woman via email what happened, and she called me fearful and praised Dabu7 and Richie from Boston and compared me to Dabu7, which was like shocking. This was someone that said, thank you for warning me about Portland. How do you look at Alex Ansary and Dabu7 and go, these two are saying the same thing? That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. He does cover stories I cover, but he takes things to an extremist level. I have no sympathy for Dabu7. He completely took my name out of his report on Costilla County because he hates me. That's called plagiarization. You need to cite your sources when you report on news. And modern conspiracy theorists aren't real journalists. That's your problem if you choose to listen to them. I don't listen to conspiracy theorists. Why? Because I'm a conspiracy realist, honey.
No. You tell me I cheat. No, man, I'm working. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Can Dabu7 reform the prison system? Not if he thinks ISIS was invading in 2014. I just want to be clear. If any of you think ISIS is invading or Muslims invading, like, I don't ever want you ever in my inbox. Ever.
Why are you so angry? I just asked him a question.
They do weaponize immigration, but you guys are still in charge, large and in charge.
You can't do that. You can't push people around. That's what I'm calling the cops.
So I haven't denied that there's violence and crime, and I told you that I've been affected by it, and the left.
I didn't do anything to this man. Why did you think to? Because he came out of the car to assault me, stupid.
It's in his own offense.
He came out of the car, baby. He
got it on tape. He came out of the car.
All right, call the police. Go for the police.
The black security guard did nothing. There are a lot of black security guards that are employed in America that let criminals do whatever they want, just so you know. I'm not being racist, but there is a psychology with a lot of black Americans now that believe that they're entitled to a security job and entitled to allow the unthinkable to happen, just so you're informed that these things are happening in America. And not just black cops and black security, but whites and Latinos too. I got lots of examples of that. But I notice it in particular and hear about it a lot from people that work in various industries about black security guards and their demeanor and the things that they allow and them not actually doing their job and spending all their time on their phone.
Yeah, you take the picture. I told him the shot I gave him help.
Calm down.
I gave you help, man. I'm saying you stop the shot. I don't know what
I'm not stopping you from doing your job. You should be... No.
Give you up.
Wait a minute, I only talk.
When you look like a mountain man and you're ethnic, you're going to be treated like one.
One person at a time, whoever's involved. Somebody take
And I've talked about this book. Every time I opened it, the crows would go mad. This video has mass dislikes. The people that watched this really hated the fact that I was conscious. That the birds were freaking every time I did this. and Clyde and I. So I think that we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to the longer radio interview with Clyde Lewis that I'm going to play for you. Okay. This individual kept my belongings, and now I don't have a photo album, and my mom was psychic on that level. My mom has some abilities. This guy, David tried to warn me about, and I believe this man is a demon now. Because he led me to believe he was my friend, and he took my stuff to his place in Estacada, and I've never heard from him since. So if any of you ever want to work with me to get my stuff back and to contact this person, if you have a car in Portland, Oregon, and you want to help me, you need to email me. And we need to get my stuff back from this guy. Are any of you, my friends in Portland, willing to stop by this guy's house in a friendly manner? Not a collector, but I loved if the A-man was in his prime, if he was willing to do some collecting for me. Hey, A-man, I'll throw you like $300 if you collect, if you get the A-team together. Yeah, I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. Quentin, if you're out there, I love you. I'm going to ask my audience to pray for Quentin, because Quentin was my friend's friend. And for all I know, he helped my friend too. I'm sorry, Quentin and A-man, if I'm angry with you a lot. But Quentin wasn't the nicest guy.
And China is very advanced in their knowledge.
See how I went randomly to that? So you see how I psychically randomly did that? I've never watched this clip since we made it. Now look at this guy's eyes. David, I thought David was schizophrenic. The guy that became the flat earther. Well, if you become a flat earther, you got an argument that there's a major imbalance. Like, I'm with you anyway. He was trying to warn me about Alex White, this guy here. White. And Alex White went to the Rainbow Family Gathering and found himself a big old girl. And then once he found himself the big old girl, like, they rode off into the sunset, and he didn't want to get food stamps. He just wanted me with my food stamps to pay everything. And I became irritated that my food stamps weren't enough for the both of us, basically. And so there was a tension between us over resources. And that ended our friendship. And I was having a lot of sex with a woman in Portland, and so I would stay at her place on the weekend, have crazy wild sex with her in her room, and then I would drive Alex back to the woods. And then once Alex found a little girlfriend, a guy in the South basically hired me to leave Oregon. And so I left my stuff in Oregon. And when I left Oregon, Clyde Lewis swooped in on the survival store.
And use of this technology. Now, do we know whether HAARP caused this or not? There are
Fukushima.
things that are continuing to
solar
happen
flares,
that are natural. They're outside of
HAARP and
control, because we
Fukushima.
see that the governments of the world are concerned and moving underground because.
Okay, so you know where I stand on that matter, and that I lost all my physical belongings. This is Dee Dee, and she knew Aaron Russo. And when I was homeless, her response to me in Portland was, well, I know people that are doing well. This woman who predicted the ascension in 2012 had no human feelings for me when I became homeless. And I probably spent about $3,000 with her as far as marijuana, $50 an eighth. I spent above market rate with this woman, above market rate. And when I became homeless, she said, well, I know people that are doing great, without any shred of consciousness or empathy for what I had been through. And she was pretty promiscuous in her day in Portland. Some of you may know her, Dee Dee Farrell. But yeah, Dee Dee Farrell had no normal human empathy for me. And this is what you're going to get anytime you hear someone say Ascension or 5D. Watch out and get away as soon as possible.
To happen here in Portland to be.
I'm spiritual, but there's nothing spiritual about saying genocide isn't happening and that we're elevating. No, society's fucked up. You can be spiritual, you can ascend, but to say that we're ascending collectively is a lie and make someone look like they're a Satanist. You know, I just think there should be transparency between us.
This amount, not probably, but does have a tremendous amount to do with the earth shifting and the poles shifting. Not so convinced.
So she would show me charts guaranteeing that in 2012, this consciousness shift would happen. And we did have a consciousness shift, and everything went to shit. Everything that lady said was wrong. And Aaron Russo became friends with Alex Jones and made certain claims about Rockefeller that I don't believe at all. I don't believe at all that Aaron Russo sat down with Rockefeller and Rockefeller said the plan's a microchip. I believe the microchip's the plan. I don't believe Aaron Russo. I believe Aaron Russo made that up. I am psychic. And I know a bullshitter in the conspiracy theory movement when I see it and feel it and hear it, and some of you don't because you weren't gifted by God with a bullshit detector. And if some of you think that I'm Nephilim or I'm Satan or something for trying to stand up for women, like, I will never speak to you. Never return your emails when you criticize what I'm doing here. I just believe there should be transparency between us. So I appreciate those of you that are not emailing me at this time. I would rather a woman email me who does Reiki. But unless I pay you money, it's not going to happen.
Helicopters swarm downtown Portland.
Check it out. Check it out. Made the front page of the
Clyde
Oregonian.
Lewis
It
exposed
says,
talking to Alex
here?
Ansary like he is worth talking to. See how eloquent he is? What a great speaker.
And they're having drills in Washington.
Clyde Lewis was literally the best speaker back in the day until what happened to him.
Called Operation Diablo Bravo, where they brought a
and his appreciation for Alex Jones. It's really sad what happened to Clyde Lewis. I hope he gets better.
Nuke into Bremerton, and they had boats and planes and all kinds of firearms flying overhead, trying to protect the city and scaring people.
He also said he took the vax. So he's all conspiracy, but he took the vax. I just think you should know that. I just think you should. It doesn't mean that someone is disqualified. It just means that some of their conspiracy theories, though, are a little contradictory. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
People when they look up and they see these MH6 black helicopters flying over their cities.
I want to read you something. This is what Mayor Potter wrote to the commander of the Navy who was in charge of the operation. He says, and I quote, and this was printed in Willamette Week,
now,
if I can.
I do believe that when a woman gives fellatio, that she can become more conscious and telepathically take on the energy of the conscious man she's given fellatio to. Okay, but it's not automatic. So if somebody just offers fellatio to me for like 6 months straight when I meet them, it's not a positive sign. I would tell my younger self, God, my mom was smart about some stuff. See, I'm praising her, and maybe my mom's sending me positive energy for what I said. She's probably not going to say anything, but I hope she's not mad at today's video. She told me, don't let women suck you off. I was so freaked out that she was even saying that. She was so psychic that she picked up on what was happening to me. And the truth is, and I don't think we even talked about this, I was living in a witch's home at that time who was blowing me daily. And because I was a pothead and an addict, because I kept smoking and I wouldn't stop, she threw me out. And if I can go back, I would have bought more pot instead of smoke her pot. But me smoking people's pot has been a subject of controversy. If only the medicine was affordable, guys. If only.
To find that particular quote, I'm pleased to extend it.
The best thing that anybody can do for me in the future is to provide medicine for people that are medicine providers, and for you to not be afraid of what we would consider to be like the authorities. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean by that? Can you Google the phrase and put it in perplexity if you're dumber than a walnut? Because we need smart folks that know that cannabis is supposed to expand your brain. So when you consume cannabis, I expect you to show me intelligence. And that's why I do the CBD-THC combo, and I don't get blasted. Okay.
Urban military training in our city from August 17th to the 30th. I understand there may
Clyde
be
Lewis looking good in a suit.
Breaching.
One thing about Clyde, though, Clyde was, always traditionally very, 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 very dirty. A very dirty man. Very dirty clothes, very dirty suits. And in this particular video, he looks clean. So, yeah, those were better years for me and Clyde.
Terrain where the operation.
Clyde predicted the end of time in 2012 and was the feature presenter. And so white folks love fake tribalistic conspiracy trash. And they hate ethnic, true conspiracy content that's real. Okay, my name's Alex Ansary. I'm raising my right hand. And in the name of Jesus, I believe everything that I just told you. In the name of God. Amen.
In place. There will be fast rope insertion, live fire, low power training, surveillance, flashbang, surveillance, Simunitions.
So you're getting the picture, and there's video of Clyde and I doing the Obama My First Police State, and that's probably on archive.org.
Through and approved by all.
I show at Dante's, when I see them looking up in the sky shocked, some people crying, some people wondering if it's an attack on the city, I really...
Now, Clyde Lewis has admitted to being a girly man, just so you know. Clyde Lewis has a famous story about doing a show about why poop turns brown. He brags about having a website issue many years ago. And there's nothing legitimate about that particular story that he was talking about, in my opinion, at all, whatsoever. If you want to talk to me about it, Clyde, fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But you have a very bad track record, and you're malicious. And you mocked me. You mocked me the other day when I called you a former friend. You put it in air quotes. Dude, you're not only a former friend, you moved in on the survival store. Like right now, you're giving me that look. That's the other thing. If you watch the old tapes with Clyde and Alex, he can't stand it when I speak. You can tell it in his facial expressions when you study the facial muscles. He tried to get it under wraps later on when I got better at speaking, but it was really hard for him to hear me speak. I got it. It's hard for me to watch some of my old stuff too. But I think some of my stuff was right in the zone. And this video would be in that genre of time. This would be right around the time of interviewing Leon Nagant. This would be right around the time of interviewing Joel Skousen, who I emailed last week and said, listen to Coast. And, of course, Joel Skousen won't ever speak to me because I don't support Alex Jones. And so it really is the best advice that I have for those of you that may listen to him to exit the cult leader mentality. If you're going to listen to what he's saying, fine. Or Clyde. But to be a cult leader and demand that everybody agree with them because you don't have any of your own investigative journalistic abilities isn't Christ-like. You understand what I mean by that? It's not Christ-like. It's satanic. And it's not masculine. It's feminized.
am angry about something like that. I think Mayor Potter, he's aware because they moved all of the drills to the Columbia River and near Jansen Beach. And I think
so I'm going to have to go to the Wayback Machine to get that.
From now on, I think they need to question about what your street, and they all are used for insight.
Right around the time of the Coast to Coast show, my OTBTV.net website has gone through a change. You can tell. You can look at it.
This is above the 23-story Broadway building in downtown Portland. The Oregonian has
this is original journalism with two guys teaming up here.
Yeah.
These are two old buddies.
You don't know me, man. You better stay away from me.
This is Portland.
I ain't giving you shit.
Just hand it over. I ain't coming out here to get ripped off.
These are Portlanders in their natural element. These are Portlanders. This is what they look like. This is what they sound like when they speak. Like they're too stoned to stand. Whether they're homeless or not homeless, they all have that spacey, I don't know what planet I'm on type of like, ugh. They're all white, they're all tall. They're never short, they're never brown. They're all tall, they're all white. They're never short, they're never brown. Okay, you will not succeed as a short brown human in Portland, Oregon. And I am not a follower of Satan for knowing that these people hurt me. Okay, Trump supporters, even though I've been hard on you, you have been light years kinder to me than leftist Portland. I mean, I know I've said that to you, maybe not literally. And so even though I tell you to get out like my grandmother told grandpa to get out, it's in my ancestry, folks, to tell our people to get the fuck away from us and get out. I'm sorry. It's the berserker Viking gene. You can see the Viking in Sean Nagel and Phil Nagel. So like some of you literally thought I was like some sort of like a foreigner dude. It's hysterical. Now this is funny. This is the Clyde that I missed.
What did it say in the paper the other day? It was like a 2-paragraph statement.
It was training mission.
Clyde was a real teddy bear in this.
I got the article right here. It's kind of
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this off to Clyde and just leave him alone. And realize that Clyde may be taken over by the alien forces. I do believe at present that he is on the air to link his audience and cord them up to entities through the fear vibrational. I know what fear is and I know what love is, folks. And he literally has said in his past shows, you need to be afraid. I have past emails from him saying you should be afraid of China. So he does consciously promote the fear frequency. You know what I'm saying? I guess there was a big fear factor to the black helicopter thing, which is probably the only reason Clyde talked to me for this video, is because I had a fear factor. We also had a cameraman helping us who was a volunteer of Clyde, and the only reason he even talked to me is because Clyde talked to me. He never would talk to me on his own because he's a feminized man who follows other men who doesn't create his own content. We have a problem, folks, with the war on masculinity.
We're going to take a quick break.
Who are you? Who are
Quite
you?
an intelligent young man, Clyde.
Oh, that was great.
How was that conversation?
That was a very, very deep conversation.
We have 2 phone calls. We'll start with the first one. Hello, caller. How are you? Do we have anyone there?
Hello?
Hello,
I think they hung up.
Any other calls?
I want to say one thing.
Here we go.
Anybody out there doesn't know that we're being set up right now.
This is the voice of a Portlander right now. This is the voice of a, not the A-Man. No, the A-Man had a masculine voice like Hunter, the TV show. Okay, but this would be your average preferred male voice, the people that are preferred for the jobs, for the bartending positions, for the nightclub positions, for the Fred Meyer cashier positions. This is the level of intelligence that you would consider to be the norm or the monotone. And this guy would call, if it's the same guy, every week. And when he saw me homeless, he walked right by me, acknowledging that I was homeless. I was just sitting there. I wasn't literally living on the streets, but I was beginning to hit the skids. And he walked right by me, as well as Mike Crenshaw. Mike Crenshaw, Mike and Joyce had Mike Crenshaw's poster up in their Northeast Portland apartment for years. So, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. Black power.
And Alex Ansary. My name is Barrett Edward Norcross.
It was always like this with this guy. This type of, like...
And Alex...
I want you to screenshot this type of what's going on here.
And Alex Ansary. And Alex Ansary. And Alex Ansary.
It's Ansary. You've only been watching the show for 10 years. It's Ansary. It's Ansary.
And Alex Ansary.
It's Ansary.
And Alex Ansary.
It's Ansary.
And Alex Ansary. My name is Barrett Edward Norcross.
Okay, I'll be right over.
And I know that they're setting us up right now.
Wow.
But the problem is, you know that, and I know that.
Problem is you're drunk.
People don't. I want to thank you for your call.
Get the fuck out.
I'm sorry to sound
out there
drunk.
Wake up to that fact. What was that? Thank you very much. And
we're unmarked. I saw it.
Then there was also a crazy Iranian guy named Mo. Okay, Mo.
Probably were doing exercises, maybe.
This was edited with Final Cut Pro, and so it has a bad codec. That's why my eyes look funny. It's not shape-shifting, folks. It's called technology. I can't believe some of you don't know about these emerging technologies and what a codec is. You have to have a certain... forget it, dude. Just forget it.
Around 39. And I could visibly see those helicopters. They were actually black. But they were in the air probably for hours, maybe...
So, like, society used to be one in which I could just have a post office box and not worry about stalkers. I have a documented history of being completely accessible to the public, and I used to do meetups where anybody could show up. Anybody could have shot up and shot me for years. Look at how I had the red sky for the lower third. Maybe I should go back to that. What do you think? Because I had visions of a red sky as a baby. And now we're hearing more talks about the Aurora Borealis. So there was a day in which I was not afraid of you sending me poison in the mail. And for obvious reasons, that's changed. And I can't trust to set one of these up and just open it up with the general public after everything that I've exposed.
And
with that, we'll...
all this stuff here, and it's all over there pointed at the water. They may be doing recruitment, they may be doing something else, but it's kind of funny with this drill going on, how we have all this stuff here, and it's all roped
So there was a drill.
It's really kind of strange.
Also, they had going
I'm
on.
going to send Alex over there to find out what's going on.
And so these women are lined up, right, and they're going to bang the guys in the Hummer afterwards. The Hummer was rocking. And then the woman that I was with, I don't know if she made a beeline to bang these guys, but she got so turned on by this that she dated a soldier, men that kill men that look like me. And so it was around that time period that I relapsed on heroin when she left me, around 2009, around September. And I just did it once.
What are these things?
So I relapsed on heroin about 1 year after this video, when she left me.
Howitzer cannons.
What do they do?
They shoot big bullets.
Just in general.
Talk to you.
And they're dropping them.
And they're talking.
Iran going to war with them.
The rockets are about to
Fear
fire.
factor part. Living in that reality.
I don't know.
No.
Back of the Jeep where I was sitting in the car watching.
Confirmed for the 1812.
That's what they were.
Originally, when it was made, there was actually gunfire, cannon fire that was in it, and so
you guys are National Guard section.
Yeah, actually National Guard from Jackson Armory. And so basically, we're going to be reproduced with the original of 18.
So we were parked by the Hawthorne Bridge.
What did we see when we got in the car?
It was rocking.
It was rocking.
So they were having sex, okay, in a vehicle. And Patricia was there, and she probably got wet because she chased down one of these soldiers a year later. So all that stuff about military stuff, microchips, 9/11, just in 1 ear, out the other. She got deep into QAnon, Donald Trump, and that's just what I noticed from online. She reached out in 2020. I definitely did not reply, and became convinced later that if there is a thing to reptilian shapeshifters, she's one of the top candidates because she has that look. So I do see an association between denying white supremacy or being a white supremacist, reptilianism, grays, and the military-industrial complex, and killing Afghans. And there are women out there that are really horny for soldiers, even if they claim they're anti-war. They're still with the men that killed my people. One woman was contacting me from Portland whose partner was involved in the drone program. And so instead of have compassion for me, the only person of Afghani heritage she's probably ever bumped into, except for maybe a refugee in Portland. The second I started talking about the paranormal is the second she deemed me a nutter. And she's a Portlander, and Clyde Lewis is on the air, and he talks about the paranormal. And so why people really, really don't like ethnic people that know about the supernatural, okay? And then there's exceptions to that, but yet they will be intolerant about hearing about other close-minded people, and they'll think like everybody's awake. Like you might be like, dude, you're an idiot. Everybody's awake, dude. Everybody's awake. Everybody loves you, dude. Everybody's trying to help the Afghan people. Everybody's trying to end the wars. Now, I don't agree with anything you just said. That's all nuts. Everything you just said there is nuts.
Rocking.
Well, they don't have a sign there. If it ain't a rockin', no coming knocking, but looked like that guy's Marine friend.
He was wearing a purple dress.
I don't know why Afghan people,
his friend was standing there.
culturally, racially, are so cruel. Why I was cursed to come to your dimension. I also have a history of supporting Alex Jones, and I don't really have time to get into that, right? So I'm just showing you some background. Now we're going to go to archive to put the capstone on the pyramid. So we're going to go Alex Ansary, Clyde Lewis, and then I'm going to go to the store and let this play out. James Pilato used to be his producer, but James Pilato, this guy that talks to the Next World News guy, has never demonstrated that he has any empathy regarding racism or white supremacy. And so, by default, if you're going to get involved in conspiracy theory, okay, in my understanding, you are going to become a target of mind control. To become basically a conspiracy-tard narcissist who sees yourself as a white person is the ultimate victim of the earth, basically. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't anti-white racism, but media monarchy has benefited from being a white conspiracy theorist for many, many years. Topics, Alex Ansary. He just tagged me for my name. I'm not a topic of this. I'm not a topic of this. Okay. So to James Evan Pilato, I'm not a human being. And James Evan Pilato went along with Clyde Lewis, disgracing the victims of war. Meaning, James Evan Pilato and his partner here only care about themselves, and neither one of these men will speak to me. And that's interesting. They stay in their own little echo chamber, New World Next Week, Food World Order, and there's really like no real journalistic reporting going on. They're ripping and reading from wires, but they're not going out and doing their own investigations. They're not covering Top Off 4 or what's going on with China. Now, if Media Monarchy does know about what's going on with China, does he like know that I'm covering this on a deep level? Or is he so arrogant that his little bald friend is really Mr. Superiority? Is James Evan Pilato a white supremacist? Because when I told him that I was dealing with Nazi stalkers, he completely ignored me. When I bumped into him and his girlfriend in Portland, Oregon, I believe by the McMinimans, he gave me that look like, why are you looking at me like that at my girlfriend? And I don't recall looking at him in like a really aggressive like manner. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of like looked at me like maybe I looked at his girlfriend in a inappropriate manner or something by just glancing at her. And I noticed this pattern with men that are insecure, that they'll look at me a certain way if I even so much as glance at their girlfriend. I physically met James Pilato in downtown Portland, right, at a place in which he had an office space and allowed him to interview me. And I think that once you actually get a chance to meet people and get next to their aura, they lose respect for you and they find you basically hideous and ugly. And also, I think I smell. I think that we as people of certain ethnic groups, that we're stinky. You know what I mean? Stinky binky. Even if you shower and shave, you're still going to smell like ass to certain white people. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't like the smell of some black folks. It's not a racist thing. Carl had an odor that I picked up on from others. So I have an odor too, then. And so it's through this pheromone system in the air that it's not so much racism, but a disposition, if you will, to not want to be around certain people. So I know that the vast majority of your society resents it when I'm in their presence. And I was at Mark Passio's conference, and those men treated me like I was a little inward boy. So with that, I'm going to go get drunk. This is Clyde Lewis seeing the mental vulnerabilities of Alex Ansary by listening to Alex Jones. He swooped on that and put me on the air. And while he does seem to be objective from an energetic perspective, I absolutely felt attacked by Clyde Lewis, even if he sounds friendly.
Viva La Luna, 101 KUFO, Portland's Rock. KUFO.
Welcome to the real world. This is we are soul. Death can come for it at any time, in any place. There is only one way to save our city.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wage shaming." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wage shaming." The loudspeaker spoke up and said, "Wage shaming." Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Wage shaming. Wage shaming. Wage shaming.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. Ground Zero coming to you live from Portland, Oregon, and yes, we are heard all over the internet worldwide, thanks to ZeroPointRadio.com. ZeroPointRadio.com, you can go there, find the chat, get into the chat as well. You can go to GroundZeroMedia.org and find it there as well. All over the internet, also KUFO.com, broadcasting live from KUFO in Portland, Oregon, 101.1. Very proud to be here, very happy to be on this radio station, giving to you what we give you every week, and that's something to think about, something to chew on, something that's a little bit outside of your thought processes, maybe something goes against your belief systems, but you know what? Sometimes belief, there's a word lie in that word, belief. You need to find that word lie, and we need to expose that lie, and that's what we do on this program. Now, tonight's program already has buzz, and I know why it has buzz, because of the topic we're going to bring up tonight. And a lot of the buzz is negative. I can tell you right off the bat, a lot of negative buzz from this program. If you haven't heard anything about it beforehand, if you've been on the Internet, you probably already know what this show is going to be about.
Big Bad Alex.
And it's not going to be what you think. And I know that there are a lot of people out there that are already going to come into this conversation, into this show tonight, thinking that I'm going to be one way, when in reality, I'm going to try to be as objective as possible. Yes, right-wing conspiracy nutcases are lame. I've read this before on Indie Media. Portland Indie Media right now is saying things about me that aren't true. They're saying things about me because of the guests I'm about to bring on the program tonight. They're also buzzing about this, and I don't understand why people who, definitely have this armchair quarterback idea, and they decide they're going to already make a judgment call on me when they don't know who the hell I am. I want to tell you right now that this show may surprise you a little bit and what it might mean. I'm not a right-wing conspiracy theorist, and I'm no left-wing conspiracy theorist. I believe that the right wing and the left wing are a great bunch of wings that cause the bird of fascism to fly and fly right. It's always been that way from the very beginning since I've done my show 15 years ago. My show is called Ground Zero for a reason. It's because I've often said that Ground Zero would happen in my lifetime, and it has.
Again, note the graphic. Clyde Lewis attacked coast to coast when I listened to it.
Slammed into buildings in New York, the Pentagon, and then they tell us that it was all done nicely by a bunch of terrorists.
And I bet he's talking to the
when
coast
in
to coast
reality we have a group of gentlemen who actually wrote
he's trying to position
in a
himself
thing
for coast
called
to coast.
in a book called The Project for a New American Century their intentions for some
He
sort
wants
of
to be on
galvanizing
top.
event to put us in the place we are now, fearful of our own shadows and wondering
Coast
what
to
we're going
coast
to do
is a
next
business,
with
guys.
Al-Qaeda, what we're going to do next with terrorism,
Coast to coast is
when
a
in
business,
reality are
guys.
things far frightening out there, and whether or not 400 count them
Is
terrorists
Clyde Lewis
are going to do
host Coast
something
to
to
Coast
us.
when Nori croaks?
And they say that the net is huge.
I was
It's
told
not
to
that
apply
big.
for it. I refuse. I want to be on the air in Portland.
I know there are a lot of people out there that are looking for answers to questions about the distribution of power and wealth in this world. And they need answers about crime and political corruption and the cover-ups and all that uncomfortable information we've been hearing out from the Catholic Church the past couple of weeks. I've been talking about things like the pale horse psyop. I've been talking about things like the Antichrist meme. People think I'm religious. I'm not religious. I'm telling you what's going on, and I predict it, and I talk about it, and I bring it here on this program. You can look to the mainstream outlets. You can look at them for information, but then many of you, when you do so, find yourselves coming up empty. And with the Internet, you find other things to think about and talk about. You find individuals that you have like-mindedness with. You try to have cognitive liberty with them. You try to have cognitive resonance with them. But there are other people that still feel empty after they've listened to people like me and my guest tonight, what I'm going to bring on in a little while. And see, this thing that's scary about all of this information that's out there is that people always listen to information that will reinforce their own perspectives and, unfortunately, their own prejudices. And that's why if you're going to come into this argument tonight with contempt, there's never going to be a good argument. Because prejudice always destroys an argument. Much of what is written about and produced on blogs right now on the Internet have been demonized by the mainstream media as a collective rumor or a conspiracy theory. Everything's conspiracy theory. I actually heard there was a huge fireball that was seen over Wisconsin a couple of nights ago. You can look it up online. And I swear to God, the reporter that went online to talk about this fireball said it would have the conspiracy theorists running for cover. Really? Why? Is there a conspiracy to create a fireball in the sky? This is where reporters sound stupid, and I'll tell you why. Because there's no conspiracy about a fireball coming out of the sky. What's a conspiracy but a group of people agreeing on committing some sort of act together? That's what a conspiracy is. And a conspiracy theory is a theory, not fact. It's a theory. But, of course, if you do an investigation into something, and if you decide to scoop, like, for example, TMZ scooped the L.A. Times on Michael Jackson's death, what did they do? Well, of course, since a lot of newspapers and television and all this are facing extinction, the newspapers and the mainstream media networks are doing everything in their power to try and destroy the credibility of those who are doing independent media and independent thought. You see, there's information the political world wants you to believe, and then the media takes it and through hyper-reality reinforces the opinions of the political world. There used to be it was a time when the media would question the activities of government. Woodward and Bernstein would be considered conspiracy theorists now. If you don't know who Woodward and Bernstein are, I suggest you look them up. They would be considered conspiracy theorists now because they tried to expose what Richard Nixon did when he was president of the United States. But now, none of that would happen because if someone like a Woodward or a Bernstein were to prove that 9/11 was an inside job, they'd be called truthers. If they revealed that Barack Obama was not born in the United States but was born in Kenya, they'd be called birthers. And it just goes on and on. What am I? I'm a crackpot crank because I give people the opportunity to say their piece and say what they talk about. I talk about strange stories of demons, and I talk about all that stuff wrapped around what is known as the political, I guess you say, the political zeitgeist. Lately, I've been watching the news, and Portland has been a powder keg. And I hate to talk about local issues with my national audience because I know there are a lot of you out there, but you know it's going to come into your neighborhoods if it hasn't come already. Portland, Oregon is a powder keg for racial discrimination, violence, division. We've had Jesse Jackson here so many times I can't count. In fact, I don't even want to report. In fact, they ought to just have the Rainbow Coalition set up shop here because he's so ticked off about what's going on with us. Our police officers are shooting people. The grand juries are letting them go.
Notice how he's willing to criticize the police before Trump. Notice how he's willing to say the police are shooting people before Trump. Notice how it wasn't taboo to do that.
But there is an inordinate amount of shooting going on here in this town.
I'm just trying to get you to think, McFly.
And
no, I'm not a bully like the Back to the Future guy. I'm just saying, think, McFly.
And a lot of groups, when they protest, you have your groups that I've always said that I see firsthand here in Portland what I call protests that are not meaningful. And what I mean by that is that, you know, you have one issue that everyone wants to protest. And in our case, it's the police and their violence. But meanwhile, we have the police, people basically protesting against the police, and then we have somebody standing there with their little sign saying, "Don't eat meat," or "I'm anti-abortion," or "I'm pro-abortion," or whatever. And coming up on May 1st, we're going to have a mass protest again, because that's protest day in Oregon, and we protest here, and I'm sure in other places they gather around and they protest there as well. But yeah, we've been protesting here a lot. Protesting, I don't know what, the police, we've been protesting a number of things. And there are groups that protest, and they say that they're peaceful protesters. Well, there's another group that protests with the protesters called the Black Bloc. And they're a group that I've noticed at these protests, and they basically wear bandanas over their face to cover up their faces. And they topple over trash cans, and they cause problems and obstacles for people who are protesting. And the thing that's most annoying about the whole situation is that the Black Bloc basically gets thrown in with all the other protesters, and immediately the protest is turned into chaos, and then it's completely discredited by the media. And it's unfortunate because we all know the real way to get into or get under the skins of those who oppress us, right? You all know what to do when you do that, right? You don't topple over trash cans, and you don't set fire to dumpsters, and you don't kick in doors at Starbucks or bring down a McDonald's. No, you don't do that. You see, in the real world, you do a little something called infiltration and obfuscation. You really want to make a difference? You get inside and then do your work. You don't go on the outside and jump around and scream and yell. You do something else. You do covert activity. If you want to win playing 21 in Vegas, you bet like the dealer bets. You play like the dealer plays. If you want to win a revolution, you certainly don't look at other guys jumping around with bandanas on their faces, and you certainly don't look at people dressed as sea turtles trying to protest. No, what you do is you do it like they do it. You do it like they do it. Because if you don't do it like they do it, then what you're doing is you're basically hardening the resolve for the police state. And so, another thing, too, is if you leave yourself into that position, if you put yourself in that position where you're leaving yourself open for protests that are violent, you wind up like, for example, you wind up with like Hal Turner. Many of you don't know who Hal Turner is. Hal Turner is a talk show host and alleged white supremacist who told his blog readers to basically take up arms against Connecticut lawmakers. He also said government officials should obey the Constitution or die. In June, he wrote that the Illinois federal appeals judges deserve to be killed because they issued a ruling that upheld ordinances in Chicago and suburban Oak Park banning handguns. Turner included photos of the judges and the room numbers on their chambers of the courthouse in order for people to go and shoot them. Turner's been arrested. And you know what else they found out about Turner? He was an FBI informant. He worked for the FBI, and what he did for the FBI is he got people all enraged to go and take up arms and shoot judges.
And then Hal was promoted by the algorithm recently. And
you know what they call that?
All right, so
they
it's
call
known
that
he's an agent.
COINTELPRO. Been around since the
Mike
60s.
Smith hung out with COINTELPRO named Pete Santilli in Oregon.
Where, pretty much, to simplify it all, it's basically where the FBI uses spy citizens to provoke other normally peaceful citizens into doing violent and criminal activity. I talked about the 9 militia members, the Hutari, that were arrested and were allegedly preparing for what they believed would be an apocalyptic battle with the forces of the Antichrist. And they believed that they would be supported and defended by federal and local police agencies if they did this. Now, why would they think that? Why would they think if they were to murder policemen that they would be supported by federal and local police agencies if they were hunting the Antichrist? Why did they think that they were going to avoid being indicted by a grand jury on charges of seditious conspiracy? Why do you think that they didn't think that they were going to get into any trouble? You know why? Do you know why they didn't think they were going to get into any trouble? Because now it's been revealed that the FBI had an agent there that was accepted into the group. And you know what that agent did for those people of the Hutari? He taught them how to make IED bombs. And he encouraged them to use those bombs on police officers. You getting my drift? You getting what I'm saying here? They're planting the seeds for their own terrorists now. The heroes need the enemy, so they're going to plant them in play. Okay? Homeland Security has determined that the new terrorism will not come from the Middle East, but from homegrown extremists. And they have it all written up in their endgame strategy, underlined in red ink, that they have it written down in red ink that fundamentalist Christians, white supremacists, conspiracy theorists, paramilitary groups and operations, extremists such as the 9/11 Truth Movement, the Birther Movement, the Obama Birth Movement, and global warming skeptics, Tea Party movement, they're all in the crosshairs.
Guys,
according to a recent report,
I got to hit pause. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Fuck, man. I don't know how to tell you this. There's a video of a woman getting beat up pretty bad on Twitter. And I can't show it to you because they'll pull down my video. What I'll do is I will bring up the video, and I will, if I reshare it to my Twitter page, it'll get the warning. I don't want you to see what's happening and go Mexicans, Mexicans, Mexicans. I'm not really looking to hear that. It's more like we have a human problem. It's not men, men, men. It's not brown men. It's society. Okay, so I'm sorry. You need to like cover your eyes for this one or something. I don't know. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? 5 seconds. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 1, 1,000. I'm sorry. Oh my God, man. What? Well, I'm not sure why they're clapping. There's no context. Now, when I go and I look at, there's a lot of women that like my posts on Twitter. The thing is, none of them are actually real women. And so I'm speaking out against brutality towards women that's being promoted by the algorithm, but no actual women are engaging with me. Not in Portland, not in New York, not in Florida. My mother won't engage with me, my mother's relatives, and you all basically have this narrative that I'm bad and you're good. But none of you are on the internet talking about the trafficking of women, and I am. So I don't agree with you at all, that I'm the bad guy here. I don't agree with you. And I don't believe that you're superior to me, and I don't believe that I'm inferior to you. I believe the opposite. Now, I previously said I didn't believe that I was superior, but that is changing now. I am becoming, in my understanding, way more superior than Donald Trump, Alex Jones, George Norrie. Like, I'm going through changes, guys, and I don't belong on your planet anymore. I don't belong here. This isn't my home. I'm intelligent, and I want to do positive things in my reality. And your world is not allowing me to have children, to have girlfriends, to have wives, to have daughters, to have sisters, to have a mom, to have a dad, to have a mentor that won't throw me away for corporate America. Your world hates me, and so does Clyde Lewis. And so why should I bash Clyde? I'm not. I'm just bringing to light that this hatred that your world has thrown me manifests through you and Clyde. And Ron Patton over there on Twitter. And none of you are going to message Clyde. None of you messaged Tamim Ansary. None of you bought Tamim books. None of you are curious. And that's what's wrong, folks. You've lost curiosity. Now, women, they have a sexual curiosity regarding trying to achieve monster orgasm with various ethnic men. They develop that type of, sexuality, maybe not in the Kama Sutra, but hardcore sex, rough sex, yes. And I'm encouraging you to get your kink going with wanting nice guys to protect you. How many times have I heard from women when I thought I was in psychosis and in a world where women wanted me to protect them? I had psychosis a lot when I was younger. I thought that I'd meet a woman that would want me to protect them. Psychosis is a bitch, guys. And then I became clear in recent years, and I realized this constant talking about the threat to women's safety is making them angry. Say things like, we don't like you. We don't want your help. Only one person thanked me, and she doesn't have to keep thanking me. And if she unsubscribed, I would not be surprised. If whatever her name is, who thanked me a few months ago, is gone, I wouldn't be surprised. She may be there, but I don't sense any energy. I'm sorry if you're in a situation where basically the man that you picked refuses to do anything. But you women need to reach a level of maturity sexually to where you're angry at the men of this world in a good way that don't do anything to free you from the New World Order. That's the anger that you need to have, a righteous anger. At the men and women, your parents, your kids, everybody that is a part of this, take the microchip implant system. Take the thought form implant, believe the new 9/11, believe the fake news about refugees. I'm not open borders. But the way that far right is going with ethnostate garbly-goo doesn't have a place at the table for me. Okay? So no actual woman will... Here's another one. Yeah, Alice. So let me just show you what it looks like. Okay? So we go to Twitter, right? Just like you can go to Twitter, but you're not, are you? Right? None of you are on Twitter. That's just weird. So she's fake. This is fake. Notifications. She is fake. And if you go down the line, nearly all of the females are fake. So they're either fake on an energetic frequency, even if they're fleshy and they're real, or they're a bot. And oh God, there's that video again. Let's get back to business.
President Barack Obama's appointee to head the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs advocates cognitive infiltration. of groups that support conspiracy theories like the one surrounding 9/11. Cass Sunstein. Remember that name. His name's Cass Sunstein. He's a Harvard law professor.
Okay, listen to this. Is this where
He wrote
QAnon
an
came
article
from?
entitled Conspiracy Theories, Causes and Cures.
You would think that Clyde would be exposing QAnon.
The government should stealthily infiltrate groups that
Listen.
pose alternative theories on historical events via chat rooms.
They brought us Trump.
Online
Trump's in
social
on
networks,
this. I absolutely
or even
believe
real
that.
space groups
I believe
and attempt to
100%
undermine
Trump
those
is in
groups.
on this disinformation network. You ought to be ashamed of
And as
yourself
the
if you're a
head
part of it,
of
too.
the Office of Regulatory
You ought to be
Affairs,
ashamed of
Sunstein
yourself.
is in charge of overseeing
You
policies
Biden and Trump
relating to
supporters are
privacy,
making a mistake.
information quality, and statistical programs. He's there to basically abolish freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Now, what do you think their plan is, really? Well, Sunstein says that the government should enlist non-governmental officials in the effort to rebut theories, to infiltrate protests, cause them to be chaotic, cause them to be violent. What are they doing? They're preparing to infiltrate and obfuscate. Infiltrate and obfuscate. You see, Sunstein advocates the infiltration of what he deems extremist groups so that it can undermine the group's confidence to the extent where all of the people that are there find themselves in a confusing way, basically supporting a fascist maneuver that encourages the infiltrating and spying on Americans, their groups and organizations, to obstruct free speech, disrupt the exchange of ideas, and disseminate false information to neutralize Americans that might openly question government policies and procedures. That's what your president, Barack Obama, is proposing. No more conspiracy theories. No more questioning. Any group that you're a part of that might protest may have an informant in it. May have an FBI agent in it. And then you call into question the motives of these FBI agents when they begin to tell you to start causing trouble, to start violence, and to start any kind of incendiary event. This is COINTELPRO. This is basically destroying from within groups that will question the relevancy of the empire. No longer are we able to keep them honest by bringing up questions and talking about issues such as these. And I can tell you right now that there are a lot of people who are concerned about this type of subject. Tonight, on my show, I'm bringing back Alex Ansary of the show Outside of the Box. Now, the reason why I'm doing this, and I don't normally bring guests that I've had on before so soon back to my program, but Alex Ansary has some accusations he's been making. And they're accusations about the group, the Black Bloc. And I find it interesting that he's making these accusations now when Cass Sunstein has made his statements regarding infiltration of groups. Tonight, Alex Ansary will be here to talk with you. 1-800-344-KUFO. That's 1-800-344-KUFO. He's going to make his statements about the Black Bloc. And once again, I must tell you that his statements have reverberated all over the Internet. He's been featured now on Alex Jones and several other shows. We're going to talk with him coming up on Ground Zero. We'll be back.
So this is from many years ago, this video, when I was traveling throughout America, and I was in the South.
Private property, and then I had
And she offered to put me up in a hotel when I did the Ron Paul thing. And when I criticized the fact that they got the Ron Paulers drunk, she stopped talking to me, and she did not give me a motel room so I can have a break from the dirty RV in 2012. Okay, and she saw that I criticized Alex Jones, so she stopped speaking to me. And so there isn't really a truth movement if you are a man who's masculine who thinks for yourself. who can box, who can wrestle. It's like, country man can survive. If you're a speaker, country boy can't survive is the song. You're going to be thrown away if you go outside the box, if you draw outside the lines. In 2015, 2016, I did notice the infiltration of the off-grid groups, and so I don't know how many of you are thinkers. I'm not getting a really strong genius vibe from you, but I'm getting an intelligence agency vibe. I'm getting a stalker vibe. I'm getting a friendly white woman vibe. Until I get personal, then you unsub or just go, wow, this guy's got issues. So none of you are actually coming through super strong right now and really saying much. Even though I was on, like, allegedly, one of the largest talk shows on the earth. So for the second time, it's clear that I missed the mark. And there was really a disconnect with how deep I really do understand a lot of things. And again, I'm psychic. You're not used to seeing non-white psychics unless they're Indian. Admit it. Admit it. Admit it. Unless they're Sadhguru or an Indian guru, a lot of brown people are perceived to be poop people. Mud people is the term. A lot of people, mud people. And so there is this perception that some people have that the whiter you are, the bluer you are, the more psychic you are, the more connected you are to God, the God line. I actually acknowledge there is something special about some white people that they may want to contaminate through maybe some aspects of mixed race, because their agenda is not good, whatever it is. However, the whiter you are is not necessarily the most conscious. In my lived experiences in this generation, there may have been a time in ancient history or Europe where there was a higher IQ and level of intuition. But right now, with the 5G and the technologies, I'm not sensing that what some might call like the Superman frequency, like what Hitler allegedly was into, if he was allegedly for reals and really wanted to have a healthy population that had high abilities. You don't know that was his actual agenda, just to let you know that. He may have been consciously a tool the whole time, just to kill folks, which makes his fans, like, extraordinarily stupid. Like, there is a perspective that Hitler did it to hurt the Germans. There is a perspective that I happen to share that he was possessed the whole time by demons, and he was just a tool, and that I've gone too far. Folks, I'll be back.
This is not a test. It is the future. Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis. Well, once again, what we're seeing now is we're seeing the police state becoming an information surveillance state where undercover agent provocateurs are hired to disrupt meetings, protests, any group or individual who wants to expose the fascist policies of government. And as history unfolds, it's becoming quite clear that we are interpreting everything we hear and see by the newspaper, magazine, or some program between Dancing with the Stars and Who's on American Idol. We pick up a piece of the puzzle, not the entire picture. And a perfect example of this is you watch the news, and whenever there's some sort of a protest, they always say the protest wound up being violent or a lot of arrests. Well, usually what happens is there's a group called the Black Bloc that causes some chaos, and that's what happens. And they don't cite them. They don't say, hey, the Black Bloc did it. They just say, oh, the protesters did it. That's what always happens, and that's what always has been happening. But give the Black Bloc credit. They do it. They're the ones that topple over the trash cans. They're the ones that block the roads. And the question is why? Why do they do this? Why do they do this? And so tonight, my guest from the television program online, and also he's got his own radio show online, Alex Ansary, is with me tonight because he's made controversy. He says, or he has made the statement that he believes, well, let's let him tell you. Alex, let's talk about what you've been saying, how you ended up on, Prison Planet, or you've ended up on Infowars with your statements, and you're ticking off a lot of people. In fact, the Portland Indie Media doesn't even want to post your stuff anymore because they think you're out of your mind.
Paranoid wingnut. That's the common term.
Okay. Yeah. So why do they think you're a paranoid wingnut? I mean, what have you done to piss off everybody?
The reason I made the video report, Clyde, that I
first of all, what have you said to piss off everybody?
Recently, at some protests in downtown Portland, anti-police brutality protests, there seems to be some behavior that is a little bit concerning to not only me, but actually a whole lot of other people out there listening to this radio broadcast right now.
Okay, and what is it that...
And this isn't just something that's happening in Portland. We're seeing many protests across the nation, including Olympia, where police officers are in many cases assaulted. And it's not like we're going after the police state, which we both talk about, you and I, on our show.
Right.
We're not apologists for the police state, but it's how these protesters, some of which we don't know who they really are, it's how they're trying to go about affecting real change.
And who are these protesters that you're
who
talking
they
about?
really are, and why they need to wear the mask.
Okay, you're talking about the Black Bloc, am I correct?
Well, some say there really is no name for it. Anarchy really has no leadership and organization.
So you're talking about the anarchists that you see...
Many of them argue that there is no name for their group.
Okay. But you're talking about the anarchists.
The mass, black mass.
The Black Bloc. The
Black what we saw in 1999 in Seattle, Washington.
The WTO.
WTO protest. Which was also very interesting to study what really went down there.
But your allegations about this group, about these anarchists, your allegations are... Well, do you want me to say it or do you want to say it?
Well, I do want to make one thing clear. I am not accusing all of those that are involved in those protests of being provocateurs. That would be a misstatement, and I apologize to the audience if there's any confusion if you think that I've labeled you all provocateurs.
But see,
I have no evidence to substantiate that claim, nor am I making that claim.
But they believe that you are making that claim. They believe that you're claiming that these anarchists, the anarchist groups, and that's why you've gotten all this attention, is because they think that you actually are calling them out as agent provocateurs, and
there were some that I were calling out that day on April 8th, 2010, 13th.
It obviously wasn't the only thing that I said.
The ones that were operating the perimeter, the older ones, the ones that seem a whole lot more experienced at this than the younger ones that appear to be led by God knows who. Now,
I'm popping a beer, folks. I'm having a beer.
Than the individuals, and I know you've looked into this as well, and we do see this campaign calling for violence.
Yes.
And there's some reasons we can get into them tonight, Clyde.
Well, I'd like to, but
that make me even suspicious as to why they're not investigated, but people that criticize the president are.
Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to point out something about this show tonight. This show is getting a lot of buzz outside and already, okay? Talking about what we're going to talk about tonight, and I've been bashed already in several blogs about me even bringing Alex on the program tonight, and that they think it's going to be lame or whatever. But let me make something clear, okay? I have been hunting high and low for someone to even speak on behalf of the Black Bloc or speak on behalf.
He's obsessed with what people think about him,
and they've told me that they don't want to.
He's obsessed.
They told me that
with how Portlanders would look down upon him if he was to talk to me. Clyde Lewis. But Ron Patton, his producer, was all about me creating free content for him.
This is your opportunity now.
Until I became homeless.
Here's what I'm going to do right now.
Because I didn't give Ron what he wanted, Ron stopped talking to me.
The Black Bloc, or whatever you call it.
Well, Clyde Lewis is probably like my dad. The same way my dad turns his family against me. Yeah, Clyde probably
I don't
said some
necessarily
stuff.
believe in your tactics unless I have them explained to me as to why they are being done. But here's the offer. If you're listening to me and you want to take Alex on about what he's talking about,
take Alex on.
1-800-344-KUFO.
Take Alex on. He's a magician.
1-800-344-KUFO. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you now, nobody's been wanting to come on to talk. And if you don't think Alex is telling the truth, if you think Alex is talking outside of his head instead of outside of the box, then call up and let me know.
He seems to be suggestive.
1-800-344-KUFO. 1-800-344-KUFO.
It's an intuitive hit.
Clyde, there's a few things I need to say.
My grandma's last name is Lewis.
What the hell I am doing?
What's his last name, though?
I am thinking.
No, but what is Clyde Lewis's last name, though?
Yeah.
My grandma's last name is Lewis. So what is this? A family food?
Might likely cause our city to go broke. they're over budget by $5 million. We have to deal with the police state in our backyard. And there's a way to go about doing it, and there's a way to not go about doing it. And the answer lies in City Hall. It lies in the Portland Police Commissioner. It lies in investigating the Portland Police Union. And it also lies in preparing Clyde for what I believe is the day that martial law is declared when the dollar crashes. Now, who are the ones that are going to defend us, our people, from the federal government when they send in the troops? There's only going to be the Portland police and whatever good cops are left. So
this argument is still valid.
With our own people in our own backyard, as our economy implodes when the troops are called in, how do you think that's productive of solidarity?
Clyde didn't like my Top Off 4 coverage.
Jobs. I've been out of work for over a year.
Clyde doesn't talk about Top Off 4.
Let's not have a class war fight with one another. So
Clyde may be deliberately avoiding Top Off 4
because I see what's coming
for a reason,
and I want everyone else.
We don't know what that
there
reason
to know
is.
That we are warning you now. Get prepared.
Clyde Lewis doesn't want to talk about domestic terrorism drills in Portland with me. If he does, talk about it.
Or you can get caught up in these traps.
And so you're saying that people that are involved with the Black Bloc are caught in a trap? I saw you on video saying you're part of a trap. What kind of trap are they part of?
They can end up getting themselves really hurt in the end, especially some of these young girls that are getting involved in these protests. And I think we should protest more in the streets. It's about how we go about doing it. If you walk up to a cop and you kick him in the you-know-what, what do you think the response is going to be?
I used to Megaphone
and again,
back then.
They ask why we're suspicious.
And I was younger.
They ask for our evidence.
And we're trusting.
Because we're actually catching
I had psychosis back then. I thought my fans were my friends. I had issues.
In Canada, in New York City, in Seattle, Washington, so we know that it's going on there.
I trusted folks like Gunnar Standard, Mike Blue Hair.
In our own backyard, Little Beirut.
James Evan Pilato.
How do we know that it wouldn't be pulled off here? We know the feds are here.
And we know that Cass Sunstein said that they're going to do it. I mean, Cass Sunstein, who is the president's information czar, is saying that it's going to be done. Okay? So I can understand why you would say that these groups are infiltrated. I don't know what the Black Bloc or any of these other groups are.
Clyde Lewis has never reported on the fake Islamic invasion.
I don't know what their structures
algorithm.
are. I don't know what their tactics
I'm pretty
are
sure.
or what they represent.
If he has, kudos.
I do know, though, that it hardens the resolve of those who witness it that we need more police action. And I don't think that...
I got to do more of this.
I don't think that anarchists want more government control. They want less government
Playing old
control.
videos to the person speaking.
At least that's what I would believe. But the truth of the matter is that if you do things to aggravate the police...
We'll do this with future podcasts. We'll put up a video.
You're going to have a police state.
Right, and if someone from the media walks up and wants to interview you, why? Why would you turn away? That's your moment to explain why you're doing what you're doing. But instead, what did we see? I'm not a fan of Fox, but yet they had the cables ripped out of the van. So what kind of message does this send to the people at home watching this unfold on TV? I mean, is there not a riot going down in Portland, Oregon? Is that not the case?
Well, see, this stuff is going on all over the country, and that's the thing, is that when we have the Hutari group, they're not part of the Black Bloc, don't get me wrong. You have this militia organization that was encouraged by the FBI to start setting bombs off, IED bombs. These guys didn't even know how to make IED bombs. And now they get taught by an FBI agent how to do it, encouraged to use them against police officers. That tells me something. That tells me that what Cass Sunstein says is true.
So the video you're watching is...
They're finding these groups that are...
2 months before this talk.
Extremist groups. They're infiltrating them, and they're causing them to freak out. And when they freak out, they're going to say, well, you know, it's because of the fact that we need more police control, that we need to take
He threw me away because I supported Alex Jones.
If you really want to know where this started with me, this idea was when you and I were talking several months ago.
And other reasons.
In this very studio with our friend from MediaMonarchy.com, James Pilato, and we talked about the story that came out of the Oregonian about John Hall and Zachariah. And
you mean
I've always historically
Bucharest?
considered Clyde to be a lot better than other hosts.
That's why there's a lot of controversy.
He has
the
talent.
Statements that I've
it's
publicly
that
made on the
there's
street.
something
That we
else
have
that's
a
unsettling
alleged agent
about the
that's
soul
in Portland.
of him.
We know he's listening, and he has been invited to join this conversation.
He hasn't really been invited to join the conversation.
Well, I know I have contacted him and have seen him at the protest and have asked him to talk with me about the allegations that have been made about from other students about him allegedly teaching people how to make Molotov cocktails or offering to sell guns. And there's some questions that have been asked, especially when John Hall.
So how many of you know Trump that are in the audience?
3 months now, and he's still not back.
Okay, might as well just tell me.
Well, I'm sure we'll get down to
or
the
Alex
bottom
Jones,
we need to.
or
we'll talk. Hopefully, we'll get
Clyde
in touch
Lewis.
with somebody to talk about it. In fact, I'm going to go to a phone call right now. It's go to Zach right now. Zach, hi, you're on Ground Zero with Alex Ansary. Go ahead.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes, you. Hi.
There's that
All
Portland
right,
voice.
cool. All right. Well, Alex, I love you.
I love you, bro, but you're totally wrong on this one, bro.
I love everything that you have done against the
New
NWO.
World Order. NWO.
But I have to say,
that
bro, your
presentation is not good, bro.
Your
delivery methodology.
bullhorning against
it's not helping.
Black bloc people.
It's not
is
helping.
Not productive.
It's not helping.
It's not very
not
productive,
helping, bro. It's
because
not
the black bloc people, like I used to work for indie media. I used to work with them, and I stopped hanging out with them just because I started hearing tales of Molotov cocktails and how to make certain types of weaponry, and I was not a part of that. I don't want violence. I want peace. And so when I heard that kind of talk, I distanced myself.
That ain't nothing.
From them.
Check with me in 3 months.
But at the same time,
I need some creatine.
bullhorning them is not going to get the story across.
Okay,
It's just
can I
going to
say
make
something
you-
here? I know I've listened to you for a couple minutes. I just want to say I don't entirely disagree with you, and you make a lot of important points. I don't want anyone to misunderstand and think that I'm starting some sort of a war with the Black Bloc because I've made some claims. I'm simply letting the people know that there are plans to plant provocateurs, as Clyde has also reported, and we have to be very aware of it. But just because I use a megaphone out in the street doesn't necessarily mean that that's all that I'm doing. I work 24/7, just like Clyde does, researching a multitude of stories. I think we ought to get more active in multiple ways, whether you choose to do it one way or another.
No, I totally understand that.
This works.
And I've watched your show.
The batteries.
Alex. You know, I've totally seen you actually delve into the subjects that you talk about, and you actually flesh them out so that the average person can understand them.
You say though that what he's doing
Well,
is
I think if you're
non-productive. In what way is it non-productive? I mean, if he's calling them
I miss
out
you,
and you
Portland.
say they are doing what they're
I miss
doing,
you
then
so
isn't that
much.
something
I
he's
talk
supposed
lots
to
of
do,
shit.
or-
I miss
or do
you
you
so
think he
much.
should
I
just
want to
keep
do
his
Molly
mouth
with
shut?
you and walk on Hawthorne.
the problem
Walk in the
that I
streets and
have
shit, 3 a.m.
is that
Giggling and
I
shit.
used to be a member of Portland Indie Media.
Yeah, you said that.
Yes. And so I
Ooh, let's do Molly and
understand
Aurora.
where
I will
my
fly
friends,
to Oregon if someone's
are
got Molly
coming
for me,
from.
and we'll party
But
in
when they start talking
Aurora.
about, you know, more.
So you're saying that your friends that have been involved in indie media are talking
Yeah.
about making weapons.
Well, a certain amount of them are talking about.
Why didn't you go to the police about it then? If that's the case, I mean, if you know something that I don't, right now you're on the air talking about this with we got a huge audience listening right now. Why don't you talk to the police about it?
The A-man.
Well, if I may, I don't particularly think that there is any problem with actually learning about such things. But at the same time, I have
My
a
neck
problem
hurts so
with the way
bad,
that
man.
They are currently going. They're currently thinking about like with the Black Bloc protest.
All right.
Like they are sitting there going, like, oh, the cops are this horrible thing, and like,
Melissa
we should
Nagel.
fight them. And I don't think that's very productive at all.
Okay, so that's your point.
Melissa Nagel's a hottie back in her day.
I hope that what you're saying is not saying
Melissa,
to
you
get
were
attention, and I
a
hope this is
nice
not the case with the
looking
Black
woman
Bloc.
back in the day.
And I hope this is not.
It's
because
too
I'm
bad
hoping
you'll
that
never
the Black
mind.
Bloc, somebody from the Black Bloc.
My
calls
condolences,
in,
Melissa, if
and
you
I'm,
find
I'm
my
hoping
content
that
later.
happens, because I have not been able to successfully find anybody to talk. But
I'm hoping that happens too, just because I've told my friends that I know will actually call in and express their perspective.
Yeah.
Because I don't agree with them.
Okay, well, I appreciate the call. I'm going to go to someone else right now.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Glad, real quick, another reason why I did what I did is to let the police know potentially what is going on. And there were some very worried looks on the faces of those police because they know to a certain degree there's something very strange going on and things aren't really adding up as to why. Go ahead, Clyde.
I was just saying the very reason why, I mean, just the dread that I have coming on here and talking about this, the idea that we live in America now and we have to basically embed agents in groups. The idea that they're even proposing this makes me even think, oh, my God. You just take a look at history, okay? And they're saying now they're admitting they're going to be putting in these groups, agents provocateur in groups.
Pizzagate. Fake news
I'm
about
not just saying
Dantes.
the Black Bloc. I'm talking
Donald
about
Trump.
the Tea Party. I'm talking
Islamic
about
invasion.
the birthers, the 9/11 Truth
Muslims,
Movement.
Burger
If
King,
they put agents in all these groups,
removing
think of all
pork
the other
from the
times
menu.
agents
Fake
have been
news.
involved. What about
Fake
John
news.
Doe, Timothy
QAnon.
McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing?
Alex Jones.
What about the
January
unknown
6th.
gunman with Klebold and Harris at Columbine?
January 6th.
What about the officers that went into the
Alex
David
Jones.
Koresh Waco situation just before they died?
David Icke.
What about Jonestown?
Alex Jones.
What about the relationship with UNITA and all these other organizations that were backed with the CIA? And then, of course, we have the Hutari that had an FBI agent teaching them how to make IED bombs. 1-800-344-KUFO. That's 1-800-344-KUFO. You have to have a comment about this. And if you don't, you're dead. I don't understand why this is happening. 1-800-344-KUFO. That's 1-800-344-KUFO.
I tell you this,
We'll
it's
be
not
back.
to brag about my connection to this embattled president, because that in the modern world is a millstone around my neck. So you understand what happens.
What?
No one would book
Trying to get the ketchup bottle open.
the ellipse. No one would book the other areas. No one would pay for it.
Here,
He went and paid
let me
for
try.
it. Thank God a donor came in that paid for like 80% of it, because it cost close to $500,000 for all the equipment, all the stages, and the rest of it.
Alex Jones
Porta
talks
potties,
about his
you
role
name
on
it.
January 6th.
And then the
This
White
is
House
from his
told me 3 days
ex-wife's
before,
channel.
we're going to have you lead the march.
She had his kids.
The Secret
She has
Service,
a right to speak,
Before
bro.
Trump finishes 30
She
minutes
had
before,
his kids.
so we'll lead you to a point.
She had
take
his
you
kids.
out of the front row.
She had
and
sex
lead
with
you
him.
to the
She had sex with him. This white woman has a right to speak. For those of you that are white women, you need to allow this white woman to speak about Alex Jones. You need to stop supporting the bad man.
detectors folks coming in. And so by the time I got out there, 20 minutes, 30 minutes before Trump finished his speech, there were already hundreds of thousands of people ahead of me marching.
Okay, so that's that clip. And, yeah, so let's...
Yeah, wrong teacher. Wrong teacher.
Messages. Makes the mafia look like a
Is then, okay, now let's reiterate what I just asked. Then the Black Bloc does attack banks, and they attack Starbucks, and they attack McDonald's. Am I correct?
Not all black blocs. Certain black blocs are just made for the purpose of occupying a space
Sure.
free from the police.
But why is it that people attribute violence to that group?
Because of the media and these assumptions that are being made and pushed out. And
So you guys don't do it. You guys don't do that stuff.
some of us do, and they take out individual autonomous actions that they decide to do by themselves, and many of us support them.
You support their actions. You support that action they do independently, correct?
Well, let me tell you, you all consider destruction of property violence, but what about the violence that is inflicted upon workers that are being exploited in third world countries by these corporations?
Oh, you care
That's
so
never
much about
put
the
in
third world,
equation.
but not
And
their
when we
kids
strike
in
against
Portland.
property of
You care so much about the third world,
we're
but not their
striking
kids
against
when they're born in Portland.
the property of the
You care so much
corporations
about
that
the
are
third
exploiting
world.
workers.
Now, what if
but
the
not my
property
dad's
has
kid.
somebody in it that you're striking at, that
That's
person gets
synchronistic.
killed,
That
then
image
what
popped
happens?
Well, you see,
You
we're
don't
not
care about
trying
the
to
child of
target
an immigrant, but you
I'm
care
not
about
saying that,
immigrants.
but what if that happens? Then what happens if that happens?
Well, it's pretty unlikely given the nature of the actual property damage. It's pretty it's pretty hard to kill a person with a little rock.
Well, I know, but sometimes you never
Unless
know.
you're BLM.
You're just saying it's all based on individual discretion, correct?
Yeah.
So what if you have one crazy guy that's in your group that decides an individual discretion means not only taking out the McDonald's, but actually roughing up the teller that's basically serving the Big Mac to the family of 5?
Well, let me preface that by saying there's always going to be individuals in society that are antisocial and, perpetrate acts of violence that are not, that are crazy.
Right.
But on the other hand, anarchists, which many of us are within the Black Bloc, are ideologically, morally stringent individuals.
Okay.
We're about the idea of freedom and equality for all the people.
Okay.
Now, I mind you again, I'm not representing anarchists as a whole.
No, in fact, I want to hear what another anarchist has to say, because I'm sure that the anarchist is going to call up and disagree with you, right?
Yeah, I'm sure, and that's perfectly welcome. That's the space that anarchism opens, is free debate about ideas of the government and authority and what role it actually plays in our society.
Well, and I'm glad that I'm able to give an open forum for you to speak your mind and talk about what it is. And no, there are no assumptions. I'm trying to figure out why you do what you do. I'm trying to figure out why you get the reputation you get. I'm trying to figure out why Alex Ansary, my guest tonight, has said that he thinks that maybe it's been infiltrated.
Well, let me tell you something about Mr. Ansary. I used to look into that, like, Infowars, Alex Jones stuff myself, and, I just kind of fell out of it because I realized that the majority of the solution, the end solution of a lot of that was appealing back to the government that is supposedly creating these acts of false flag terror and asking them to do something about it. So, I ended up resulting personally to anarchism because I feel that the direct action of people organized through solidarity has infinitely much more power than appealing to any government official.
Well, Mikhail, thank you for calling. Thank you for calling, and I got to take a break now, but I appreciate you calling, giving your opinion on what's going on, and I appreciate your courage, all right?
All right.
Thank you, Mik. Take care. 1-800-344-KUFO. I'm going to get Alex to comment on that after the break. 1-800-344-KUFO. That's 1-800-344-KUFO. Give us a call. Give us your thoughts. And also, if you're a member of the Black Bloc or any other organization that does protests or gets involved, give me a call. We'll talk more tonight. Keep it here on Ground Zero. We'll be back.
You're listening to Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis.
Nobody was directly confronting the police. No one laid hands on anybody. Nobody touched property. They suspended our Constitution, supposedly the greatest democracy in the country. And now they're gassing everybody. You have to learn to pace yourself. Pressure. You're just like everybody else. Pressure. You've only had to run so far. But you will come to a place where the only thing you feel are loaded guns in your face, and you'll have to deal with pressure. Some people were taken in forcibly into the building to be booked, and those people, I'm told, have been refusing to give their names or their hometowns or any information to authorities. You used to call me paranoid. But even you cannot avoid pressure. You turn the tap dance into your crusade. Now here you are with your face and your Peter Pan advice. You have no scars on your face, and you cannot handle pressure. McDonald's at certain time when they're breaking more windows, they broke windows of the gas, they're smashing windows at McDonald's, they're dumping over garbage cans. And they are very angry again and hostile. We're seeing more clashes of other protesters telling them to stop because they're giving everyone a bad name. None of the protesters, the legitimate protesters down here, want any of this kind of action. Big brother, watch yourself. Big brother, watch yourself. Big brother, watch
watch you kill. Big brother, watch you kill. Big brother, watch you kill. Big brother, watch you kill.
You see how they don't even, you see how much Portland hates me? Do you see how much Portland hates me? They don't even hear what I say about Trump and racism. They think I'm okay with murder. They don't even know I'm ethnic or care. This is Portland. This is Portland. This is where they're at in Portland. I probably should stop sending them content since they don't appreciate me in Portland.
I do not appreciate being gassed when I'm trying to get home from work or when I'm trying to shop downtown. I was nowhere near any of the demonstrations. Both times I was tear gassed. I suffered headaches and sinus pain for days afterwards. I was forced to seek a physician's care. I could not help wondering when you break away to help me stop the violence that was going on. We will not tolerate civil disobedience. Remain calm. Remain calm.
Hello. You are about to experience an on-speaker experience. Through the crowd. Just when you thought you were safe.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said, the loudspeaker spoke up and said, the loudspeaker spoke up and said, give up, give up, give up.
That's an accurate prediction. That happened. They got shot. A Portlander shot somebody. And that Portlander that shot that Trump supporter would have shot me too. That's fucked up, man. Portland is not against white supremacy.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is
Portland is the
Zero.
original white supremacist town that beat up people like the A-Man, and black supremacists
Ground
is
Zero
big
getting
there
an oral
too.
assault,
Very
loud and proud
angry
at
black
KUFO.
people that think that they are the ultimate victims.
We're here in Portland, Oregon, being heard on ZeroPointRadio.com.
Well, thank you, that other brown guy.
ZeroPointRadio.com. Also, go to GroundZeroMedia.org. It's GroundZeroMedia.org. Read my
Well, thank you, Jason.
latest article, Star Strangled
Jason.
Banter.
Jason or Jason? Jason. Hey,
Star
aren't you
Strangled
over on
Banter.
Twitter?
That's exactly what this is.
What's up,
it's
bro?
all banter, and it's all
No,
being
thumb up.
strangled.
Thumb
Freedom
up.
of speech
Oh,
being
why I
taken
gotta
out.
log in? Fuck.
Freedom of expression being
Right
taken
on,
out.
guys. Sometimes I get angry,
All
bro,
because
because of my unresolved
Cats on
trauma.
scene.
I'm sorry
Guy
if I'm a
says, hey, why don't
dickhead
we put in
sometimes.
some
I really do love y'all.
infiltrators and embed some agents provocateurs to destroy these
All right.
protesters.
Jolly
Let's
Roger. This
destroy
is
all
Clyde
the
today.
questioning of 9/11.
Future host of
Let's
Coast to Coast
destroy all
AM.
the questioning of whether or not Barack Obama's an American citizen or not.
Probably hanging out with...
Let's destroy it all. You know, let's destroy the fact that Michelle Obama, when speaking, what was it, a few weeks ago, actually slipped
God,
and
I
said
hate
that
hearing about
Obama
Michelle.
lived in his home country of Kenya. Let's never mind that. Let's never mind the implosion of the buildings and the controlled detonation that was spoken of on the network news the day of 9/11. If you don't believe it, you can watch it again and again and again. If you want to put yourself through that torture. You see, here's something you need to understand. We have a new president. Okay? His name's Barack Obama. And since he's been president, the policies that were laid by George W. Bush remain idle, untouched. And the men and women that he chooses to be a part of his cabinet are now supporting the idea of creating and embedding agents that could create the kind of violent outcomes that we have seen in the past. Government is composed of corrupt and paranoid people, and therefore they are a legitimate object of criticism and constant exposure, and they want to take it out. If your political party, the one that you love, the one that you like, is in power, then it's easier for you to say that all things are moving smoothly. Yet I'm demonstrating here, time ad infinitum, that the state has become infiltrated by individuals with corrupt secret societal philosophies that, if implemented, can dramatically change the way we live. And their party affiliation has no bearing on the hidden agendas that they constantly shove down our throats. And those that hide in the shadows make policy in order to secure the state power hold and continuity of a fraudulent government. Now, if you think the biggest crime of the century is 9/11, which it probably is right now, and if you say it's an inside job, then you're a terrorist. And you know what? If you go to blogs and you attend protests and you do all those things and the government decides to put somebody in there to get you all pissed off and have you go out and commit acts of crime, murder, and treason, then who does that benefit? Doesn't it benefit your group? It benefits the police.
That forgery was bottle slips for like $5 for cans.
Because they no sooner declare martial law than they would look at you again and say, hey, we'll let it go. My guest tonight, Alex Ansary, has made some interesting comments about the Black Bloc. We had a caller who called in who was from the Black Bloc stating what he had to say about that. We had somebody call in and say that they were hearing about Molotov cocktails being made and all this other stuff and all this scare stuff. So you wanted to respond to that Black Bloc caller, Alex. What did you want to say?
Well, first of all, he mentioned what I was talking about and associated that with another website. And I want to reinforce that the website's alexansary.com.
400 videos. What the fuck,
if
dude?
If you're going to take a
more
look
like
at what I've been saying
$10,000.
the last couple of years, go ahead and quote me. But I'm not saying that we're going to be able to fix
I'm sorry,
through
man.
another election or through a Ron Paul. It's not that I'm opposed to Ron Paul or what is on that other website. But I have my own particular unique views. And again, one of the reasons I go to protests and interact with other people at the protests and share my outspoken viewpoint is that I don't think there's enough people coming together in solidarity based on the fact that our nation's economy is going to crash.
God, I'd give anything to talk to you guys right now in person.
Unless we can have a
like,
discussion
you have no
about
idea,
that.
man.
I don't see some of these groups, Clyde, as being completely legitimate if they can't discuss those particular issues.
But everybody has differences of opinion, right? And it's another thing, too, is that, you saying what you say about the Black Bloc, wouldn't that be considered a little divisive in a way?
Well, yeah, and that's what has been alleged.
So, we're just going to bounce back here and take a break. I'm going to take a break real quick. Just so you know, again, you heard this at the beginning. So, Clyde Lewis swooped in on the store when I fell into homelessness and was paid by a man who was a psychopath in the Lone Star State in 2011 and 2012. I was there in that horrible place working for a douchebag who acted like he was going to hire me to start a media company. And he was just nuts, dude. He was nuts. It's not jealousy. I wanted to be Clyde. I wanted to be in Clyde's shoes on the air. And I want Clyde Lewis, if he wants to convince me that I'm wrong, I will allow him. But Clyde has heard from me now maybe 50 times. I do have an issue with anger, but I'm not a bad man. And Clyde has had food with me. And I'm not bragging. I'm not like, bro, I've been all this to Clyde. But at one point, went through the Taco Bell drive-thru. It may mean nothing to you, but I've been a poor person. I bought Clyde a few tacos. It may mean nothing to you, but it means something to me because I am poor. And Clyde was poor too. And I bought that dude food when he didn't have enough, man. I fucking hate this world, man. There's no reason why me and that dude shouldn't be fucking friends. No reason at all. So Anthony Hilder gave me a car. I didn't ask him for a car, Clyde. I didn't ask him for a car. He threw that shit at me. Okay? I'm not perfect, and you're not perfect. I want to know if Lewis is your last name, if this is really some weird-ass family feud. Your last name's Lewis, and my grandmother's last name is Lewis, and nobody finds this to be, like, the least bit odd. No, you're a fucking N-word Ansary. You ain't no Lewis. You ain't no Nagel. That's some Bruce Nagel shit. Kicking a gas can at my head, frying on meth, saying you'll never be a Nagel. Is that you too, Clyde? You'll never be a Lewis? How about you, Mom, who keeps her lip shut when I say, tell me my ancestry, tell me my ancestry, tell me my ancestry. And you'd even say, like, part Germanic. That's why I took German class, dude. Like, what, are you fucking stupid? Duh. Like, you don't even say nothing. Thank God for the A-man. I don't know what to say. There's an audio recording of me and the A-man in 1994. And he sounds like a professional radio host. Light years beyond, like, Clyde Lewis. Like, the A-man radio voice was the deal. Like, it wasn't just fighting. He could talk and talk and talk and talk, dude. The dude was fucking a genius on A level. And then on another level, it was like, wow, man, you really don't ever see our system collapsing? Really? So, he's not perfect. He's made mistakes. I've made mistakes. But I'm trying to correct them. I'm trying to do better. And so are some of you.
As well, so was calling someone a paranoid.
I appreciate those of you that are Trump supporters that are here. I can't believe I said that. All right.
People like this trying to
tell
cause
your boy to
violence.
call
In
me.
fact, Clyde, there's a video on YouTube where a couple protesters.
No, I take that back because last time I said that, I got attacked in my sleep. So no, maybe me and Trump will start with some emails before we talk.
Obviously, a lot larger than the rest of the protesters, and he smashed with his fist. They caught him. He was a cop.
Trump just needs to have a deprogramming from the New World Order session with Alex Ansary now that he was screwed up by Jones. We need to, expose Jones then. We need to truth Trump that he was betrayed by Jones. That's what has to, that's what has to happen. Folks, I'm just fucking with you. None of these dudes are my friends.
Smashed the camera with his fist, and they tried to alert a police officer who wouldn't arrest him. And so when we see situations like this, and with Hal Turner, it makes you wonder, why isn't people like the last caller concerned about people calling for violence? That's concerning. How are we going to get the support of people in our community if we decide that this is the way to go about affecting change, trying to start a war?
I think the reason why nobody contact anybody about Molotov cocktails being made or anything being made is because they're waiting to get on their cell phone so they can be the first to put it on TMZ. That's the way we are now. Somebody gets in a car wreck, you take your cell phone, you watch them burn to death in their car. You don't save them. This is exclusive on the nightly news. They'll pay you thousands of dollars for it now. You want to protest? You want to throw a rock? You want to do something like that? Hey, that's get you on the nightly news. Of course, they're not going to say who you are, who you belong to. They're just going to say the protester did this. And all these, and that's another thing, too. Is anybody going to take a look at blogs when news, write about protests? They don't say, hey, we really appreciate these guys protesting Obama or protesting the government. They turn around and say these hoodlums need to be locked up.
Do you know what I'm showing you right now?
Clyde, I think you mentioned something about
only 1,000 hits.
Being divisive.
Only 12,000 people. Only 12.
My goal is to bring people together. That is my honest goal.
I am
hot. I'm doing.
But
I am hot.
Because
those are your
intentions. Like psychic as
there are
fuck.
other things that I think these people
I said 1%
about what's coming to Portland specifically.
We'll get 1% of the hits up.
And we still see them over
99% of the people
tanks being seen coming in through sometimes the port of Portland. There's something going on, and I think we should inform the police about it. I've been learning about the Oath Keepers recently, and their police and military against putting people in FEMA camps. They're against working with foreign troops. Now, you might think I'm a paranoid wingnut for talking about such things, but on shows like mine, I show you the documentation that the drills are going on in your backyard. Now, am I crazy when I hold up the Oregonian? Am I crazy when I show you the actual videotape? Right. So don't just call me nuts because I'm showing you something that scares you.
Okay. 1-800-344. I think I'm losing control. 1-800-344. No problem. More coffee, please.
Losing control?
1-800-344-KUFO.
Did he just say he thinks he's losing control?
Hey,
Clyde, where you at? Hey, Clyde, where you at? Did he just say I think I'm losing control?
1-800-344-KUFO. This is crazy tonight.
Who knows what Clyde thinks about the new Ansary walking? Because the old Ansary's dead. You know that, right? No, you know that, right?
Economic depression is still with us. Even though we hear spikes. In fact, I just saw Newsweek say that we're having spikes in the economic situation. Yeah, come on. I mean, people are still out of work. And we have a new world war on the horizon that we're looking at. Let's go to Lauren right now. Lauren, hi. You're on Ground Zero with Alex Ansary. Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to shine a light on the police aspect because both my parents are Oregon State Troopers, and so I know what goes on inside the departments themselves.
Okay.
And police officers nowadays are actually being attacked, and it's not right.
Police officers what are being attacked?
Yes, by the media, by the people themselves. There have been cases where a trooper was working on his notebook in his car, and he was shot. He wasn't pulling anyone over. He wasn't harassing anyone. He was shot and killed in his car.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about these officers, though, that are being they're just shooting people, and people are interpreting it as being the police against us?
With that, police are trained to know when to shoot and when not to. They go
not with mentally ill people, apparently. Not with mentally ill people, apparently, in this town. No, they don't.
But with a lot of those, what the media doesn't know is the most recent one that was on the news, he had a knife and was coming after the police officer.
Yeah, I know all about it. That's true. But, still, I mean, there have been guys who've been shot for having sticks in their hands.
They don't know. They don't know the person's history. They don't know if they are mentally ill. They know that someone's coming towards them with a weapon.
Yeah.
And they don't respond. And so they then have to use what they are taught and trained.
What do you think about the Aaron Campbell case?
I think it was justified.
Why do you think it was justified?
Because I know the extensive training that a police officer.
Why? No. That's not an answer to the question. That's a nice little propaganda thing you just told me. Why do you think a guy who was very compliant, coming out of a place with his hands in the air, was shot in the back? Please tell me why that happened.
Because of the officer's perception on what was actually going on.
Okay, and what was that?
I didn't talk to that officer, so I don't know what else was going on in that room.
Okay. But I'm just saying that, that's kind of one of those things where you have to kind of think to yourself that, while officers do their best for us, and we know that, and they're good people all the time, and they're great people, that sometimes mistakes are made. And if mistakes are made and lives are lost, we can't just say, oops, that was a mistake. Can't do that.
There's also every single officer-involved shooting, there's an investigation that goes on after that.
Yeah, I know. And the police officers are usually in the right?
Not always.
I haven't heard one lately.
Sometimes they are disciplined.
I hope so. But all I'm trying to say is that, every once in a while there's an exception to the rule that makes us have to stop and say, maybe we need to reevaluate what we're doing. And it doesn't mean the police are bad people. It just means that we need to reevaluate what we're doing.
Oh, I completely agree with that. And I completely agree with almost everything you said on the show. I just want to spread a little bit more light on police officers themselves because the protests are getting more violent. I'm not saying it's all of them. I'm completely for protests as long as it's a peaceful and civilized protest. There are rules and ways to go about things. And as
you ever been to a protest?
Yes, I have. I've been to a couple anti-war protests before.
Okay. And what do you think of them?
As long as they go smoothly and they're respectful, they're fine.
You've never seen an officer spray somebody with gas or pepper spray just 'cause? No. You've never seen a police officer or a group of police officers tapping their shields like Roman centurions. You've never seen that? No?
They're people too. They're allowed to get frustrated and angry. Have you ever seen
that has nothing to do with that. You know what? Let me tell you. Yes, I have, and I don't justify that either. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's no reason for that mental mind control. There's no reason for that tapping of that's Roman. That's the tactic. Okay, it's a tactic for intimidation. And here's the deal. If anyone out there, whether you're a member of any group, whether you're a police officer, you're a mob person, you're a black bloc, or anybody, I tell you what, the government now has decided they're going to start infiltrating. And if they're going to infiltrate, that means they've declared war, okay? If they're sending in covert ops to take a look what's going on amongst the people, that means that they have reason to believe that the people are ready to just attack. Am I correct or am I not correct?
I agree with that because the people are not happy with Obama as a president. I agree with that.
Well, they're not happy. They weren't happy with Bush either, okay? And so this is, look, I'll tell you what. Obama smiles a lot and he makes me laugh. I feel a lot more comfortable in my police state with him as president. I'm just saying, we're still in a police state and it's still happening. You understand? That's what's going on.
Because they're trying to protect the citizens as a whole.
I don't believe that. I don't believe. I believe. No, I don't believe that every police officer's intent is always good, and I don't believe that every politician's intent is always good. Intentions aren't always what they're cracked up to be. Remember what they say: the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I can guarantee personally that every single cop that I know, and I know a lot of them in the city of Albany and Salem, they all have a good intent.
I'm glad.
They all look out for the people.
I'm glad you think that way, and I have no reason to question it, and I appreciate your call. Lauren, thank you.
What you have to look for also is there are people being murdered by protesters.
I understand. I got to go. I got to take a break. I'll see you. Thank you for the call. We'll be back. Ground Zero. I'm Clyde Lewis. Don't go away.
As basic needs, and sometimes getting what you want is hard. Sometimes it feels like your life is out of control. Well, now it's time to gain control again with Chase the Mind Hypnosis. Do you need to gain confidence, stop smoking, lose weight, or eliminate anxiety? Hypnotherapy is a proven way to change behavior so you can relax and enjoy life to the fullest. Many people have enjoyed the benefits of hypnotherapy, and now you can too. Call Chase the Mind Hypnosis at 503-283-2114. That's 503-283-2114. And find out how hypnosis relaxes your body, allowing your thoughts to become more focused. Chase the Mind Hypnosis also offers effective regressive therapy. Let Chase the Mind Hypnosis help you remove the obstacles that get in the way of living. Call Richard Chase today, 503-283-2114. Go ahead and write it down, 503-283-2114. Chase the Mind and catch it with Chase the Mind Hypnosis.
Information on team.
Grounds, or the truth is now out there, is an article that was written about strange conspiracy theories, weird theories, from reptilian shapeshifters to, which alien's out, humping the dog or whatever. My theory about the Antichrist was given credibility by Rolling Stone, actually, and they said that it's the most believable theory they've ever heard. Well, here's the deal. I've decided, since I've been talking about it, and I'm going to keep telling you about it, I've decided that I'm going to present a multimedia presentation of the Kenton Masonic Lodge. And I'm going to be doing it. I'm going to be giving detailed information about the Antichrist. Now, this will not be a religious show, no, even though we're all going to be talking about a religious subject. It's not about any denomination or whatever. Because what I'm going to be talking about is I'm going to be talking about bloodlines. I'm going to be talking about secret societies and how they'll play a part in electing a world leader. Now, once again, not a denominational thing. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to convert you to my cult. I'm just not that way. It will be based on criteria from the Book of the Apocalypse, the Quran, Nostradamus, mysticism from secret societies. Here's the deal. Mark your calendar for this date. It's Friday, May 22nd at 8 p.m. That's Friday, May 22nd at 8 p.m. On the corner of North Denver and Kilpatrick in Kenton. It's North Portland. The cost will be $10 at the door, and refreshments will be there. And more details will unravel as we move forward with that. Once again, it's a presentation on Friday, May 22nd, $10. It's who the Antichrist really is. And you'll really find it an interesting story. And you'll probably walk away going, oh, my God, blow my mind. Anyway, tonight on the program, we have Alex Ansary. We're talking about the Black Bloc. We're talking about how Cass Sunstein now says that they're going to infiltrate groups that try to protest. They're going to go after the truthers, the birthers, the Tea Party, everybody that allegedly is against Barack Obama. And Alex, you were going to say something. What were you going to say before we go to calls?
Hey, there's one guy locally, Jason Levine. He's being investigated by the board in Beaverton. He's a teacher there, and he's the webmaster of crashtheteaparty.org. Where are these people coming from? Just like he puts up a website, Crash the Tea Party, go there with signs saying the most ridiculous things, have things misspelled, infiltrate in any way you can. And so, Clyde, what we're talking about is not just about infiltration potentially of Black Bloc groups, but other groups as well, like the Tea Party, as you mentioned earlier, 9/11 Truth groups.
Yeah. And you know what? The 9/11 Truth groups, you know who those guys are? The guys that say there were no planes that hit the buildings. No planes. The no plane people.
We Are Change groups, chapters around the nation.
I don't know. There are people that make the most outrageous comments, and I just say, no way.
Well, you notice how the media likes to talk to them sometimes. These documentaries some of you have seen on TV, a straw man argument.
Well, yeah, they give them credibility because they want to make sure that everybody looks stupid and silly and crazy. That's why they do it. Let's go to Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy, Young Ground Zero with Alex Ansary. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder what the cops think. I mean, if the government admits that they're going to train people to blow them up, I mean, doesn't it kind of defeat the purpose? Doesn't it make them kind of wonder who they trust?
No, well, they get paid, don't they? And they're great, according to Lauren last call.
Well, but I mean, you know, they get paid and all, but once you realize your boss is out to get you, then
well, when are people going to realize?
How great do you feel about that every day you go to work?
It's just not the police.
Like, geez, maybe I really shouldn't.
Might not be their boss.
It's just not the police. Have you read about how there are more soldiers now that are committing suicide than there are soldiers that get killed in the line of duty?
Don't get me wrong. I can't read. So, I mean...
well, no problem, okay? But I'm just trying to tell you that, you know, I have told people, it's not blue state, it's not red state, it's the state versus you. And when you realize that's the way it is, then maybe you'll get off your, you know what, you get off your keister, and you'll start talking to people, and you'll start saying, hey, I'm not for this anymore, okay?
Yeah, maybe that one day they'll turn their guns around, you know what I mean? They'll realize, hey, I don't want to work for these people.
Well, you know what, it's not about shooting, and it's not, you know what it is? No, you know what it is? You take their money from them, okay? You take their power from them. You know, these guys freak out when they don't have their power controls over you, and they freak out when they don't get money from you. But see, this is the thing. Okay, people like me and people like Alex, we go on the radio. He goes on his TV show, and I go on the radio. And I'm going to tell you right now, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
What do I do? I'm a telemarketer.
Okay, you're a telemarketer.
Yeah.
I promise you that you're making more money being a telemarketer than I'm on this radio right now.
No, you don't understand.
No, I do understand.
So I make probably $4,000 a year right now.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you.
I'm not kidding you.
The economy, since the way communication.
I'm not kidding you.
Nobody will buy from a telemarketer just because we have such a bad reputation.
Well, I always say that if Jesus was going to return again, he'd hire a group of telemarketers, and no one would ever welcome him anyway. So here's the
thing. I just do my job because I have existing.
But see, you making $4,000 a year.
Yeah.
You still have me beat. You still have me beat. And you know why is that? Because they're rather going to put the money in the pocket of the violent guys, the ones that are saying the stupid stuff, than the guy who's trying to tell you the truth on the radio every Sunday night. Now, if I can get a lot of sponsors on this program, they're going to keep me going and keep my kid in shoes, and to keep everybody happy in my household, then great. But you know what?
But I'm just saying, I just wonder why you would admit to someone that works for you that you're going to try to screw them. I mean, I just don't get that.
It's because people are trapped.
You know, I mean, but no, I'm just...
it's the same reason why you're getting paid $4,000 a year to be a telemarketer.
Bad for the government to do that. I think that was a stupid move on their part.
Well,
and it could only.
But
backfire.
no. Yeah, well,
you know, people believe that what the conspiracy say.
Okay, stop. 1 moment. You say this could only backfire.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it could only backfire, what does that mean for the country? That means if it can only backfire...
It's bad. It definitely sends it down a terrible, terrible road.
And who will be there? Who will be there to clean up the mess?
Hopefully, just people. I mean, it happens all the time.
No. They'll hire people who don't feel bad about shooting people.
Blackwater?
Well... Maybe.
Those that have been involved in the black ops that don't have a conscience anymore, there's a whole bunch of them ready to get paid.
Yep.
Well, I got relatives.
Does it pay me money to shoot? I'll do it.
And that scares me.
Does it pay me money to shoot? I'll do it. I'll do it.
I mean, to me, and my other relatives are okay with it. They're like, well, at least he gets a paycheck.
Yeah, well, some people, it's not always about money either. Not always about money. Got to go to the next call. Thanks for the call.
All right, thanks.
Oh, we got an anonymous person, John Doe. Hi, John Doe. You're on Ground Zero.
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to comment about the young lady that called who said she knew police officers personally in Portland and Albany. The 3 Cheers for Police girl.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to mention any names or any ranks.
Don't.
Yeah, won't happen. But I will say that my father actually retired from the Albany Police Department a number of years ago.
Yeah.
I won't say how many, but we'll say it was more recent than distant.
Okay, I feel a little uncomfortable lining police. What do you want to say?
Just that one of the reasons that he retired was because of the corruption that was going on within that particular department.
Okay. Was it isolated or was it like widespread?
I would say more isolated.
Okay. Well, that's because there are jerks in every group.
Right. And that was kind of the point that I wanted to make to
But I've talked with a lot of police officers who know exactly what's going on. Some of them have attitudes that you'd be surprised at how they are definitely for the people they want to serve and protect. That's another.
Absolutely. There are definitely those, and my dad was definitely one of those. I mean, to be honest with you, like most of my encounters with any police officers haven't been the most positive.
You know, isn't it funny how we always, I mean, think about this. Okay, we always try to single out the negative as if it's completely widespread. For example, in your house right now where you're sitting, there's probably a spider within 300 feet of you, okay? Spiders come into your house all the time. They're probably within 300 feet of you, okay? Now, most people, when they see a spider, how do they react?
With fear.
And why is that?
Well, a number of reasons, but, I mean, it could be arachnophobia.
Well, they have arachnophobia. They're thinking that maybe the spider will bite them and poison them, right?
Or a negative experience.
Right. Chances are the spider that's within 300 feet of you is not poisonous, but yet people will freak out anyway when they see it. The same principle with the police officers, the same principle with Al-Qaeda, the same principle with mob guys, the same principle with Black Bloc, it's the same principle. We all associate the experience we're told. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up hearing about something called the Hi-Fi Killers. Two black guys went into this place and basically tortured people in a place called the Hi-Fi Shop. They shoved pencils in their ears and they made them drink Drano. My whole life, growing up as a kid, I was afraid of black men because of that. I outgrew it, but that's what I always associated black men with, were the black men who walked into the Hi-Fi Shop and killed those people and tortured them. Okay? So when we see police officers shooting people, when we see Black Bloc guys with face masks, we see all this stuff, we associate violence with violence, and we make our opinions and our prejudices based on what we see.
Absolutely.
Now, the way to get rid of this misconception is to educate and to get to know and to find out. And that's what I'm attempting to do tonight.
Well, I just wanted to say that this is actually the first time I've ever listened to your show.
What do you think?
And, it's fantastic. Top notch. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah.
From many people.
Yeah.
And I'm actually calling out of Salem. I don't know if that matters or not, but up and down the I-5 corridor.
Thank you.
And it's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
I love all the stories that I've heard, and that I've actually witnessed the show. I can guarantee you that I'll be tuning in and hopefully calling in the future.
Spread the word, will you, man?
Likewise, sir.
Thank you. Take care. Let's go to Eric. Eric, you're on Ground Zero. Hi.
Hi. I've been listening to your show for about 2.5 months.
Yeah.
And I heard you talking about the what? The 666.
Yeah.
Basically, Antichrist. Anything? I mean, you'd say Antichrist like Antichrist is Obama or
no. I've never called Obama the Antichrist. I'm sorry.
You never said.
Nope. Never said it. Never said it. Never said it.
Never said it.
Nope.
Okay. What do you think of the Antichrist is?
Come to my thing on Friday the 22nd, and I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, anyways, I just wanted to kind of state the Antichrist. Anything that's Antichrist is nothing. 22nd.
Yeah, I'll be talking about it on the show. Keep listening to the show and tell all your friends about it. Okay, got to go to another call quick. Thank you. Let's go to Angie. Hi, Angie. You're on Ground Zero, line 1. Angie, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I wanted to reference the Hooray for the Police girl.
Yeah.
That was just so naive that it was inflammatory, and I'm glad that she's had this positive experience, but this is hardly the majority. I mean, even basic things like the Stanford prison study show about the effects of that role and that assignment, but part of what bothers me and part of what I haven't heard about is when we talk about this increasing police state and you talk about the government infringement over civil liberties. Case in point, look at what happened with the Republican National Convention. These people were not allowed to peacefully protest and demonstrate on public grounds. Not only were they run off by SWAT police, that were, that local police was built up with government money, with taxpayer money. They were assaulted. They were arrested. But even before the convention, known revolutionaries, known anarchists, known even journalists and independent journalists were being rounded up out of their homes, were being detained for questioning, were being taken out of the action, were losing their livelihood. And the best part is, well, we paid for this with the government funds and taxpayer funds. Why is it this did not make any mainstream media?
See, the bullets that are going to put you in the ground are the best bullets your tax dollars have purchased. Think about that.
Eamon Goodman was also viciously attacked at that protest by a cop.
And but the thing is, there were so many infringements, and yet this didn't make CNN. It didn't.
And you know why?
It made AP. It made the internet. Why?
You know why?
Why are we not even hearing about this?
Because they are owned and operated by members of groups that basically
Notice how this
agree
woman doesn't
on what
talk
is news and what isn't
directly
news.
to me. Notice how this woman doesn't talk to me, but she's talking to Clyde, but not me. And you might not look into that, but I look into things like that. And there's been times where people have looked past me and talked to the people behind me in person.
Year, and I said, yeah, you're still beating me. It's because of the fact we've narrowed down radio networks as well. To have Ground Zero on the air is a miracle. It's a sheer miracle. I'm here alone on my reputation. That's all I'm here for.
Yeah,
I'm here because of my reputation and the fact that Ditch and several other people that work at this station have given me the opportunity to speak to you because they believe in the show.
Whatever, dude. Now you're syndicated.
Now, if you guys don't tell Ditch how much you love him, and if you don't worship the ground he floats above, and we're going to have a problem because you got to keep the show on the air. We got to keep it on the air. That's all I got to say because it's not paying me any more, any less to be here on a Sunday night. I appreciate it, Angie.
You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. That was a great call from Angie.
Ditch at KUFO.com.
Yeah, do that. Okay. We're going to be back after a song. We're going to lead each other in a song, and then we're going to come back. We're going to burn through calls. 1-800-344-KUFO. One black block tonight. One guy. 1-800-344-KUFO. 1-800-344-KUFO. We'll be back. Keep it here.
I know, being a college freshman is supposed to be tough, but let me tell you about my schedule this semester. All 18 credits.
The number you have...
that we're talking about, not abstracted.
Of course, now they're planning on infiltrating, so yeah, that's the way it goes.
Okay, on an earlier show you talked about health care and how they're targeting the welfare of pregnant mothers for population control.
Right.
I just didn't understand what you meant by that.
Well, I could go into detail, but you can get the show online if you go to zeropointradio.com and download it. You can see it, and it's only like $1 or $2 to get it, okay? I got to go to another call. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, bye-bye. Let's go to John Doe number 2. He's got info on the black block. Go ahead, John Doe number 2. Swear.
The same.
Don't swear, dude. Go.
I apologize. No profanity.
Right on. Hi. Let's go to Itachi. Hi, Itachi on Ground Zero.
Hi.
Hi.
I was wondering, you're talking about the Antichrist currently, right?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
See you later. Let's go to Rabble. Hi, Rabble. You're on Ground Zero.
Yeah, I'm calling because I want to explain what this is. This is a resistance. This is not a movement or an organization. The Black Bloc is not an organization.
What are you resisting?
It is a tactic. What are we resisting? We are resisting the Inland Empire in many different facets. The police just represent one facet of that.
What Inland Empire are you resisting?
Okay, people need to understand the history that we're talking about, not the abstracted history. What we're talking about is the movement upon our very lives. The overtaking of our minds, the overtaking of the food that we eat, the control of labor.
And you know how you do that. You know how you get in there is you infiltrate and obfuscate. Have you ever infiltrated and obfuscated anything?
No, there's no need to infiltrate.
Of course you do.
This is so pervasive that it's infiltrated our very way of thinking.
No, that's how the government does it. Why don't you do like they do?
if we had a culture of resistance that could stand up and face against the oppressors.
You and whose bombs? Are you going to take on?
Bombs.
They've got a nuclear bomb. What do you got?
And if they drop a nuclear bomb, they're going to be killing themselves too. They'd have to be suicidal and maniacs. We're not going to play.
It's not
the factor of the state.
You think it's about saving their skins too?
What you talk about, what you want to talk about,
Yeah.
you want to talk about peaceful revolution.
Of
what
course.
needs to be talked about is resistance.
Yes, but what are we resisting? What are you resisting? Do you know what you're resisting?
I know exactly what I'm resisting.
And what is that? Your tactic? What is your tactic?
Right now, we're talking about resisting the police.
Okay.
The reasons for resisting the police need to be made clear.
And?
It's because the police are not accountable to the people in which they claim to protect.
Then get on a grand jury and stop it.
No, you cannot get into the system to fight the system. That's
Sure
not
you
how
can.
This system works. That is not how this system
That's
works.
how Gandhi did it.
Well, that's how Obama's doing it. Is that the argument we're going to take?
No,
now?
I said that's how Gandhi is doing it. Gandhi is doing
did
it.
not work alone. Gandhi worked against an empire in coalition.
Yeah, he did, and he did it peacefully. And he did it with thoughts.
Peacefully, but he also beat his wife, so we're not going to discuss that. What we should be discussing is not an abstract history.
Well, we don't talk about whether or not black bloc members beat their wives either.
Because black bloc members don't beat their wives. Black bloc members don't exist.
Just like every police officer in Albany and Salem are good guys.
Not an organization. Get it right. If you'd like to report.
No, I am not reporting anything bad against the black bloc. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to ascertain.
Okay, Again, the black bloc does not exist. The black bloc would denote that there was an organization. Black bloc
It's a tactic. Okay.
A tactic used in a various form of strategies. It's a tactic used, and that tactic is a very concise term to describe the use of a group of people to remain anonymous and protect each other.
This is telling me nothing. You realize this? Telling me it's a tactic tells me nothing. You see?
If you would let me finish, I'm telling you what the tactic is.
Okay, tell me what the tactic is.
The tactic is the use of a group of people to protect each other, keep each other anonymous, while performing actions to lash out against the state. Hitting a bank window isn't a directed target. It's not random violence.
I didn't say it was random.
Target.
Never said it was random violence.
No. I'm not saying you said that. People think that, and it's made to see that way in the media.
But see, you know what that is? That's a PR problem on their part.
No, we're not interested in PR.
Then what are you interested in?
I'm calling you to this show because Alex Ansary is trying to tell people that the black bloc is police and protected by the police. That is the most ridiculous Alex Jones cockeyed conspiracy crap I've ever heard.
There he goes, comparing me to somebody else again. They can't talk to me about what I'm actually saying.
Well, why don't you address what he's saying? No. Why don't you address what he's saying?
Let me just point this out. During the 19th action, which was a community gathering general assembly, Alex Ansary was the one walking with police protection on the other side of the street yelling at the protesters. So I'd like to know exactly what Alex Ansary's...
That's right. They're actually calling me a cop, so I'm calling them out on what they're doing. Exactly. Listen to this.
Did you get police protection?
With the police
protection. I bullhorn them from where I want to bullhorn them from. Plus... Because cops are right behind me, that makes me guilty of working with them. They thought the whole thing was entertaining, and some of the cops actually know what's going on. Do you support the Oath Keepers? They're actually police and military against the government's plans for martial law. You want to talk about resistance, sir? These guys are ready to take on our own government, and the government's targeting them, calling them extremists. Okay. Do you support police and military against the plans for martial law?
Bring down this fascist system with an internet television show or a radio show. It's going to require an active resistance.
Look, I'm not saying everything that you're doing is wrong, but understand, based on the fact that I've been talking about these things for years, I put my life on the line. And don't just call me a fake because you have disagreements with me.
You know what's sad?
I mean, this is very serious what we're involved in, sir.
You know what is sad?
Obvious.
You know what is sad?
Pointing out the obvious.
Well, you know what's...
call you a fake.
You know what's sad?
You are the one using police protection to call out against those who are standing up for their rights.
That is your perception. That is not true.
But what do I... Okay.
I've bullhorned the police every single protest.
You know what's sad?
This is how Portland views me.
When have you ever approached me?
I'm not a human to Portland.
Do you know what's
I'm
sad?
not human. I'm not legitimate.
We should have had you on at the beginning
garbage.
of the show.
Yeah, that is sad. I've been waiting on the line for a while.
Why didn't why didn't you just say,
Clyde,
hey,
Clyde likes this guy.
Bully your way up?
Clyde likes him.
Clyde
likes him.
I'm just saying that
Clyde likes Antifa.
hate to tell you this, but we got to go.
Clyde likes Antifa.
I understand. What I want your listeners
Clyde
to know
Lewis
quickly,
likes Antifa.
though, is that I'm not denouncing
Clyde
Alex
Lewis
Ansary
likes
as a person.
Antifa.
I'm saying that Alex You have no idea what you're talking about when talking about anarchist organization or affiliation. You have no
Right.
idea. So please, if you don't understand
you people are
the
so
history
honorable.
of resistance, don't try to act like you do.
Then you know what you need
Right.
to do?
I have no
You
history
look
of resistance.
You know what you need to do?
I'm stupid.
Then why don't
you
come on a
leftists
show
are awesome.
and
You
why don't
Portland
tell
white
us on a
supremacists,
show
neo-Nazis
and
are
basically not
fucking
be-
the
heck,
shit.
wear your mask,
And I'm not
whatever
even
you wanna
human.
do.
Clyde
Just
Lewis,
go on
you're
a show
awesome.
and do it.
Do you understand the reasoning for the mask?
Yes, it's for protection of you guys.
People who did not have the mask on. There's one kid who is using government housing because he is severely disabled in a wheelchair, and he's been threatened with losing his housing.
Yes,
because he took part in the protest.
I understand.
Another kid, Luke Corner, was shot last week by a Nazi in the streets because he's a member of the anti-racist action.
I heard about that too, and
There's a reason we wear masks.
I know that. I know that there's a reason you wear masks, but here's something I want you to think about. Don't you think that sets you up, though, and makes you ripe for infiltration now that Cass Sunstein said that they're going to do it anyway?
Do you think we don't know who each other are outside of this? Do you think we're strangers on the street?
It doesn't matter if you guys know who each other are. Remember, it doesn't matter who each other knows who they are. It matters whether or not the media and the observers look at somebody who looks like you guys.
What action could possibly be taken that doesn't represent resistance if they break a window and
war declared on them? War declared on you guys, and that'd be a lot worse.
The war has already been declared on the people. The war has been declared for a long time. This is what I'm saying. This is what people need to understand. This war has been declared for a long time. Now there are two sides to this war. This is what needs to be understood.
Wow. God.
This war was declared years ago on the people.
Will you
Years ago.
stay on the phone, will you? Let's stay on the phone. I'm going to get with you at the end of the show, okay? Stay on the phone. Wow. Alex, thank you for the show. We got to go quickly. Good night from Ground Zero. And listen
We're
again
out here
tomorrow
specifically
night,
tonight and last night
on
because
zeropointradio.com.
lots of people think that
We'll
since
see
Joe
you
Biden is
next week.
president,
Take care.
things are like better. Things.
Wow. So there you have it. We're 4 hours and 41 minutes into this historic episode. Clyde Lewis asks an Antifa leader to call him. Wow. Folks, I've been carrying this weight for 10 years, and you don't know how much this man has tortured me from this experience. I would appreciate it if you did want to reach out and specifically address the content that was in this video and speak more than 2 sentences if you have a soul. But I think that it's not fair for you to support Donald Trump calling out Antifa and then to leave me in the streets in Portland when I called out Antifa. And if you're not going to even emotionally respond to this intellectually, you understand why I think I'm in a simulation and why, I don't trust you. You should be pissed that this happened to me. It's one thing you guys want to sit there and support Alex Jones and Donald Trump. That's fine. But you had this whole, Portland thing, in the mainstream for, a buttload of time, right? But your boy Alex Ansary was on the case way before anybody. Also with the solar flares in the war cycle. Also the Red Dawn. There's, a long list, bro. I am the golden child for the Afghani bloodline. And an Indian bloodline and a Welsh and the whole 9 yards. And I'm so lonely. I'm really hurting. Let's take a look here at this video. I'm doing better, guys.
Things are okay now.
So
they don't have
this
to do
is
anything.
this is what I interpreted. I don't know why the voice sounds different. It's a different voice. Basically, this is what I'm about to share with you. There is this scene and footage of rioters in 2021. So this was 11 years after the fact. So let's go to share screen. Let's go to share screen. Thank you. God bless you. And may you be safe from these horrible things that are coming. Okay. Even people that have harmed me, I forgive you if you want to develop a truce. Because I told you I believe aspects of the Great Replacement Theory. But I'm not a white supremacist. So it's more than just white people that are being replaced by foreigners. So let's get on this. You should have Alex Ansary go on the Alex Jones show or the Clyde Lewis show to give an ethnic, non-ethno-state perspective on weaponized migration. But until you have an interest in hearing different perspectives, you don't have my vote. So what I'm here to tell you is 11 years after that radio show with Clyde Lewis, there's a voice that's on the scene and video. So this guy who talks about being oppressed by the system gets to go on CNN. He doesn't know what oppression is.
We want to show that we don't believe that. We're not going to get complacent. We're still going to try to help people as much as possible. no matter who's president.
Why are you out here? What are you passionate
This guy
about?
here.
I'm passionate about
AJ.
reform. I'm passionate about changing things and believing in change. I'm passionate about abolishing places that put kids in cages.
Having Joe Biden as president doesn't change things for you?
No.
How come?
Because it's still president, it's still government.
I'm not pro-Antifa. We have agreements also with Trump supporters. I have agreements with people on the left and the right, and I'm outside the box. But this shows that they're not necessarily Biden people. They're just degenerates that like to break shit and break people's faces. They hate people of color. They're always white. Yet they're always talking about saving the third world, yet they're always white. Yet you don't see third world people with them because they're not nice to third world people. They have to control the conversation about they're white supremacists. They're white supremacists. And those of you that are in denial about white supremacy are lower than average intelligence. And then you have a guy, you're inconsistent. You have a guy named Joey Gibson, who was a part of Patriot Prayer, that went around Portland calling Antifa racist because he's half Japanese, and nobody, not Trump, not Alex Jones, put him in check for that shit. They supported Joey Gibson. You need to support Alex Ansary now. Just because it's not a half white, half Japanese bloodline, and it's a half Afghani, and you're programmed to think that's the death of the Western race. No, I'm going to debunk that, and I am genetically, intellectually, and spiritually superior to the former president of the United States. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I am superior to the former president of the United States.
It's not gonna change. I mean, Kamala Harris is still a cop. Joe Biden is still the president.
I'm not just a critic of Donald Trump and Biden and Bush and Obama. I am superior to all of them.
But he has a different philosophy towards different things.
It's still this. It's still the.
I am a supremacist now. In case you didn't notice that. With regards to the former presidents and other talk show hosts, I believe that I am genetically, intellectually, spiritually, and emotionally more mature and intelligent than all the talk show hosts on earth and politicians. I'm sorry if this bursts your bubble. I am confident now, and you will not stop me until I am dead. I apologize if this inconveniences you, and if you miss the old Alex that let you walk on him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But we need to move forward now with strength and prana. The weakness is gone.
Same political system and the system that is the issue. I'd like to see complete change.
What are the main issues for you?
Immigration.
Notice the issues.
Education.
Afghanistan and the victims of war will not be mentioned. Afghanistan and the victims of war will not be mentioned. And if you're in Portland now, and if you have a soul, you need to take the link to this mega thread video, send it out there, cast it out, message in a bottle. And if you want to talk to me, you can do like maybe 5 minutes of research on YouTube to get my email. Okay, Gunnar Standard's brain cells aren't firing right. That's why he's large and in charge in LA.
And defunding the police.
I want to see Medicare for all. I want to see funding pulled away from police departments and funneled into organizations within communities.
Now, this is a very typical Anglo-Saxon Pacific Northwest face. A lot of confusion, a lot of dizziness, but yet a very focused supremacy complex. That they are going to fight white supremacy, but yet they as white people are going to dominate the conversation. And even if I don't appreciate Eli Ritchie's callousness towards my issues, Eli Ritchie has been viciously assaulted, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but dozens of times by white supremacists in Antifa, simply because he was willing to interview Joey Gibson as a reporter, which I totally supported and totally love the Eli Ritchie channel and miss his content greatly. I miss the old Eli Ritchie. I'm sorry, Eli Ritchie, that Portland and the evil of it has affected you, but I was right when I told you that it's about demons, bro. It's not necessarily government agents on every block. It's demons, bro. I'm not a nutter, bro. Demons are real. Christ is real. Praise Jesus. Amen.
Actually help build up the communities, rehabilitation centers for people who have addictions, communities where the houseless can get off of the streets and get back on their feet and be able to live in.
You don't care about the houseless if they're brown. fuck you. If you're looking for a Nazi to punch, get a fucking mirror, bitch. You people in Portland, Oregon that are white hate me for having a dad from Afghanistan. You're fuckheads. And what makes you extraordinarily fuckheads is that you'll riot in 2004, 5, and 6 to derail our peaceful anti-war protest. You know you were there and you know what you did. Over and over and over again, you would show up at a peaceful protest and you would smash shit up, supposedly because you cared about Afghanistan or something. No, you didn't. You showed up to crash the party. And you're always doing this. We care about the third world. We're concerned about white supremacists, and we're concerned about the houseless. We're so anti-government, but yet we want the government to pay for everything. Like, you're fucking nuts. And there isn't any one of you with fucking tits, balls, or ovaries to email me now in Portland and say, bro, we're bringing you home. We need to wake the people up. You got a working megaphone? Bro, that's awesome. Not a single one of you has the spark.
In homes instead of in tents. Immigration is, to me, a non-issue. We are in a world of absolute abundance. There is so much wealth in this country that is not...
No, the A-man has the spark. And it's because of humans like him that I'm willing to even talk to Portland, okay?
Distributed to the people. It is being hoarded by a small percentage of people who exploit their workers.
No, if it wasn't for the A-man talking to me, I would never talk to you again, Portland. Fuck you.
Reason for people to be told that they can't come here when we have all of these resources available. There are so many empty houses in this country. There are so many empty apartment buildings, but there are so many people who are living on the street because they can't afford to pay that bill. And I don't think that that's reasonable. I don't think it's rational, and I don't think it's moral at all.
But with Joe Biden as being president, that doesn't change your mindset at all. Like, in terms of
Until I see the tangible changes that come with his administration, I keep him at an arm's length. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are two branches of the same tree, and I think that we need a forest.
So some people thought with having Biden as president...
She might be a nice lady. I mean, those are good buzzwords, but she would probably be visibly uncomfortable in my presence.
Protesting we saw last night and the violence that came with it and the vandalism.
I think that those people need to look at Joe Biden's records of how he has voted on certain laws in Congress and Kamala's history as a prosecutor and a cop, and realize that there's absolutely no reason based off their histories and their policies that we would stop these protests, because they still defend the things that we are fighting against. It's not boo Donald Trump, boo Republicans. It's boo funding the police, boo police brutality, and boo an unjust system.
And what do you make of the vandalism?
Well, here we go again. It's the same thing with the Second Amendment crowd. Rules for thee, but not for me. What do you mean, Alex? You care about your Second Amendment, but not mine. Mine was taken because I put a poison in my arm because this system did not have legal marijuana, vape, or treatment, or anyone to tell me to go to treatment because of the abandonment issues. My mother to this day thinks it was my decision to move in with my dad, just so you know. In our last actual conversation, she was literally shouting at me that I need help, okay, and that it's my fault that I had to live with my dad, despite the fact that her boyfriend, Mr. Rezek, in Queens, New York, threw me against the wall, causing me to urinate in my pants. Only time that happened. No man ever caused me to piss my pants, but this dude that was banging my mom, probably up the wazoo, an activity which I do not participate in. Butt love. They disarmed me. So left me vulnerable to attack, and I went looking for my protection weapon so I can extend my life as long as possible, and I found anal beads, and I became offended. So offended and disgusted at the sound of in the next room. You don't bring your kid into here. Yeah, if you're going to be imprinted then, and if you're going to be submissive to men, then be submissive to me, and I say serve God, woman. You want to be submissive? Submissive to God. Be submissive to the Christ consciousness or the Buddha consciousness. Be submissive to goodness. If you're going to talk about caring about the homeless, why would you not care about Portland, Oregon's brown homeless guy? Just because I had an Access TV show and I didn't want to burn down the city, it didn't mean that I was Satan. You know what I'm saying? I don't have Satan tattoos on my body, but you guys do. That's the thing. And you're a lot like the Nazis that are the right-wingers that say it they're victims. You're just like them. And you're also white. And probably also from Northern California or LA. Maybe with a nose ring, maybe not. Just like Rachel Mary from Ultra Human, who threw me away like a used tampon what she was turned against me. Search for the truth. I'm glad that you raised your vibration, and you were always kind of high. You remind me of David Nagel that passed, and I hope that you are going to be protected where you are in your area. And if I was to travel, I would visit you. I would visit you if I was to travel America. But I'm not traveling soon.
I don't do vandalism myself, but destruction of property is a fundamentally American form of protest dating back to the Boston.
If Search for the Truth's mutual friend who's up north wanted to meet me and we're in the same town, I would meet you, bro, and do chisao with you. But we would have to have a debate over the differences between us and the things that you did that were immoral. I would tell you off on camera to your face and wrestle you straight up to your face. You know that, right? You know that. You know that if we're in the same place, I totally accept your challenge if you were to challenge or something. But I think that you have a soul that needs to evolve too beyond where you were. And maybe I sense you are, and great, good for you. But I don't sense, to be honest with you, great things in that state up north with the Russia-China drills. I don't sense great things, and I hope nothing bad happens, but I don't know of a lot of truth consciousness vibration videos or vloggers up north, far north. And if you know of a bunch and you want to tell me about some, tell me. But if you don't have a bunch of consciousness folks around you, maybe when shit starts getting crazy, dude, I'm just giving you a free one here. You need to have the intuition and psychic ability to know if maybe you want to come back or go somewhere else before the big event. And with that, we'll finish off this video. Hit pause. In the name of Jesus, may you all wake the F up and let me enjoy these nice beers. Now, if you want to hear me rock out to some tunes after this, bang your head, go to Substack and look at yesterday's post. Pray for my mom. Pray for the A-man. Pray for my dad. Pray for these people that I'm wrong about some things too. Yeah. Pray for Alex to be wrong about some things. That'd be good.
Party, and I'm not here to tell somebody else how to protest.
Do you think there should be?
I think
it probably was Antifa. They smashed out a window of a volunteer at the store, the Portland store. That could have been a random thug, but that could have been Antifa that was targeting my store. So Antifa may have actually attacked me, just so you know, in Portland. Somebody went by on a backpack, smashed out, and it may not have been them, but when I saw this just now, I got triggered, and I remembered when someone came by, just like this, right here, and smashed out a window of a woman. But here's the thing. The woman who had her car smashed out, and I felt so bad for her, right? It was so sad that happened, right? But here's the deal. The woman that had her window smashed out wasn't legit. She was a total vampire that was using me. So, because she came in with an agenda with her vampire boyfriend who was friends with Patrick Swayze, they used me to gain access to my energy and get into the store and drive me out. They were possessed. I believe demons set them in. And I was told by homeless people that watched me that they were having visions of demons attacking me in the store. And I was having crazy sex with 7 or 8 women in the store. I'm anything but an incel. In fact, I was a sex freak. And I'm ashamed. And that's why I don't have sex anymore with random women. I want to have sex bad, but not super bad. I am 44 now, not 33. I shouldn't have to explain to you that 44 means you have slightly less of the baby-making juice than, say, 33. And when 2012 happened, my sexual activities were just up the Richter scale. Volcanic explosion levels. Sex shop level, partner to partner. Let's get some random people on Craigslist to get down. And I never went too far, though. So when I talk about how we're affected and people do drugs and sex and fight when the sun is active, I'm not like reading random blogs on Reddit and developing mental illness. I'm talking from experience, and women get wet when the solar cycle rises. I've never heard a woman say that or admit it. So I don't know if they know that about themselves. And so any man that has, say, quote, an agenda, not that I'm giving you tips, I'm not. But let's just say I am. Let's say you have an agenda to spread the seed. When the solar cycle, search for the truth, you asked me. Okay, no, you didn't. It was somebody else. Anyway, you were curious about strategy or something. And I'm just saying, when the sun goes more active, your field changes, your libido goes up, and women psychically sense that and want to get in on that.
Form of protest dating back to the Boston Tea Party, and I'm not here to tell somebody else how to protest.
Do you think there should be?
I think it's up to the individual. If that is what you think you have to do to get your point across and show your government that that's where you stand, then by all...
If you feel like destroying someone's property, then go ahead. But if you're a philosopher and you're on TV, you're worthless. And so this is why I believe that these people don't have angel souls. This is why I believe that they have demon souls. This is why I believe that Portland has been invaded by Satanism and witchcraft, because there is no real anti-racist movement in Portland. There's nothing offensive about what I'm saying. Only caring about black and white people, while not saying that, and saying you're just about black people, and saying that they have no institutional power, is harming me and traumatizing me, because I have been assaulted many times by black people in Portland, and I have come across people with institutional power that were black in 1998 that were the vice president, principal of Wilson High School, and I was threatened with Measure 11 because all the white kids in school sided against me and sided with the black guy and said that I assaulted him. I was 18, he was 15. I was 5'6", he was 6'2", 6'3". Even though the A-man had tried to teach me how to punch, I had zero confidence in dealing with that situation in which he manhandled me, picked me up, and body slammed me against the wall. And I picked up something to defend myself, and I was being talked down to like I was going to murder a man. And so they bared false witness against me at age 18, and I left school. And the second time they bared false witness against me was Paige McLuggage, Kyle, Jacob Butler, and then a guy named Dean, who worked for the Next News Network. I asked God if Dan would actually grow up and fix his corrections, and the psychic impression that I got is that he'll fix it by the end of the year. But actually, we can look back on this in 5 years and see if the harassment was actually fixed, and if Jesus actually intervened, or if God... are we going to see as God, why hast thou forsaken me on the cross? I sense this, folks, and I don't want it to happen. But even Jesus said to Christ, to God, God, why'd you let this happen? What the fuck? And nobody says, hey, Jesus, why are you so full of fear without faith? God, you're so unchristian. Why do you question God? So why do people get on my ass for doing what Jesus did? And saying, God, why has thou art forsaken me? I, every day, ask God that question in the way that Jesus Christ asked the question on the cross. Do you understand? I didn't say it was fucking Jesus, dude. Chill the fuck out. I lost so much support from supporters for just saying that I know I'm from that dimension. You understand? I'm from that light dimension. And I was thrown away like I was nothing. And if that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do that. But there's nothing normal about being perturbed by a person that declares that they're from the God realms. That's evil. And the dude the whole time had a Satan face. And he had like a little like demon like scowl, like squirrel face. From where? From where? From where? Portland, Oregon, specifically Gresham. And so for those of you listening in Portland that know a few things about Gresham, you know what's up.
All means, you do you. I've seen some vandalism that is absolutely gorgeous street art. I've seen some that the penmanship leaves something to be desired, but it's not my place to police someone's protest.
But busting out windows and breaking glass and those kinds of things?
In comparison to the issues that we are protesting, those seem like very small problems to me. There is a lot of anger and rage, and there's a lot of hopelessness in people my age and people I know.
You're creating the hopelessness.
No matter how you vote, no matter what you do,
created the hopelessness.
they're not listening.
You created the hopelessness. You are the hopelessness. You are the nothingness of the never-ending story. Folks, thanks for watching.
It has cost you
Love ya.